Chapter 393. To think that my luck is so good to be able to find such a weak area. Long Qingtian's gaze flickered, showing obvious excitement. Although there were only 100 stages in the Three Kings' inheritance, there were countless choices in each stage. It was like a giant tree with lush branches that reached the sky. Being able to reach this place was even rarer than 1 in 10,000. He was extremely lucky. The suppression of heaven and earth here is very weak. It actually forced me to use a goo. Haha, I will first use Jade Sky Goo to poison this blessed land. This way I can connect to the outside world and form a passage. Once the passage is formed, I will be able to activate goo worms in the vicinity. I will no longer need to follow the rules of Three Kings. Next, I will use this as a base to radiate and reap huge benefits. Who is it? Long Qingtian sensed something and turned around, seeing a person appearing far away. Little beast King Fangjing? Long Qingtian squinted, sensing Fang Yuan's intentions. Fang Yuan did not reply. He waved his hand and a bone spike flew out like lightning. Long Qingtian snorted, quickly activating his defensive goo worm. His surroundings were filled with green Jade Sky Goo poison. It had already invaded a large area. Fang Yuan did not have detoxification methods. He did not dare to touch the goo poison. He could only engage in long-range combat. Right now, Fang Yuan only had mutated beast phantoms left, but he did not have the rank 4 all-out effort goo. Thus he could not use it casually. But fortunately he had killed so many goo master experts and obtained many goo worms, he could use them in long-range combat. After a few rounds, Long Qingtian was defeated by Fang Yuan. Long Qingtian could only activate one goo worm at a time. But Fang Yuan had the land spirit's help, he could use them at will. The difference in battle strength between the two was huge. Although he won, Fang Yuan's expression was unsightly. Long Qingtian's corpse. It was a pale green color. It was obviously corroded by the Jade Sky Goo poison. This famous expert of the demonic path, before dying, gave a sinister smile towards Fang Yuan, brazenly using the Jade Sky Goo to poison himself to death. Fang Yuan did not kill Long Qingtian. Knowing that he was in a hopeless situation, he committed suicide. As expected of a demon, Fang Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The Jade Sky Goo was a rare poison of the Great Goo and was already extinct. In the present southern border, perhaps only the 4 great physicians would be able to treat him. If Fang Yuan wanted to take the goo and swallow it, he would have to come into contact with the goo poison. If one was poisoned by the Jade Sky Goo, in less than 2 hours, their entire body would turn into a green light and dissipate. Very few goo masters were poisoned by the Jade Sky Goo. Those who could survive. The Wu clan's Wu Shintong was already considered an extremely lucky case. Even if Fang Yuan risked being poisoned, he might not be able to obtain the goo worm. The suppression here was weak. Long Qingtian could detonate his goo worms one by one. The risks and benefits were so disproportionate that Fang Yuan naturally wouldn't take the risk. But in this way the last portion of the celestial essence budget was spent on Long Qingtian. The aptitude of beast placenta goo. I can only stop at 89%. Fang Yuan was filled with regret. In the end, after so much effort, he still didn't reach the 90% that he expected. I'm still too weak. Such a scheming matter. I can only do my best and leave the rest to heaven. Long Qingtian's sudden incident caught Fang Yuan off guard. Fang Yuan was a human after all, not a god. He couldn't predict this change. Although he had his previous life's memories, he tried to recall them clearly. But such details, as long as the person involved didn't say it, who would know? Moreover, since his rebirth he had changed many things. Whether Long Qingtian's incident was something that happened in his previous life, it was hard to say. Forget about the beast placenta goo. What's worse is that this world is already poisoned by the Jade Sky Goo. Sooner or later the poison will take effect. By then this world will rot and turn into a green light, forming a huge hole. Fang Yuan looked at this world. The green color was getting darker and spreading outwards. Such a hole would accelerate the decline of the blessed land. This also meant that the land spirit would be weakened. If it were a younger blessed land, as long as I have enough immortal essence, even if I can't cure the poison, I can get rid of this mutated area and make up for the hole. But this blessed land is too old, it lacks immortal essence. Once this hole forms, it will be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Sigh, I don't have much time left to refine goo, I need to hurry. At this point, Fang Yuan's merciless massacre finally came to an end. He returned to the hall and continued to refine goo, racing against time. Time passed day by day. The pressure from spring-autumn cicada increased day by day. Fang Yuan slept for an hour on average every day, crazily squeezing out his potential. Under his desperate efforts, Although there were many inevitable failures in the Gu refinement process, the overall progress was quite fast. The land spirit praised him repeatedly. While Fang Yuan was moving towards success, his younger brother was also in high spirits. Central Continent, Tianti Mountain. At the center of Hu immortal blessed land on Danghun Mountain, Fangjing climbed up with great effort, surpassing one figure after another. During this period of time, he had become the center of attention, attracting many people's attention. It's him, that crane gates Fangjing. He surpassed another person. Someone was envious. Fangjing. Looking at Fangjing's climbing figure, Fairy Baixia had a complex gaze. This kid is indeed strange. Looking at this trend, I'm afraid he will be the first to reach the top. Wei Wuxiang, who had enmity towards Fangjing, had to admit that Fangjing had a high chance of winning. Fangjing used both his hands and feet to climb. He breathed heavily, and with the help of Master Tenshuru, he surpassed one elite after another of the 10 sections. Eventually only 3 people were left above him. Xiao Qixing, Ying Xingji and Feng Kim Hong. This kid has finally caught up to the first echelon. It was not in vain that I used my own Weigu. He Fengyang had been paying attention, and seeing this situation, he let out a sigh of relief. If there are no accidents, the winner will be one of these 4. A Gu immortal transmitted. Crane gate speed is quite fast, but who will emerge victorious is hard to say until the final moment. Indeed, Crane gate is only 4th currently. There is a clear gap between him and the top 3. Now let's see if he can catch up and surpass them in a limited time. The Gu immortals conversed. The entire inheritance contest had finally entered the final stage at this moment. In the hall, a lump of profound light of all colors, the size of a water vat, floated in the air and spun madly. Fang Yuan controlled the profound light. His eyes were bloodshot as he suddenly spoke. Take 3 ounces of willow stone yellow. Immediately, the sculpture in the hall broke away from the bronze bricks and turned into a solid form. It was willow stone yellow. This was an ancient stone material that was rarely seen in the current era. After being taken by the land spirit, it split into 3 ounces and flew into the dazzling profound light. Fang Yuan's concentration was concentrated, not daring to be careless. When the profound light suddenly turned yellow, he spoke again. Take 30 snowball goo. 30 snowball goo flew into the yellow light lump. The water vat-sized light lump was still yellow, but its size continued to shrink. In the end, it condensed into a dot, forming an earthen yellow stone that was completely unremarkable. Fang Yuan carefully received this stone and let out a long sigh of relief. This Gu refinement lasted for 2 days and 1 night, and finally came to an end. He was extremely tired, immediately lying on the ground and falling into a deep sleep, wishing he could sleep for 7 days and 7 nights straight. But in less than an hour he was woken up by the land spirit on time. This stone could not exist for long. In another 15 minutes, it would evaporate and dissipate. By then all of Fang Yuan's previous efforts would be wasted. He would have to start from scratch again. Gu refinement is difficult. It requires a strength path Gu master, and also a refinement path expert. Even for me, with my previous life's memories and foundation, it is very difficult. I almost failed several times. It was extremely dangerous. No wonder no one could refine the second aperture Gu in my previous life. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly, patting his cheeks to wake himself up. After resting for an hour he felt much better, but his head was still dizzy. This was because he had used up too much mental energy. He was too tired. The second aperture Gu was rank 6. Refining an immortal Gu was naturally not simple. Fang Yuan did not need to look in the mirror to know his current appearance, with messy hair, pale face, dark eye bags, and extremely haggard. Land spirit, how much immortal essence do I have left? He asked. 5 portions of immortal essence left. The land spirit immediately answered, its voice revealing a trace of weakness. Right now, 18 days had passed since Fang Yuan killed Longqing Tian. The speed at which the blessed land was weakening made Fang Yuan inwardly shocked. In order to support the opening of 3 kings' inheritance, the immortal essence expenditure was huge. This abnormality had already caused an uproar in the outside world. During this period of time, even more Gu masters came to explore the blessed land. Among them were many famous experts. Only 5 portions of immortal essence left, but the Gu refinement is only 2/3 done. Land spirit, what date is it today? Fang Yuan's expression was solemn as he asked. According to the calendar you mentioned, it is already the 19th day of the 10th month. The 19th day of the 10th month, according to my plan, the final step of refining the second aperture Gu will be in 5 days. The 24th day of the 10th month, This day in history, Isn't it the day that Feng Kim Hong wins and inherits Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Fang Yuan suddenly thought of Feng Kim Hong. This girl had outstanding talent and a deep background. After inheriting Hu Immortal Blessed Land, her status soared to the sky. In the future, using this to cultivate to become a Gu Immortal, her prestige would spread far and wide, and her aura would shine brightly. In his previous life, Fang Yuan escaped southern border and came to central continent, becoming a Gu Immortal and establishing the Bloodwing Demon sect. This girl was his archenemy. After hundreds of battles, Fang Yuan allied with several demonic path Gu Immortals and attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land together, paying a bloody price before they managed to kill her. Currently, my influence has not spread to central continent. Feng Kim Hong obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land. His benefits are as great as the heavens. Even the second aperture Gu cannot compare to him. Fang Yuan sighed. His previous life's archenemy wanted to soar to the sky, but he was unable to stop him. Fang Yuan still did not know that his own brother was still alive, and was currently fighting intensely with Feng Kim Hong and the rest. Chapter 394. October 20th. In the hall, red light flickered and shone on the surroundings. More than half of the sculptures on the bronze bricks had already disappeared. Fang Yuan's face was pale and haggard. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared fixedly at every change in the light lump. Everything was silent. October 21st. The land spirit sent bad news. A rank 5 expert had entered the Gu Master Blessed Land. Fang Yuan looked at the image and immediately recognized this person. So it is Shao Tribe Shao Mang. He has rank 5 extreme light Gu and is a light path expert. In my previous life his figure could be seen on Sancha Mountain. He finally came. The land spirit breathed in, extreme light Gu? This means this Shao Mang can activate the light of glory of the immemorial era. This is a huge threat to us. The land spirit was extremely worried. There were 9 heavens in the immemorial era: white heaven, red heaven, orange heaven, yellow heaven, green heaven, azure heaven, blue heaven, purple heaven and black heaven. The sunlight of the immemorial era was extraordinary. It was the light of glory. It could pierce through the 9 heavens and spread warmth to all living beings. But now the 7 heavens were no longer red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue and purple. Only white heaven and black heaven remained. The sunlight no longer had the glory of the immemorial era. It was extremely weak and could only pierce through white heaven. Once the rank 5 extreme light Gu was activated, it could burst out with the light of the blazing sun of the immemorial era. This light had no offensive power, but it could pass through all barriers and shine to the ends of the world. That is to say, this blessed land could not block the light of the immemorial era. Fang Yuan sneered. Bagui, relax. His extreme light Gu was obtained from robbing a tomb. It is only a damaged Gu. Every month it can only be activated 3 times. After 3 times it will self-destruct. The land spirit heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. I'm getting weaker and weaker these days. At the final juncture you still have to rely on yourself. I like to rely on myself. Fang Yuan replied and did not speak anymore, continuing to refine Gu. October 22nd. Oh no, I failed again. Fang Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision darkened and he almost fainted. He clenched his teeth and supported himself with his hands on the ground. He felt the world spinning around him. His eyes were seeing stars and his ears were buzzing. His chest was so stuffy that he felt like vomiting. After a long while, this terrible feeling was slightly alleviated. Fang Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly sat down. If the Gu refinement fails, there will be a backlash. I've already failed this step 3 times. It's not that my skills aren't good. I've done my best, but this step requires luck. I'm betting on that 1 in 10 chance of success. There's no more time. Fang Yuan's face was pale. He endured the pain of the backlash and began the 4th round of sprinting. At this moment, there were less than 4 portions of celestial core power left in the copper cauldron. October 23rd. Fang Yuan stopped and looked at the Gu worm in his hand, his eyes shining brightly. This Gu was a beetle with a big belly and a pointed head and tail. It did not have any legs or tentacles. Its shape was blurry like a rough carving. It was lifeless like a gray stone. The land spirit, however, said happily, "Young man, I didn't misjudge you. You've refined this fake Gu. You're only 1 step away from turning fake into real Gu and refining the real second aperture Gu." That's right, I'm only 1 step away. Fang Yuan's tone was complicated. It was relaxed but also heavy. Refining this second aperture Gu was like climbing a mountain. There were thousands of steps and countless failures. Fang Yuan almost did not sleep or rest, but he finally reached this step. His previous efforts were not in vain. Thus he was relaxed. But this last step was the most crucial. It was a qualitative change and required the use of the immortal Gu divine travel Gu. Although Fang Yuan had refined spring-autumn cicada, he had never used an immortal Gu to refine an immortal Gu. Thus, this last step was also the one he had the least confidence in. Thus his mood was heavy. 300 years as spring, 500 years as autumn. Divine opportunity is limitless. Travel the wilderness, add 3 watch periods, 3 watch periods, 3 watch periods are 9. 9 is the extreme, the refinement is complete. This last step, I need to use lifespan Gu, divine travel Gu and 2/3 watch Gu. Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. He could understand the previous steps and could even modify them. But at this point he only understood 30% of the true meaning. Land spirit, what changes are there in the blessed land? Fang Yuan asked. 2 groups of people have arrived, dozens of rank 3 Gu masters, each led by a rank 4 Gu master. They are very imposing. The land spirit showed the scene to Fang Yuan. So it is Che tribe and Zhua tribe. Tsk, the 2 tribe leaders and most of the elders have come. Fang Yuan took a look and recognized the situation. The whole of Sancha Mountain was located between Zhua tribe's Cold Tremor Mountain and Che tribe's Fei Lai Mountain. These 2 tribes had been expanding and had been competing in Sancha Mountain in recent years, having the intention to invade. But the eruption of the 3 kings' inheritance completely messed up the plans of these 2 tribes. The whole of southern border had 100,000 famed mountains and countless nameless mountains. There were also ferocious beasts and wild Gu worms everywhere. The environment was dangerous and difficult to travel. Other forces could only send their elites here. But these 2 tribes were in a favorable position and had been restraining themselves. Now that they sensed the abnormality of the inheritance, they finally sent a large group here. To Fang Yuan this was bad news. At the final juncture, everyone would definitely attack the center of the blessed land, which was this main hall. These Che tribe and Zhua tribe people were Fang Yuan's enemies. Other than them there will also be Li Xian, Hu Mei Er, Yihua, Kong Ri Tian and other experts. At the final juncture, I will need to refine Gu and can only rely on land spirit by Ning Bing and Feng Tianyu to defend against the enemies. The situation is dangerous, but it's only external. The final step, I need to use 2/3 watch Gu consecutively, which will cause my body's time to flow 9 times faster. To spring-autumn cicada, it is a great tonic. At that time the pressure will rise sharply and my aperture will be in danger. This is the internal cause. With internal and external pressure, danger lurks everywhere. But I can only grit my teeth and persevere. I have already worked so hard and am just 1 step away from reaching the peak. If I don't take a gamble, I won't be satisfied. If I succeed, I will have a second aperture. With further nurturing, when I reach rank 6, I won't be too far behind Feng Kim Hong. In Fang Yuan's rebirth plan, Qingmao Mountain was only the starting point, Shang Clan City was only a platform, and second aperture Gu was only a stepping stone. But it was because of these accumulations that he could charge towards a higher level. Next, there will be many fortuitous encounters. Without a certain level of cultivation and strength, one would not have the qualifications to participate. All living beings, survival of the fittest, I can't give in to these fortuitous encounters, and I have to seize every second. This is truly worthy of my rebirth body. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh and began to rest, preparing for the final day. October 24th. Fang Yuan woke up from his slumber and slowly opened his eyes. I haven't slept so well for so many days, the great battle is coming up. He stood up and slowly walked out of the hall. Outside the hall, 2 people were already standing under the guidance of the land spirit. Master. Feng Tianyu saw Fang Yuan and immediately knelt on the ground, offering a Gu worm. This Gu looked ordinary like a gray round stone. It was none other than undefeated 100 battles Gu. This subordinate did not disappoint you. I have already passed 100 rounds and obtained King Xian's inheritance, subduing these hairy men. Feng Tianyu said. Beside him stood hundreds of hairy men, each of them had thick hair and were standing silently. Good. Fang Yuan nodded, lightly praising. He was not surprised. These hairy men had a nature, they liked to follow people who were better at Gu refinement than themselves. Feng Tianyu had passed 100 rounds, it was not strange for him to have these followers. Fang Yuan walked towards Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing looked at the Grand Bronze Hall, her gaze revealing a trace of understanding. It seems that this is the Blessed Land's central area. Saying so, her gaze moved towards Fang Yuan. You better remember your promise. Fang Yuan smiled. Don't worry. He looked behind by Ning Bing. There were close to 100,000 dog beasts. Some were entrenched on the ground, some were playing with each other, and some were running around. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Bai Ning Bing's control was too weak. If it were Zhang San San, Wu Gui, or Wu Xin Tong, they would be able to make these dog beasts line up tightly and remain motionless like an army. But Bai Ning Bing was forced to do something beyond her abilities. She did not have any enslavement path training. It was not easy for her to do this. In fact, Bai Ning Bing's mind was in a daze, her movements were erratic, she had a feeling that her soul was heavy and her body was like a marionette. It was truly difficult for her to control so many dog beasts at once. Now listen to my arrangements and set up the defenses. No matter what the enemy is, do not attack. Remember this, remember this. Fang Yuan instructed. Since it is your arrangement, success or failure has nothing to do with me. Bai Ning Bing said coldly. Regardless of success or failure, I will give you the Yanggu. Fang Yuan guaranteed with a smile. You better keep your word. 2 light pillars disappeared. This means that King Xian and King Quan's inheritances were taken away. Early in the morning on Sancha Mountain, the Gu masters were incomparably shocked. There was a commotion. The opening of the inheritance this time is very strange. It has lasted until today, causing the blessed land to deteriorate rapidly. Someone was already suspicious. But compared to this, more people were concerned about the inheritance's whereabouts. Just which 2 lucky fellows have inherited the legacy? I think King Xian's inheritance should be obtained by Lord Tai Mu Bai. Ever since he entered, he has not come out. King Quan's inheritance should be Wu Gui. No, it should be my tribe's Lord Wu Xin Tong. The way I see it, my demonic path's beast enslavement master Zhang San San also has a chance of winning. After everyone argued for a while, someone finally found something strange. Strange, the few rank 5 Gu masters who participated in the inheritance have not come out. What is going on? King Xian and King Quan's inheritances were both obtained, but why haven't the others come out? They are trapped in the blessed land. This blessed land is close to collapse. Not long later, the entrance will open and we can enter and exit at will. A loud voice resounded. It is Lord Xiaomang. Immediately, a righteous Gu master recognized the speaker. This Xiaomang came to Sancha Mountain but did not enter the inheritance. What is he trying to do? The demonic Gu masters muttered in their hearts. Xiaomang's arrival suppressed the demonic path's arrogance. Successfully attracting everyone's attention, Xiaomang laughed arrogantly. Next, I will use extreme light Gu to open the entrance of the blessed land for all of you. The moment he finished speaking, his eyes opened wide in anger as he activated his primeval essence and raised his fist. Extreme light Gu. Providence Gu. Empty fist Gu. Killer move, immemorial light fist. 3 Gu activated together and the whole sky turned dark. Everyone watched in shock as a fist made of light, the size of a mountain, descended from the sky and suddenly disappeared, striking somewhere in the darkness. Extreme light Gu did not have any attack power, but when combined with the other 2 Gu, it formed an incomparably powerful attack. Rumble. Chapter 395. At the peak of Sancha Mountain, there was only 1 light pillar left. However, a grayish-black plane appeared in front of everyone like an illusion. It was like it was separated by a layer of gauze like a dream. How could there be a plane on the mountain peak? This was caused by Xiaomang punching a hole in the blessed land. For a moment, Sancha Mountain was silent. Some Gu masters were dazed, some were shocked, some looked at each other but no one moved. Xiaomang snorted in his heart and secretly signaled to someone in the crowd with his eyes. A Gu master immediately ran out from the crowd. Lord Xiaomang is invincible, forcefully punching a hole in the blessed land. This way we are no longer restricted by the 3 kings' inheritance and can all enter. After shouting this, he jumped out of the crowd and with a few leaps he passed through the hole and entered the blessed land. He activated his Gu worms in front of everyone. 1, 2, 3. Near this hole, the restriction of heaven and earth was weak, allowing him to activate 3 Gu worms. This scene immediately caused a commotion in the crowd. Countless people woke up from their stupor, breathing heavily. Being able to use Gu worms meant they had the ability to protect themselves. This also meant the risk of entering the blessed land was greatly reduced. But the performance was not over yet. This Gu master suddenly ran back and jumped out of the blessed land, successfully returning to Sancha Mountain. Ha ha ha. He laughed loudly and cupped his fists toward Xiaomang. Thank you, Lord, for making an exception. Xiaomang chuckled. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. I only feel that everyone should have the right to compete for the treasures of heaven and earth. It is too much for a limited few people to hog it all. But how much you can snatch will depend on yourselves. Lord Xiaomang's benevolence is unparalleled. Lord Xiaomang is such a good person. His elder brother is Xiao Shan, great hero Xiao. Truly a dragon and tiger brother. Among the rank 5 Gu masters on Sancha Mountain, only Lord Xiaomang can think for us weaklings. He is truly a role model of the righteous path, so benevolent. Everyone cheered unceasingly. Fawning words entered Xiaomang's ears like a tide. The crowd surged as large numbers of Gu masters rushed into the blessed land. A bunch of idiots, Xiaomang said with a warm smile on his face, but in his heart, he was sneering. Compared to Tai Mu Bai and Wu Gue, the time I came to Sancha Mountain is still too late. The inheritances of King Quan and King Xian had all been taken by someone else. Only the inheritance of King Bao was left. Damn it. I have long wanted to plead with my father and the other elders, but these people only cared about Xiao Shan's illness. Isn't it better for him to die? That way I can become the young clan leader. Alas, I coaxed and pestered before getting permission to come to Sancha Mountain, but it's already too late. How can I compare to the accumulation of those people from before? Only by destroying the blessed land and creating a loophole will I be able to benefit from it. For this blessed land, the more people that enter, the heavier the burden. The suppression of heaven and earth is getting weaker and weaker. So what if you guys obtain the inheritance? I can use my Gu worms to snatch it. The inheritances of King Bao, King Quan, and King Xian are all mine. Even if I can't get it, none of you can. Alright, that's about it. Fang Yuan looked at the surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. This bronze hall was located on a hill. The hill was not a dangerous peak, but a gentle slope that extended to the surroundings. Such a terrain was not easy to defend, but thankfully there were many dog beasts and with their numbers they could slightly make up for it. In the past 2 hours, Fang Yuan had been arranging the formation for Bai Ning Bing, as well as instructing her on how to deal with any situation that arises. Bam! Right at this time the whole heaven and earth shook and the bronze hall shook, causing dust to fall. Not good that Xiaomang used extreme light Gu and pierced a hole in the blessed land, forming a passage. Large numbers of Gu masters are rushing in, killing each other and fighting for the treasures. The scene is in chaos. The land spirit transmitted. Fang Yuan chuckled but did not panic. In his previous life's memories there was such a scene. Xiaomang's arrival meant that this had happened. Chaos is good. Xiaomang wants to obtain victory in the chaos, but I also want this chaotic situation to help me stall for time. Fang Yuan's black eyes shined with eerie light. Among these people there is a rank 5 Gu master. This young man is amazing. He actually blocked my senses earlier. Only when he attacked did I discover something amiss. The land spirit suddenly said. Fang Yuan frowned. This situation was out of his expectations. Who is it? An image appeared in front of him, showing a young man with waist-length black hair and a pair of deep purple pupils. A pair of thick black eyebrows. The tip of his eyebrows were raised high, branching into a few branches, like a wild flame burning. His demonic aura was awe-inspiring, with a domineering aura that could destroy heaven and earth, like an evil dragon descending into the world. Mo Wu Tian. Fang Yuan's gaze concentrated, recognizing him. This person was a demonic genius, inheriting an ancient inheritance and was a soul path Gu master. Be it fame or strength, Fang Yuan could not compare to him. In his memories, during the Battle of Tian Mountain, Mo Wu Tian had killed several rank 5 righteous Gu masters. His reputation was infamous, and his demonic flame soared to the sky. In the end, the demonic side was defeated, and Mo Wu Tian broke out of the encirclement, leaving with no one able to stop him. In my previous life, Mo Wu Tian did not come to Sancha Mountain. It seems the influence of my rebirth has already reached this level of people? Just as Fang Yuan was in deep thought, Mo Wu Tian seemed to sense someone was watching him. He turned his head and looked at Fang Yuan. So that's the direction. He muttered softly as a sinister smile appeared on his face. Not good. He seems to have sensed something and is charging towards the hall. The land spirit warned. Fang Yuan's eyes squinted. Mo Wu Tian was actually targeting him with intense hostility. What was his motive and what did he discover? The chaos will only last for a while. Tai Mu Bai and the others have not appeared yet. It will arouse the suspicions of others. There is not much time left. I need to refine the Gu now. Land spirit, raise your fog. Feng Tianyu, follow me into the hall and assist me in refining the Gu. Time was pressing. Fang Yuan shouted and led Feng Tianyu into the bronze hall. As for the hairy men that the latter brought, they were left outside to guard the hall, forming the final line of defense. Looking at Fang Yuan and Feng Tianyu's departing figures, Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with a cold light. The fog started to rise and spread rapidly, soon covering the hall and all the dogs on the mound. The bronze hall was vast and majestic. Fang Yuan and Feng Tianyu's footsteps echoed, making this place even more quiet and spacious. Right now, the bronze bricks in the hall were already empty. Most of the materials and goo worms had been used up during the goo refinement, only a few carvings were left. Fang Yuan walked to the bronze cauldron and sat down with Feng Tianyu. This is the final step, the truly crucial moment. He breathed in deeply, his eyes clear like water. Feng Tianyu's breathing was rough, showing his excitement. To a refinement path goo master, being able to refine immortal goo was the most desired thing in their life. Let's begin. Fang Yuan took out the fake second aperture goo and threw it into the bronze cauldron. The bronze cauldron ignited without any fire, only a thin layer of immortal essence was left at the bottom. It was being consumed rapidly and started to burn. The burning green smoke rose up like smoke, wrapping around the fake goo in the second aperture. The fake goo floated above the bronze cauldron and was transformed by the green smoke into a yellow light that filled the air. Fang Yuan and Feng Tianyu focused their minds and tried to harmonize the green smoke and the yellow light. After an unknown period of time, the green smoke turned into green grass that grew in the air. The yellow light turned into flowers that fell down and adorned the grass. It is time. Fang Yuan took out a dagger and cut his artery, spurting out his own blood essence. This step was indispensable. Only after this step could the refined second aperture goo belong to Fang Yuan. Otherwise it would be an ownerless object and would fly away once it was refined. A large amount of blood essence poured over. The green smoke and yellow light immediately let out a sizzling sound, turning into a red cloud that resembled a raging sea of blood. The blood surged, but it only formed into a ball that floated in the air and did not spread. The cloud continued to transform. The sea of blood gradually calmed down and condensed into a field. A large field of scarlet rice, scarlet like blood, grew on the field. Fang Yuan saw this and let out a breath of turbid air, quickly using goo worms to heal his injuries. Even so, he had lost a lot of blood and his face was pale. Wild grass flourishes, blood chi like the sea. 300 years is spring, 500 years is autumn. Divine opportunity is limitless. Roam the wilderness, add the third watch is 9. 9 is the extreme, the refinement is complete. He had already memorized the recipe by heart, but he still recalled it now. 300 years is spring, 500 years is autumn. Next it is lifespan goo. Bagui. Fang Yuan shouted. The land spirit was already on standby. Hearing Fang Yuan's call, it quickly took out 2 lifespan goo. These lifespan goo were one big and one small, like ginseng roots and old tree roots. Touching it, it felt rough and ancient. The small one was a 300 years lifespan goo, like a green snake coiling in a circle. It could increase a goo master's lifespan by 300 years without any side effects. The big one was like a horned dragon flying in the sky, bearing its fangs and claws. It could increase a goo master's lifespan by 500 years without any side effects. The value of these 2 goo was self-evident. Feng Tianyu saw this and his eyes shone, his body trembling. Fang Yuan first threw the 300 years lifespan goo into the cloud. The cloud swallowed the lifespan goo and immediately surged like boiling water. At this moment, the cloud seemed to have turned into a green-scaled snake, slithering and trying to escape from Fang Yuan's control. Fang Yuan jumped in shock. He was caught unprepared and almost let the green snake escape. When he reacted, it seemed that the green snake had already mostly escaped from his hand, only its tail was left. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his eyes wide open and red. He poured all his attention into the cloud without holding back, using all his strength to firmly hold on to it, not letting it escape. Chapter 396. Time became unbearable at this moment. As the minutes and seconds passed, the cloud in the air gradually stabilized. Fang Yuan finally had the spare energy to curse the original owner of the blessed land. Such an important obstacle, there was actually no annotation in the recipe. If not for his concentration and reaction time as well as Feng Tianyu's help, he could barely stabilize the situation and turn the tables. Otherwise he would have failed completely. As time gradually passed, a mystical aura spread out from the place. The cloud completely digested the 300 years lifespan goo and calmed down, turning back into the scene of the blood field and red rice. But now the red rice had turned into a green color, like rice growing in spring, densely packed. It was the scene of 300 years as spring, described in the recipe. That mysterious Gu immortal must have only researched the recipe, but did not use it to this step, otherwise why would he not make any annotations? Fang Yuan came back to his senses, thinking, next I need to use the 500 years lifespan Gu. But there is no rush. He wiped the sweat off his forehead, calling the land spirit, Ba Gue, show me the scene of that poisonous land. Immediately, a smoke image appeared in the air, showing the scene. Long Qing Tian's corpse, quietly lying on the ground. The surrounding sky and ground were dyed a deep green color. It was Long Qing Tian's jade sky Gu poison. This Gu originated from the immemorial era, its poison was extremely strong, even Fang Yuan did not dare to touch it. Coincidentally, at this time 2 Gu masters appeared in the scene, both with rank 3 cultivation. This place is strange, why is it so green? Look, that corpse, it's Long Qing Tian. They rushed here and unexpectedly found Long Qing Tian's corpse. Long Qing Tian is rank 4 peak stage, a famous demon. He was actually killed. Let's go take a look, there might be something good on his corpse. The two were excited, running towards Long Qing Tian's corpse. Blinded by greed, they did not realize their bodies were dyed in green light. Courting death. Fang Yuan sneered. Sure enough, the two of them did not even manage to take 10 steps before they died from the poison, turning into green light and disappearing into the horizon. The poison of the blue sky poisonous insect has accumulated deeply. This area is going to be ruined. The hole formed is even bigger than the one created by Xiaomeng. Time was of the essence and every second was precious. Fang Yuan was also extremely anxious, but he still chose to restrain himself. After the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, there was a loud boom. The blessed land shook and the main hall trembled. The second loophole was formed. The land spirit let out a long sigh. The speed at which the blessed land was collapsing was too fast. It had doubled again. Continue refining Gu. Fang Yuan took out the 500-year lifespan Gu and threw it into the cloud. The clouds began to boil again, trying to break free from Fang Yuan's control. But this time Fang Yuan was mentally prepared. He wasn't caught off guard like last time, so he was able to firmly control the situation. However, he soon felt that his strength was not enough. This time the change in the clouds and mist gave him a feeling. Not only was it slippery, but it also carried a kind of brute force. It was like a green snake had turned into a dragon, trying to break free from Fang Yuan's control. Feng Tianyu quickly helped. The two's minds worked together to suppress the clouds' change. The clouds boiled several times, almost breaking free, but were eventually suppressed. After the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, the clouds became clear again. It turned into a field of blood. The rice on the field was golden and full of fruits. This was the scene of 500 years' autumn. Fortunately, he waited until the poison took effect before refining the Gu. Otherwise, the second loophole would have formed and the hall would have shaken, interfering with the Gu refinement, and it would not have been so smooth. Fang Yuan waited for a while. The clouds were ready and slowly dissipated. From the size of a water vat, it gradually shrunk until it formed a new Gu. It fell down. Fang Yuan held it in his hand. This Gu was like a peanut shell, shining with a golden color. The markings on its surface were scarlet blood traces. The fake second aperture Gu could only exist for 7 days and 7 nights and was not stable. But this new Gu could already exist for 40 years. At this step, the true second aperture Gu had already formed an embryo, and was growing in the peanut shell. But if it was left to develop, not to mention 1,000 years, even 10,000 years might not be enough to become the real thing. Only by using a huge external force to get rid of the fake and retain the real, turning the fake into the real, could it achieve a qualitative change, transcend the mortal, and become an immortal. And this external force was none other than the rank 6 divine travel Gu. Next, I need to use the immortal Gu to refine the immortal Gu. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, adjusting his breathing, and began the most important step in the entire Gu refinement process. At this moment outside, shouts of battle shook the sky. This dog is mine. As long as you obediently hand over the Gu worm, I will spare your life. Kill all these eggmen. These mutants actually occupied a spirit spring. What a waste of resources. All kinds of looting and fighting, Gu masters were in a frenzy, and the number of casualties continued to rise. Strange. Why have we not seen Lord Tai Mu by after so long? Our Wu clan's Lord Wu Shintong, where did he go? Wu clan's Gu masters, Tai clan's Gu masters, and others all sensed something amiss. Continue searching. The suppression of heaven and earth is already very weak, it is enough to mobilize most of the goo worms. The situation is in chaos now, there is killing everywhere and blood is flowing like rivers. We need to find our clan's experts to suppress this situation. Where have we not explored yet? Only the deepest part of the blessed land, there is a thick fog there. Just as these people turned their attention to the bronze hall, Mo Wu Tian had already arrived at the periphery of the fog alone. There is indeed the aura of an immortal goo, a pair of purple pupils, deep and mysterious, yet also wild and coquettish. Under the purple pupils, the fog became faintly discernible, and a vast number of dog beasts appeared in Mo Wu Tian's vision. His brows slightly furrowed. The enemy's defense was tight, he alone could not break through this defense, he needed to borrow strength. His brows relaxed as Mo Wu Tian turned around and left. His body moved like lightning, traversing hundreds of li in the sky. Before long, he landed in front of Hu Mei. Hu Mei's face turned pale from fright, but when she saw Mo Wu Tian she smiled brightly. "Young Master Wu Tian, you are here too. This Three Kings inheritance has little meat but more wolves, I am afraid you will be disappointed. You have already cultivated to rank 5. Hu Mei looked at the man in front of her, unable to conceal her shock. She swallowed her saliva, trying to digest this shock as she forced a smile. "This is great, you have rank 5 battle strength, you are suitable to take this riches. These green eggmen are numerous, they have already built a castle, I have not been able to take them down. There is a green egg empress inside, as long as I capture it alive, I will be able to make a fortune in the future." Mo Wu Tian glanced at the castle, laughing lightly. Back then King Bao Wang Ba Dan had 8 eggmen empresses and countless eggmen were produced daily. King Xn Wang Xiao Ye's inheritance has the secret reporting goo and undefeated 100 battles goo. Beside Dog King Wang there are 2 dog emperors Ing Ming and Ba Huang. These are the essence of 3 kings' inheritance, but they are not worthy of my attention. Hu Mei's smile froze. To think that young Master Wu Tian knows so much about 3 kings' inheritance. Since they are not worthy of your attention, why don't you give them to me? Women are truly short-sighted. Mo Wu Tian laughed, staring at Hu Mei's eyes. "I will tell you now, this blessed land spirit is not dead, there is a goo immortal's inheritance in the deepest part." What? Hu Mei was shocked. "But there is dense fog there are close to 100,000 dog groups, to charge into the central area sacred hall, just the 2 of us are not enough." Mo Wu Tian smiled deeply. Hu Mei was an astute woman, she immediately understood Mo Wu Tian's intention. Her eyes shined as she laughed. Isn't it easy to get people?" Hu Mei was a decisive person, she immediately abandoned the Green Egg Empress and roped in other demonic path goo masters with Mo Wu Tian. Using Hu Mei's network, Mo Wu Tian's cultivation and reputation, they quickly gathered large numbers of demonic path goo masters. Adding on the news of the goo immortal's inheritance, demonic path merchant Li Xian, fiery star Bao Tong, rock lizard Li Chang and other experts also gathered. When Mo Wu Tian returned to the fog, he was no longer alone, but a demonic path army of thousands. "They are finally here." Bai Ning Bing, who was sitting on the hill, slowly stood up. The fog could obstruct everyone's vision, but because of the land spirit's support, Bai Ning Bing's vision was clear, she naturally saw this demonic path alliance army. Mo Wu Tian observed for a while before saying, "Li Chang, bring 300 people to attack the front. After a few dozen steps, you will be obstructed by the metal shield dogs. Fight and retreat, move to the left, there will be Chrysanthemum Akita dogs pincer attack, defeat them and charge towards the southeast. Hu Mei send 500 people to attack the left. Along the way you will encounter lightning symbol dogs, hedge dogs and corpse-eating dogs. Don't worry about the losses, charge towards the north. Bao Tong, take the right path, lead 800 people. From the northwest direction, there will be battle cries, directly charge in, there will be no dogs obstructing you within 500 steps. If you encounter lightning symbol dog groups, charge with all your might, if you can't reach them in 3 minutes, retreat. Li Xian, send 400 people as backup, ready to be deployed at any time. If I do not give any orders, you will lead the retreating army. What about you, Mo Wu Tian?" Li Xian's gaze flickered as he asked. "Of course I will stay in the center." "Why, are you worried?" Mo Wu Tian was expressionless, his purple pupils staring at Li Xian. Li Xian immediately felt a chill from the bottom of his heart, running up his spine. This Mo Wu Tian, how did he become so terrifying? His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, killing intent surged in his chest, It seems the ancient inheritance he obtained is no small matter, otherwise how could he have such progress? I had thought Little Beast King could compete with him. Only now do I know he is the true #1 genius of the demonic path. He is truly terrifying. Li Xian's heart turned cold, he could only accept the order. Chapter 397. They're here. Bai Ningbing's gaze flickered. Her expression became nervous as she quickly mobilized the dog group. The originally still dog pack formation began to move like a giant millstone. As for these Gu masters who charged in, they had all turned into green beans and yellow beans. In just a moment they were ground into bean dregs, most of them died. The rest saw that the situation was bad and quickly retreated. The Demonic Path Alliance army suffered a huge loss. Over 1,000 people were sent in, but only a few hundred returned in defeat. Young Master Wu Tian, did you see clearly? Li Chang was the first to speak. I followed your instructions and charged in. In the first wave we met the Iron Shield dogs. We fought and retreated, moving to the left, but were attacked by the Lightning Symbol dogs and Chrysanthema Makita dogs. There were too many of them, we could not kill them all. After fighting for a while we could only retreat. Bao Tong's temper became even more violent. I led 800 people, but I did not hear any battle cries from the northwest direction. Instead I heard people fighting in the southeast direction. I led my army to attack, but was immediately attacked by Lightning Symbol dogs, hedge dogs and corpse-eating dogs. Hu Mei Er's expression was also unsightly. Young Master Wu Tian, I listened to you and prepared to attack. But after charging for 800 steps, we did not encounter any dog groups. Just as we were feeling suspicious, we suddenly saw dog groups surrounding us from all directions. Thankfully, I turned around and counterattacked, otherwise I would have lost my life there. Li Xian was expressionless, standing at the side. His group was prepared to protect the scattered Gu masters and face the pursuing dog groups. But while there were scattered soldiers, none of the dogs chased after them, causing him to stand there for a long time. Mo Wu Tian's expression was grim. After a while he spoke, I can see the exact situation more clearly than you. This dog group has someone commanding them, it is not a dead formation but a living one. That is why you all returned in defeat. Everyone was shocked. There is someone commanding them? Who could it be? Mo Wu Tian shook his head. The fog is too thick, I can only vaguely see and cannot see clearly. There is definitely a mastermind behind this, only human intelligence can make such a brilliant reaction. But don't worry, I have a deep understanding of the enslavement path. You only need to attack like this to break the encirclement and obtain the Gu immortal inheritance. Their faces were stained with blood. They looked at each other for a while. Because of Mo Wu Tian's rank 5 strength and the temptation of the immortal treasure, they reluctantly nodded. But this time they still returned in failure. In fact, the losses were even more severe than the last time. The mastermind has great attainments in the enslavement path. I underestimated him. Mo Wu Tian frowned deeply. Just now, his plan was thorough and the 4 sides cooperated ingeniously, but he didn't expect the other party to react so quickly, as if seeing through his plan in an instant. The mobilization of troops was neither too fast nor too slow. The 4 paths were destroyed one after another. His movements vaguely had the demeanor of a master. Mo Wu Tian, you have to give me an explanation. We fought with our lives on the line and lost so many people. Not even a strand of immortal treasure could be seen. Is it fun for you to stand there and watch? You are a rank 5 Gu master now, you should do your part. Bao Tong shouted angrily as he covered his injuries. Oh, you want an explanation? Then I will give you a satisfactory explanation. Mo Wu Tian laughed sinisterly, his purple eyes suddenly lighting up. You. Bao Tong was caught off guard. He stared at Mo Wu Tian with all his might, unable to move. After a while he fell to the ground with a thud. The demonic path Gu masters gasped. Fiery Star Bao Tong, a famous rank 4 fire path Gu master. Mo Wu Tian didn't even move, he just stared and killed him. You want an explanation, I will give you one. Are you satisfied with this explanation? If not, you can tell me. Mo Wu Tian looked at Bao Tong's corpse, listening attentively. You are not speaking, it seems you are satisfied. Mo Wu Tian laughed, looking around. Bao Tong is satisfied, are you guys satisfied? Do you want me to give you an explanation? The surroundings were deathly silent. Mo Wu Tian killed people while talking. Bao Tong was rank 4 upper stage, but he could not even block one move, dying instantly. The demonic path Gu masters were shocked and afraid. They started to regret being blinded by greed. Why did they follow Mo Wu Tian? Now that they were on the pirate ship, they wanted to leave? Too late. Hu Mei Er and the rest lowered their heads, not daring to look at Mo Wu Tian's eyes. Mo Wu Tian's method of killing made them tremble in fear. They had thought that Mo Wu Tian had just advanced to rank 5, his battle strength might not be rank 5, but to think that Mo Wu Tian's battle strength was beyond imagination, comparable to Wu Gui and the rest. How old was he? The number 1 genius of the demonic path, truly deserving of his title. After successfully killing and establishing his might, Mo Wu Tian laughed evilly. Bao Tong's Gu are still here, you guys can split them. Consider it my compensation. Once he said this, the Gu master's eyes brightened. Li Xian was the first to react. With a whoosh, he pounced on Bao Tong's corpse like a rabbit, taking his Gu worms. Almost at the next moment, Hu Mei Er and Li Chang also reacted, pouncing on him. The others could only stare, not daring to fight. The three of them took all of Bao Tong's wealth, gaining a lot. The resentment in their hearts dissipated, turning into reverence towards Mo Wu Tian. Mo Wu Tian could use his gaze to kill. This was not strange, it was a visual killer move. This killer move directly competed with the soul. The loser's soul would dissipate, not even having the chance to self-detonate their Gu worms. Mo Wu Tian was a soul path Gu master. The strength of his soul was unrivaled. If he could deal with Bao Tong like this, wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with them? Cough, cough. Li Xian coughed, asking, since there are dog beasts guarding this place, then this must be the central control hall. There is a high chance that the Gu Immortal's wealth is hidden there. But how are we going to kill our way in? He was astute. After obtaining the most benefits from Bao Tong, he immediately expressed his support for Mo Wu Tian. Speaking of the Gu Immortal's inheritance, Hu Mei Er and Li Chang's attention was also drawn to this topic. Mo Wu Tian looked at the people around him. They were all injured, their faces were haggard, they were frightened and had low morale. He sighed and said, what a motley crew. It seemed like he could only gather more people before he could break through. Spread the news, be it righteous path or demonic path Gu masters. Just say that Tai Mu Bai and the rest have already entered the hall. The Gu masters who obtained King Quan's inheritance are blocking us outside. They want to take all the benefits for themselves. This. Hu Mei Er hesitated. Mo Wu Tian sneered, time is pressing, once the blessed land collapses we will have nothing. Without anyone else, do you think we have the strength to charge in? Young master is right. Hu Mei Er quickly said. They finally stopped. On the slope, Bai Ning Bing let out a sigh of relief, but soon frowned again. The methods that Fang Yuan gave her had already been used up by more than half. If they attacked a few more times, Bai Ning Bing would be out of ideas. Haha, my strategy of obtaining victory in the chaos was indeed correct. Explode this wall. I can obtain King Bao Wang Ba Dan's inheritance. Xiaomeng laughed loudly. Right now he was alone in a hidden cave. In front of him there was a thick and huge stone door. As long as he could explode it, he could obtain King Bao's final inheritance. Boom boom boom. Light blossomed. Explosions rang out continuously. After a long while, Xiaomeng stopped his attacks while gasping for breath, looking at the stone door with hatred. The stone door was unscathed, showing no signs of damage. Light path excels in speed and purification, but its destructive power cannot compare to fire path. This stone door is sturdy. King Bao clearly wants the fated person to use fire Gu to break it open. But I do not have these Gu worms. Xiaomeng gritted his teeth. He felt indignant. Right at this time a Gu master came to report. Get out, who let you in? King Bao's inheritance, I want to open it alone. What did you say? Xiaomeng scolded loudly. Suddenly hearing his subordinate's report, he grabbed the person's collar and brought him up. You said there is a Gu immortal inheritance. Hidden in the fog, being attacked by everyone? Yes. This news has already spread, countless Gu masters have gathered. How could I dare to deceive second young master? The subordinate quickly said. Don't call me second young master. I hate this title. Xiaomeng scolded, looking at the stone door reluctantly, but his gaze changed from hesitation to determination. Wang Badan was only a rank 5 Gu master. Although he was called King Bao, he was only at the same rank as Xiaomeng. How could his inheritance compare to a Gu immortal's inheritance? Go, let's go. Xiaomeng dragged his subordinate and walked out quickly. There are more and more people. On the hill, Bai Ning Bing frowned deeply. There were already over 10,000 people gathered outside the fog. These people, although their cultivations were uneven, with some being rank 1 and 2, were still Gu masters. Their combined strength was enough to form a flood that could engulf everything. And even though he had close to 100,000 dog beasts, he was only one person. Outside the hill, countless gazes looked forward with fervent gazes. They were all attracted here by the immortal treasure. There was a commotion in the surroundings, but Mo Wu Tian smiled without speaking. His goal was achieved. Birds die for food and men die for wealth. This was the human heart. The righteous path has gathered people again and charged into the fog. Humei Air looked not far away, full of worry. Young Master Wu Tian, almost all the demonic path Gu masters are here. Shouldn't you gather them and form a group? We can't let the righteous path snatch the immortal treasure. No rush, no rush. The fog is thick, the dog formation is as firm as an iron wall. What can their charge amount to? Mo Wu Tian snickered coldly but did not move. The demonic path was not like the righteous path. The righteous path was united and easy to ally with, while the demonic path Gu masters were used to roaming alone. Although he, Mo Wu Tian, had rank 5 cultivation, he was still young, and this was his first time acting as the leader. He could not convince the others. Kong Ri Tian and Li Fei Lu, these demonic path veterans, would not easily listen to him. Only by making them realize the necessity and benefits of working together, could he take advantage of the situation and get twice the result with half the effort. At this moment in the hall, the Gu refinement had reached a crucial moment. After brewing for a long time, the golden peanut shell and divine travel Gu collided. Rumble. Fang Yuan and Feng Tianyu's vision darkened, as thunderous roars resounded in their ears. Unlimited divine opportunity, roam the wilderness. Open for me. Fang Yuan screamed, using all his concentration to activate divine travel Gu. Divine travel Gu was an immortal Gu. How could a mortal like him activate it so easily? Fortunately, he had the land spirit's secret help. As immortal essence gushed out, divine travel Gu turned into a speck of light and entered the golden peanut shell. Chapter 398. Xiaomeng looked at the fog in front of him, his gaze deep. He relied on his rank 5 cultivation to obtain the authority of the righteous path's commander. He had organized several attacks, but they were all defeated and returned in low spirits. In the fog, there were countless dogs and beasts, causing every wave of Gu masters that charged in to suffer heavy losses. Even if the losses are heavy, they cannot stop my footsteps. Immortal treasure, this is an immortal treasure. Xiaomeng's eyes shone with brilliance as he shouted in his heart. Let's continue and organize the next wave of attacks. Xiaomeng shouted, but there were few who responded this time. The lesson of blood was right in front of them. Even though the benefits were huge, these righteous Gu masters could not help but hesitate. After all, they only had one life. A bunch of cowards. Xiaomeng saw everyone hesitating and cursed in his heart. To him, time was of the essence. Other than this immortal treasure, he still had King Bao's inheritance waiting for him to open. If there is an enslavement path Gu master commanding the beast group as cannon fodder, then the Gu master casualties will decrease sharply and we can definitely regroup. Xiaomeng suddenly thought of this. At this moment, the importance of enslavement path Gu masters became obvious. Where did Wu Clan's Wu Shintong go? With Wu Shintong's help, we can definitely break through the fog and reach the central control hall. Xiaomeng asked. But the answer he got made him extremely disappointed. Wu Shintong was nowhere to be seen, even Wu Clan's clansmen were looking for him. Xiaomeng looked at the demonic formation and his heart shook. Not just Wu Shintong, even the demonic paths Wu Gui and Zhang San San have not appeared. Don't tell me the one controlling the dog beasts in the fog is one of them? Xiaomeng guessed in his heart as he looked at the general direction of the sacred hall. But the fog in front of him blocked his vision, making him even more irritated. Damn, this fog so annoying. Too bad Wanli Xiongfeng is not here. Otherwise, my clan's divine wind would have dispersed the fog long ago. One clan's Gu master sighed. If our clan's old clan leader appeared, would we be afraid of mere dogs? Tai clan's 4 old-timers snorted. Lord Xiaomeng, there is no progress in the situation. There are still demonic Gu masters watching us from the side. What should we do next? The Righteous Path's famous healing Gu master Tao Zi walked over and asked Xiaomeng. These demonic bastards. Xiaomeng glanced at the Diabolism camp in the distance and became even more annoyed. Looks like I have to make a move. He snorted coldly and his eyes shone brightly. All of you step back. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly retreated dozens of steps. Suddenly, there was an empty space around Xiaomeng, highlighting his existence. Xiaomeng stood still. Slowly closing his eyes, he poured his consciousness into his aperture and slowly circulated his purple crystal primeval essence. The waves on the surface of the quintessential sea grew larger and larger. After brewing for a while, Xiao Mang suddenly opened his eyes. The primeval sea had already turned into a tsunami, and a large amount of primeval essence poured into the 3 goo worms. Extreme light goo. Self-will goo. Bright spear goo. Killing move, glory of my spear. Xiao Mang's body began to emit dazzling white light. The light was dense and rapidly expanded to the size of a hill. Xiao Mang was bathed in the light, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. It was as if a deity had descended to the mortal world. He slowly pointed his finger in the direction of the thick fog. Instantly, the incandescent light around him was drawn in. It fiercely shot out. All the snow-white sunlight shot out the moment it shot out. It formed a light spear that was 60 feet long and 20 feet wide. And beside Xiao Mang, there was not a single drop of light left. 60% of the purple crystal primeval essence in his aperture was consumed in an instant. The light spear had a majestic aura, directly piercing through the thick fog and landing on the hill with lightning speed. Boom! A ferocious explosion suddenly occurred. An intense light burst forth, causing everyone to close their eyes and subconsciously take a step back. Even Mo Wu Tian had to squint his eyes into a slit. The explosion caused the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. After the white light there was a shockwave. The shockwave transformed into a gale that radiated in all directions. It whistled as it swept over, causing many people to sway unsteadily. Puff puff. In the hall, Fang Yuan and Feng Tianyu, who were refining goo, were disrupted and both spurted out a mouthful of blood. Bai Ningbing's face was pale, her ears filled with the sound of the explosion. This is the battle strength of a rank 5 goo master? Fortunately, such a killer move did not hit me. If it had landed on me, my defensive goo would not even last a breath of time. Bai Ningbing could not help but feel shocked. A rank 5 goo master's killer move was not something the current her could block. The whiteness in her eyes gradually faded. Where the huge light spear landed, thousands of dog beasts were completely vaporized. What was originally a gentle slope of the hill was now a huge pit. Bai Ningbing took in a breath of cold air. Such power, if it was shot a few more times, the whole dog formation would be destroyed. She felt even more uncertain, but fortunately Fang Yuan had told her what to do if she was hit by such a powerful move. Under Bai Ningbing's command, large numbers of dog beasts rushed to the pit, and the gap in the defense was gradually filled up. Hiss, so many dog beasts. Bai Ningbing's mood was grave. The righteous and demonic goo masters also drew in a breath of cold air. Earlier when the fog was thick they could not see it. But now the fog had been dispersed by the white light, and everyone's vision was clear. Over 90,000 dog beasts, densely packed, lined up on the hill, forming an iron bucket defense. Lightning symbol dogs, chrysanthema makita dogs, hedge dogs, iron shield dogs, een dogs. Someone counted, each dog group had at least 5,000. So many dog kings. Someone exclaimed. No matter how many dog beasts there were, they could not conceal the dog king's ferocity. Other than a few chrysanthema makita dogs, these dog kings were all lying down, like flames in the darkness, extremely obvious. These dog beasts and dog kings are not much of a threat. But there are Heavy Tai, Green Flower, Smoke Song, Light Hang and Star Hang, these 5 great mountain dog groups. The goo masters with keen eyes were pale. The outer defense was formed by lightning symbol dogs, chrysanthema makita dogs and other ordinary dog beasts. The inner defense was formed by the 5 great mountain dog formation. And at the entrance of the bronze hall, there was the final layer of defense, formed by hundreds of hairy men. The entire formation was tight, but it was not rigid. All parts were connected to each other. It really is an iron formation. Mo Wu Tian's purple pupils shined. The more he observed, the more troublesome it was. Even more people's gazes moved towards the bronze hall. The hall was simple and grand, the patterns and structure were emitting a dense ancient aura. That is the bronze hall, the place where the immortal treasure is sealed? As long as we get past the dog group we can reach the hall. Immortal treasure, immortal treasure. I wonder what kind of earth-shattering wealth is there? Everyone's gazes gradually became heated, the target was right in front of them, it stimulated their greed. It is time. It's time. Mo Wu Tian looked around, his sharp senses sensing the change in the atmosphere. Greed was like a fire, burning in everyone's hearts. However, the huge pack of dogs deterred them, and everyone understood that it was impossible to succeed on their own. This was the basis of cooperation. Lord Xiao Mang, let's talk about cooperation. Mo Wu Tian moved like a phantom, Taking a few steps, he stood out from the crowd and arrived in front of Xiao Mang. Xiao Mang snorted. When he saw this dense dog group, he thought of cooperation. But he was afraid of Mo Wu Tian's rejection, and worried about himself, a righteous path rank 5. But he took the initiative to talk about cooperation with the demonic path. It would be used against him and people would gossip about him. Now that Mo Wu Tian took the initiative to look for him, it was exactly what Xiao Mang wanted. Xiao Mang snorted. His attitude was neither cold nor warm. He looked at Mo Wu Tian. Mo Wu Tian immediately understood Xiao Mang's meaning. He was extremely disdainful of such hypocrisy, but he said, then after a moment, we will attack from the front and back. Xiao Mang nodded slightly. He turned around, no longer looking at him. Mo Wu Tian sneered. He turned around and said to everyone, I took the initiative to look for him and provoke Xiao Mang. I want to spar with him. Next we will split into 2 and attack together. Let's see if it is the righteous path or us demonic path that will attack the bronze hall first. Xiao Mang announced, demonic path scoundrels are greedy and despicable. They actually wanted to cooperate with me, but I rejected them. How can I team up with such despicable people? After a moment they will attack. We will take the chance and let them share our pressure. Young Master Wu Tian is domineering. Defeat these righteous path hypocrites. The demonic path Gu masters were mobilized, shouting. Lord Xiao Mang is wise. Let those demonic scoundrels attract the firepower for you. The righteous path Gu masters were roused. Kill. After a moment the attack began. The righteous path and demonic path were far away from each other, attacking from 2 different directions. Bai Ning Bing hid somewhere, using the shared vision of the land spirit to observe the whole battlefield. 10,000 dogs barked and howled, brandishing their sharp claws as they charged forward. At once, blood flowed and broken limbs flew everywhere. All kinds of goo worms appeared, ice and fire flew together, lightning flashed, the ground rumbled and green vines grew. Kill. Yichong took the lead, brave and fearless. His body was covered in blue fish scales, the wind blew his disheveled, fiery red hair. Beside him there was a light blue whirlpool. Together with the black fins on his back, he was like a vicious shark in the sea. Even a pack of ordinary dogs couldn't stop them. The immortal treasure. If I can snatch 1 or 2 and make a contribution, I will be able to change my surname to Shang when I return to the clan. Yi Hua's gaze was resolute. He turned into a god of fire, charging with even more power than Yi Chong. Everywhere he went, flames raged and dogs howled. Kong Ri Tian laughed heartily, turning into a rain of flowers. Li Xian sneered. While no one was paying attention, he used a rank 5 goo worm to conceal his body and sneak up. Let's work together, I will heal him, no need to worry. Tao Zi shouted, and a large number of goo masters immediately gathered. The crowd surged. In the heated battlefield, Yan Jun was walking calmly, his steps were neither fast nor slow, as if he was taking a stroll. A majestic dog king pounced at him, but Yan Jun's expression was calm as he suddenly turned into a phantom. The dog king pounced but only passed through the phantom. The phantom shook and returned to Yan Jun's original body. And the dog king behind him was engaged in an intense battle with the goo masters behind him. Chapter 399. Kill, charge. Damn it, why are there so many dogs? Shouts, screams, curses and barks of the dogs merged into one, shaking heaven and earth. This article originated from, in less than 5 minutes, blood flowed like a river on the hill, corpses were everywhere. Bai Ning Bing hid in the dark, using all her strength to mobilize the dog group, relying on the land spirit's help, she gradually stabilized the situation. Lightning symbol dogs, chrysanthema makita dogs and other ordinary dog beasts were already dead. The goo masters charged halfway, but encountered the 5 great mountain dog formation, causing their heads to bleed. Heavy Tai, Green Flower, Smoke Song, Light Hang and Star Hang, these 5 great dog breeds were even stronger, forming a circular formation. It was very reliable. Like a great dam, it blocked the flood of goo masters. At this stage, be it the righteous path or demonic path, they suffered heavy casualties. Brother, persevere. Meng Tu grabbed Jiao Huang's arm, the latter was heavily injured, blood was flowing out. Jiao Huang borrowed Meng Tu's strength, barely managing to charge with the group. At this moment he could not retreat. He could not stop to rest. Once he left the group, the dog group would engulf him. Brother, we suffered a huge loss this time. We had accepted Shang clan's mission to take Fang Yuan's head. But to think we encountered this immortal treasure, sigh, we were blinded by greed, falling into this desperate situation. Jiao Huang sighed. These two had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, they were a famous assassination duo in the demonic path. They had successfully assassinated the rank 4 Gu master Xiao Fu Lu. They wanted to rely on Shang clan, thus they were prepared to deal with Fang Yuan secretly. But along the way they did not find a good opportunity. After entering the blessed land they encountered the immortal treasure, they followed and almost died. In this chaotic battle, only rank 5 experts could move unhindered. Rank 4 peak stage they had to fight. Rank 4 upper stage they had to gather and move. Those rank 1 and 2 Gu masters participated in the charge, they suffered the most casualties. Rank 3 Gu masters also had to rely on luck to survive. But even so, the Gu masters continued to charge. The illusory immortal treasure. It ignited the most fanatical flame in their hearts. They forgot themselves as they charged forward. All of them were fantasizing about obtaining the immortal treasury and soaring into the sky, becoming people above all. Only a small number of people died. His gaze cleared up and he began to feel regret. Unfortunately, it was too late. These people have all gone mad. They have been lured by the immortal treasury and have already forgotten about life and death. Tai Ruanan slowed down her charge and looked around. The battlefield was shocking. The 4 Tai family elders surrounded Tai Ruanan, keeping her safe. In this old man's opinion, I'm afraid that Mo Wu Tian also contributed to this. The leader of the Tai family's 4 elders suddenly said in a low voice. You mean? Tai Ruanan's eyes flashed. In the distance, Mo Wu Tian walked through the crowd with his head held high, laughing maniacally. The purple pupils flashed with a dazzling light. He was a soul path Gu master. He secretly used Gu worms to influence everyone, making them even more passionate. People of the devil Dao. Everyone has the right to punish him. Tai Ruanan snorted coldly as killing intent surged in her chest. Young master. Mo Wu Tian is a rank 5 expert after all, it is not easy to fight him. There is a need to prioritize matters, our target is not him. One of the Tai clan elders advised. Tai Ruanan pursed her lips tightly and nodded heavily, her gaze firm as steel. That's right, the most important thing now is little beast King Fang Yuan. Ha ha ha, to think that the person controlling the beasts behind the scenes is only SOSO. Mo Wu Tian laughed maniacally. The wind in the battlefield was blowing, causing his black hair to flutter and his demonic flames to spread. Righteous and demonic Gu masters charged together, the progress was better than he had expected. Bai Ningbing was a newbie after all, she had seen Fang Yuan's formation earlier and adapted according to Fang Yuan's instructions. Now that the situation was complicated, she had to deal with many things at once, and in the eyes of someone like Mo Wu Tian, she would naturally be exposed. Mo Wu Tian's purple pupils flashed with eerie light. As he charged forward, he was multitasking. From time to time he controlled Gu worms to defeat the dog groups, and from time to time he influenced the people's hearts and created a fanatical atmosphere, while activating his Gu worms to investigate. Enslavement path Gu masters had strong offense, they could fight enemies several times their size by themselves. But the great Tao of nature was balanced. Enslavement path also had a clear flaw. Other than the huge consumption of resources, their individual battle strength was weak, and they could be easily killed. Mo Wu Tian had been searching for Bai Ningbing's location. As long as he killed Bai Ningbing, the dog group formation would collapse, and most of it would collapse on its own. Found her. Mo Wu Tian's gaze suddenly concentrated, finding Bai Ningbing's hiding place. He, hand over your life. He laughed and waved his sleeves, turning into a ball of purple demonic fog. The demonic fog's speed was astonishing, it traversed the battlefield, and in a few breaths of time, it was only 1,000 steps away from Bai Ningbing. Not good. Bai Ningbing's heart sank when she saw the movement. Mo Wu Tian was a rank 5 Gu master, while Bai Ningbing was only rank 4, she was already hard to fight, not to mention now that he had to control the dog group. But thankfully I have a trump card. Bai Ningbing was shocked but did not panic, she willed, go bite him Ba Huang. A dog emperor that was the size of a hill, heard the command and jumped, flying over 100 feet, crashing in front of Mo Wu Tian. Ba Huang roared, it was like a bolt of lightning, suppressing the entire battlefield into silence. Next, the dog group went into a frenzy, their morale rose, and the Gu master's casualties increased. What a good dog emperor. Its whole body was covered in glossy yellow fur, its body was majestic, its head was like a lion, and the mane on its neck was thick, dazzling like the sun. This was the Emperor of Beasts, It could not be underestimated. With all its wild goo, it could fight against a rank 5 goo master. Damn it. Mo Wu Tian cursed, but was blocked by Ba Huang. Bai Ningbing was about to let out a sigh of relief, but at this time, a dazzling platinum light shot out from the battlefield, instantly arriving. Demonic Path Jr., watch me. The white light turned into a human. It was the rank 5 righteous path expert Xiao Mang. Ming. Bai Ningbing endured the pressure and called out in his heart, sending out a second dog emperor. This second dog emperor was only the size of an ordinary dog beast. Its snow-white fur had bright patterns like pink cherry blossoms. Facing Xiao Mang's intense pressure, the wild goo on the dog emperor Ying Ming's body was also activated, causing clouds to form on Ying Ming's forelegs as it flew up. A mere wild dog? It is actually a dog emperor. Xiao Mang sneered, attacking and defending at lightning speed, but he quickly retracted his underestimation and calmly faced the battle. Bai Ningbing's expression was gloomy. Although the two rank 5 experts were blocked, this situation was only temporary. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Man's intelligence surpassed beasts in the end. Eventually Mo Wu Tian and Xiao Mang would get to know the dog emperor's background, and with ease they could even turn around. They would directly kill her. Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked around the battlefield. The others were still fighting in the center. There was no threat for now. Bai Ningbing let out a sigh of relief, turning her gaze back to the bronze hall. There is not much time left. Her blue eyes squinted, emitting a cold radiance. Inside the bronze hall, Fang Yuan breathed roughly. He was breathing roughly. And Feng Tianyu. He had already fallen to the side, unconscious. Fang Yuan's 7 orifices were bleeding, but he did not care. A pair of burning eyes stared in front of him. A goo emitting a brilliant light floated in the air. It did not have a specific shape. Sometimes it was like a colorful cloud, sometimes it was like a whirlpool of light. Success. Fang Yuan was filled with joy. He had already successfully refined divine travel goo. Now he was only one step away from obtaining the second aperture goo. You succeeded, you really succeeded. The land spirit appeared beside Fang Yuan. It was very weak, but its eyes were shining, filled with the joy of success. You are indeed a future goo immortal. Being able to refine divine travel goo, amazing. Entrusting it to you was indeed the right choice. Now the most difficult hurdle is finally over. This is the clouds parting to see the clear sky. Next I will use third watch goo. Success will follow naturally. There is no more difficulty. The land spirit sighed, full of emotions. After thousands of years of hard work, I have finally succeeded today. The recipe is indeed feasible. I am really happy, really excited. But it is a pity. I will not be able to see the second aperture goo. Saying so, the land spirit Bagui's body gradually faded, becoming more and more faint, until it completely disappeared in the air. It was dead. The immortal essence in the bronze cauldron had already been used up, only a thin trace was left. The blessed land had mostly collapsed, its destruction was close at hand. The old and weak Bagui assisted Fang Yuan in refining goo, and also helped Bai Ningbing defend the formation, but it could not resist such pressure, completely dying in this world. But compared to his previous life, dying in despair under everyone's attacks, it was much happier in this life. It could be said to have died a worthy death. Bagui's death meant that the immortal essence could not be used. But Fang Yuan was not nervous. For the next step, large amounts of Yuan stone could be used as a substitute. Even if Bagui was still here, the trace of immortal essence in the bronze cauldron had to support the blessed land's operation. It could not be used to refine goo. The difficulty of refining the immortal goo this time is even higher than spring-autumn cicada. Just now when the hall shook, I almost failed. If I failed, my mortal body would definitely die from the backlash. I would not even have time to activate spring-autumn cicada. Moreover, this most crucial step consumes a lot of mental energy. A mortal would not be able to do it. Fortunately, for safety's sake, I chose to enslave Feng Tianyu. Otherwise, I would not have succeeded. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan refined spring-autumn cicada, he was already a goo immortal. This time, he had no hope of refining the immortal goo with the qualifications of immortal. But firstly, the mysterious goo immortal had racked his brains and spent his entire life researching this recipe. It was indeed the essence. Secondly, the recipe used the immortal goo divine travel, greatly reducing the difficulty of transcending mortality. Thirdly, it was not Fang Yuan's own strength. He had to rely on the land spirit and refinement master Feng Tianyu's help. Because of all these factors, Fang Yuan was able to complete the most dangerous and difficult step. Next is to use third watch gu. This is much simpler. Right, I wonder what the situation outside is like. Fang Yuan calmed down and retracted his mind, only then did he hear the battle cries outside the hall. Fang Yuan, be careful. A hole has been broken in the dog formation. There is a rank 4 gu master charging towards you. Right at this time, Bai Ning Bing sent a warning. Fang Yuan's expression sank as he slowly stood up. Chapter 400. Now that the land spirit was dead, Fang Yuan could no longer check the situation outside the hall. But he had his previous life's memories. He did not need to check to make some guesses. Right now there are only 2 rank 5 gu masters left in the blessed land, Xiao Meng and Mo Wu Tian. They should be blocked by the 2 dog emperors. There are many rank 4 gu masters, but there is only one who could reach here at this time. That is Yen tribe's young tribe leader Yen Jun. This child inherited the ancient phantom path inheritance. He is most proficient in dodging attacks. It's not difficult for him to break through the hound beast formation. Fang Yuan thought in his heart, and the truth was as such. Phantom path had once flourished in the olden antiquity era. The concept was to be free and unfettered, avoiding danger and becoming invincible. As long as one could avoid all attacks, they would be a form of invincibility. In his previous life's memories, Phantom Path Yenjun also shone on Etian Mountain, challenging demonic path gu masters and causing the demonic path to be in a terrible situation. Only when Mo Wu Tian appeared did he leave with heavy injuries. This blessed land's defense is not strong. The central area is so important, but only a bronze hall was built. Although it can be used for storage, its defense is weak. It looks good but is useless. If it was like Hu Immortal blessed land with Danghun Mountain's defense, it would be like a heavenly moat. Even Gu Immortals would have a headache. Even my former blessed land, which was made into a blood sea, is much better than this broken hall. Fang Yuan felt hatred in his heart. He walked to Feng Tianyu and kicked him awake. Get up. Fang Yuan said coldly. Feng Tianyu had worked hard and made great contributions. If not for him sharing most of the pressure, Fang Yuan would not have reached this stage. Master. He woke up, his eyes were bloodshot, his hair was messy like weeds and his face was pale. He trembled as he bowed towards Fang Yuan. Go out of the hall and block a rank 4 Phantom Path gu master, even if you have to sacrifice your life. Fang Yuan ordered coldly. Yes, subordinate, will do my best. Feng Tianyu bit his lips and immediately left. His primeval essence was almost used up, his battle strength was insufficient, moreover as a refinement path master, he was not good at fighting. This trip could be said to be certain death. But now Fang Yuan had to carry out the last step. She didn't have any other power at hand, so she could only use him as a counter. The most important thing now is the second aperture gu. Sacrificing a gu refinement master is nothing. Fang Yuan sat down cross-legged again, looking at the ever-changing radiance in the sky. At this stage, the second aperture gu was already more than half completed. It was between real and fake, between tangible and intangible. It couldn't be moved and it could only exist for 6 hours. 6 hours later, if the finishing touches were not carried out, the radiance would dissipate, and all the previous efforts would be in vain. There's no turning back. As long as I complete the final step, I can obtain the second aperture gu. But Fang Yuan subconsciously rubbed his lower abdomen, his gaze solemn. In the blessed land, time flowed 3 times faster than the outside world. The spring-autumn cicada healed very quickly, putting a lot of pressure on the aperture. At this moment, even though Fang Yuan's aperture was at rank 4 upper stage, it was unable to bear the burden. There were signs of cracks appearing on the aperture walls. Next, he still needed to use 2/3 watch gu, stacking them together. That would be 9 times the speed of time. At that time, would the aperture be able to withstand it? Fang Yuan wasn't a reckless person. Before refining the gu, he had already calculated it meticulously. This gamble he had a high chance of winning. As long as he had the second aperture and left the blessed land in time, he could gain a few more months of breathing time. By then he would have a backup plan. Third watch gu go. He calmed his mind, concentrating his mind and starting the finishing touches. Under the effect of third watch gu, that lump of radiance immediately accelerated. The radiance was dazzling, and it even gave off an indescribable mystical feeling. Divine travel gu expands space, third watch gu condenses time. This is the operation of the laws of the 2 paths of the universe, as expected of the gu path that has been passed down since the immemorial era. True knowledge comes from practice. Fang Yuan had some comprehension. As time passed, the effect of the first third watch gu was nearing its end. The radiance faintly solidified, showing signs of completion. The battle cries outside the hall became louder and louder, but be it Mo Wu Tian, Xiaomeng or Yan Jun, none of them charged in. Good, next I will use the second third watch gu. Seeing that it was about to succeed, Fang Yuan couldn't help but become excited. But right at this time, Bai Ning Bing transmitted, Fang Yuan, be careful. Tai Ruanan has broken through the defensive line and is heading towards you. Fang Yuan's expression changed. Right now he was fully concentrated and could not leave. How could he face the enemy? Feng Tianyu was also sent out. He had no defense around him at all. What to do? Bai Ning Bing, what are you doing? Why aren't you coming in to protect me? I can't move now. If I die, you will also die under the poison Vaogu. Fang Yuan transmitted angrily. He was helpless. He could only send Bai Ning Bing over. Without Bai Ning Bing's control, the dog groups outside would be like dragons without a leader, causing chaos. Not long later, the group of experts would charge in. But Fang Yuan could not care so much. Right now, he was like a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered, without any ability to retaliate. If no one was protecting him, he would be easily killed by Tai Ruanan. Fortunately, the gu refinement was already at its final stage. Only the second third watch gu was left. Fang Yuan could only place his hopes on time. As long as he used every second he had and finished the refinement, with the rank 4 and 5 movement gu he would be able to break out of the encirclement and escape. As for Bai Ning Bing, she was suitable to stay behind to block the enemy. She could be considered to be utilized to the extreme. As for how she would end up, it was not something Fang Yuan could consider now. Bam! The sacred hall's door was pushed open. Tai Ruanan walked in, and seeing the scene in the hall, she was dazed at first before reacting with surprise and joy. Little Beast King, today is the day of your death. Before she finished speaking, she pounced. She waved her hand and countless golden needles shot out. Bai Ning Bing. The aura of death was so dense that it assaulted his senses. Fang Yuan had no choice but to transmit his voice again. Swoosh. Cold wind blew, frost spread and condensed into an ice wall, blocking all the golden needles. At the next moment, Bai Ning Bing also appeared at the entrance of the hall. But her condition was clearly not good. Her body was bathed in blood and full of injuries. One of the most serious injuries. On her back, from her shoulder to her abdomen, it was so deep that her bones could be seen. Her clothes were stained with green leaves, her silver-white hair was also burnt, and her entire left arm was black and purple. It was evident that she was poisoned. Quickly stop her. Fang Yuan growled, I only need this bit of time. If you have the mood to talk nonsense, you might as well hurry up and refine the gu. Bai Ning Bing gritted her teeth, scolding angrily. She caught up in a few steps and started fighting with Tai Ruanan. Tai Ruanan sneered, her golden needles shot out like lightning, her attacks were extremely fierce. Bai Ning Bing gritted her teeth and persevered. She was heavily injured, her battle strength was less than a tenth of her original strength, and soon fell into a dangerous situation. After a few rounds of fighting, Bai Ning Bing's injuries were severe, the intense pain caused her leg to sprain and her body to sway. Tai Ruanan sharply grasped the opportunity. She suddenly attacked viciously. Bai Ning Bing suffered another heavy injury, falling to the ground. I will kill you first. Tai Ruanan's forehead flashed, the imprint on her forehead turned solid. It formed into a golden flying dagger that shot out. Swoosh. The golden flying dagger pierced through the air, missing Bai Ning Bing's neck by a few millimeters, stabbing into the bronze floor. Bai Ning Bing rolled in time, dodging the fatal attack. She shouted, How much longer do you need? Fang Yuan's heart was pounding, he gritted his teeth and shouted, Just a bit more. Even if you die, you have to hold on. If I die, you won't be able to live either. Bai Ning Bing's curses were interrupted by Tai Ruanan's attack. Tai Ruanan's attacks came wave after wave. Bai Ning Bing was forced to retreat. She could only dodge, struggling on the line between life and death. The situation was extremely dangerous. After a few rounds, Bai Ning Bing breathed roughly, I can't hold on anymore. Fang Yuan, I am going to self-detonate. Your aptitude, has it returned to 100%? Fang Yuan was shocked. Nonsense. Bai Ning Bing scolded. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. Bai Ning Bing returning to the northern dark ice soul physique was inevitable. But he did not expect it to be so fast. According to his deductions, even if he had 3 times the time in the blessed land, it would still take several months. Fang Yuan was at the critical juncture of gu refinement. He could not think too much. The self-detonation of one of the 10 extreme physiques was extremely powerful. Even a rank 5 Gu master would have to avoid it. Once Bai Ning Bing self-detonated, it would greatly affect the entire battle. Try to hold on unless absolutely necessary. Fang Yuan shouted. He was refining Gu with his back facing the door. He could not observe the fight between Tai Ruanan and Tai Ruanan. But the response he got was a deep sigh from Bai Ning Bing. It's too late. The next moment, Fang Yuan felt cold air permeating the hall, the temperature plummeting. Crack crack. The sound of ice condensing could be heard continuously. What Gu is this? Tai Ruanan's exclamation was also transmitted to Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan barely managed to turn his head to look, only to see that the hall had already turned into a world of ice and snow. Bai Ning Bing floated in the air, her whole body had already turned into ice crystals, just like when she self-detonated on Qing Mao Mountain. Cold wind howled, the glacier gradually rose, carrying a vast and majestic aura as it heavily crashed towards Tai Ruanan. Tai Ruanan's expression was fierce as she quickly retreated. But the hall's door had already been frozen. She was like a turtle in a jar, trapped in the ice layer. Don't tell me this is the legendary Northern Dark Ice Soul physique? Tai Ruanan exclaimed, suddenly reacting. But it was too late, she was sealed in the ice layer like an insect in amber. The ice layer did not stop, instead spreading towards Fang Yuan. Bai Ning Bing? Bai Ning Bing. Fang Yuan shouted anxiously, but Bai Ning Bing did not respond. Her body had almost become one with the frost, and her entire face had become indistinct. Her crystal-like blue pupils were no longer dazzling, as if they had completely dimmed. Damn it. Fang Yuan was so anxious that his head was hurting, the ice had already reached his body, he could only activate Yang Gu. Yang Gu flew out and landed on Bai Ning Bing's body. Immediately the Yang energy turned cold, and a whirlpool of primeval qi formed. After so many years, the scene on Qing Mao Mountain had once again replayed itself. The ice stopped spreading, but this distraction almost caused the Gu refinement to fail. Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat, he quickly focused his attention, no longer caring about what was behind him. Under his hard work, the rainbow light finally condensed, forming the second aperture Gu. Immortal Gu. I finally succeeded. At this moment, Fang Yuan's heart was bursting with joy. All his hard work, all the risks, he had obtained the most satisfying result. Swoosh. Right at this time, a sharp ice blade pierced through Fang Yuan's heart, piercing through his back and exposing his chest. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size, he looked back with difficulty. Bai Ning Bing? Chapter 401. At this moment, the bronze hall was deathly silent. Time seemed to have frozen, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, the rank 6 second aperture Gu was floating in the air in front of him. The immortal Gu refinement was a success, but Fang Yuan's attention was not on this immortal Gu at all. He turned his head with difficulty, looking at Bai Ning Bing behind him, his gaze revealing deep suspicion. Bai Ning Bing, who had returned to his male body, held the handle of his ice blade, expressionlessly standing behind him. Tai Ruanan slowly walked over, staring at Fang Yuan, her expression seeming both sad and happy. Fang Yuan, you never thought this day would come, right? Fang Yuan pretended not to hear her, only looking at Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing looked down at Fang Yuan, returning to being a man. His body was taller, he wore a snow-white gown, his silver hair fluttering in the wind, his blue eyes deep and cold. He was like a glacier, cold and aloof. You never thought of it, right? Fang Yuan, in the end you lost to me. Looking at Fang Yuan, Bai Ning Bing lightly smiled. Ever since I revived on Qing Mao Mountain, I have been thinking about how to return to my male body. In the days I spent with you, I was firmly controlled by you. I could only become your chess piece and be manipulated by you. You are not the strongest enemy in my life, but I admit, you are the most terrifying one. Oh Fang Yuan, you are a natural schemer, ruthless and ruthless. You can be said to be a peerless hero. But I, Bai Ning Bing, am not an ordinary person. How can I become someone else's subordinate? The more you control me, squeeze me, use me, I am constantly thinking of how to escape, turn the tables and counterattack. But the Yang Gu is in your hands, with just a thought, you can make it self-detonate. Thus, I held back from taking action, racking my brains to think of a countermeasure. Finally, one day I had a flash of inspiration and thought of a method. Actually, making you hand over your Gu worms on your own, I had already succeeded once on Qing Mao Mountain. Hehe, that's right, that is to reenact the situation on Qing Mao Mountain. When I self-detonate again, it will be time for you to use Yanggu. Because of this, I began to secretly plot. The smile on Bai Ningbing's face gradually spread. If I want to self-detonate, of course it will not be a true self-detonation. There is still the possibility of you not using the Yanggu. So I chose Ice Crystal Gu. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. In Shang Clan City, Bai Ningbing chose the ice path. Among them there were 3 Transformation Gu, Frost Demon Gu, Snow Woman Gu, and Ice Crystal Gu. Wei Yang had once strongly suggested to Bai Ningbing to choose Snow Woman Gu. Snow Woman Gu was suitable for female Gu masters. As for Ice Crystal Gu, it was suitable for males. Bai Ningbing was a woman, but she chose Ice Crystal Gu. Wei Yang felt that it was a pity. You thought of it? Bai Ningbing laughed. That's right, I did not choose the Ice Crystal Gu in a fit of pique. It was the Snow Woman Gu's transformation into a snow woman. The image was obvious and could not be concealed. But after turning into ice crystals with the help of the Ice Explosion Gu, it could create a majestic scene, extremely similar to the self-detonation of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Look, didn't I deceive you earlier? If I was not distracted during the Gu refinement, I would have sensed something fishy. How could you have succeeded so easily? Fang Yuan scoffed. Bai Ningbing, however, showed a serious expression, nodding. That's right. You are meticulous and observant. After I thought of this method, I felt it was not appropriate. There was a high chance of failure. Moreover, there was a turning point at that time. I even wanted to give up on this plan. The turning point Bai Ningbing was talking about was none other than the poison vow Gu. I was thinking, a man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. If I can use the poison vow to achieve my goal, so what if I am used for a period of time? Bai Ningbing's gaze was like smoke, recalling. But the following development made me realize that the poison vow Gu is not reliable. The poison vow between you and Shang Yizi, even though it was broken ingeniously, I still felt that you were too fearless. I've actually secretly investigated the contract with the Bai clan, but the rumor still leaked out afterwards, which makes me feel that something is wrong. I've learned one thing from you. Prepare for the best and prepare for the worst. Thus, I had to consider this situation. If the poison vow Gu does not restrict you, how should I deal with it? I know, if that is the case, then I am already in a desperate situation. I am restricted by the poison vow, but you are not. I am a pawn for you to use without any ability to retaliate. With my own strength, I cannot escape this predicament, but in Shang Clan City, there is someone who can help me. Speaking of this person, I have to thank you for introducing me, Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing showed a mocking smile. He thought of the first time he met Dr. Sushou. At that time it was at Shang Yanfei's clan banquet. To thank Fang and Bai for escorting Shang Xnci back to the clan, Shang Yanfei summoned Dr. Sushou to restore Fang Yuan's appearance. To make Bai Ningbing give up, Fang Yuan purposely asked her to come along. When Bai Ningbing met Dr. Sushou with her true appearance, the latter's attitude immediately changed, becoming extremely gentle and kind. Dr. Sushou was one of the 4 great doctors of Southern Border. She had a strange habit. She was obsessed with good looks. She liked handsome men and beautiful women. As long as they had good looks, she would treat them for free. If they were ugly, she would loathe them. No matter how high the reward was, she would not treat them. Bai Ningbing asked about the yin-yang rotation Gu, and Dr. Sushou's reply made her understand the importance of the yang Gu in Fang Yuan's hands. But at the same time, Bai Ningbing became acquainted with Dr. Sushou. Before leaving, Dr. Sushou solemnly promised him that no matter what difficulties he faced, he could come and find her. Cough cough. Fang Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood. The ice blade had pierced through his heart, but with the support of his healing Gu, he was barely able to survive. But the coldness of the ice blade caused his blood flow to slow down. The intense coldness caused numbness to spread throughout his body. But in his heart, these injuries were already minor details. This person you are talking about, could it be Dr. Sushou? As expected of Fang Yuan, you guessed correctly. Bai Ningbing praised. This slut. Fang Yuan cursed fiercely but had new suspicions. But you only met once, didn't you? No, wait, there was a second time. Fang Yuan was halfway through his words when he suddenly recalled something. In Shang Clan City, Bai Ningbing and Dr. Sushou had met for the second time. At that time, Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu fought. They were only 1 move apart, but regrettably lost, suffering heavy injuries and even losing her vital Gu. She went to Dr. Sushou's place to receive treatment and recuperate. Don't tell me? Fang Yuan suddenly thought of something. His gaze was like lightning, piercing towards Bai Ningbing, as if this was the first time he saw this cold and handsome young man. Bai Ningbing smiled lightly, her blue eyes were eerie. It seems you have guessed it. That's right, I lost the battle with Yen Tu on purpose. A vital goo is nothing, but in exchange for a chance to not arouse your suspicions, isn't it worth it? At that time I decided to take a gamble. Bai Ningbing went to Dr. Su Shou's place and based on his intuition he took a risk. He confessed the rough truth to Dr. Su Shou. Dr. Su Shou sympathized with his predicament, and decided to help him escape from Fang Yuan's demonic claws. Bai Ningbing asked her if there was a way to get rid of the poison vow in this world. Dr. Su Shou answered that she could not get rid of the poison vow, but there was a way to get rid of the restriction of the poison vow. She recalled. Once when she was young and ignorant she was deceived by a junior brother, and used the poison vow goo, making a love vow that she would never betray him. Later to get rid of the poison vow she used this method. Bai Ningbing asked, "What method is it?" Dr. Su Shou's gaze was solemn as she said, "Putting oneself in a desperate situation to be reborn. Once the poison vow goo activates, it would cause the oath-taker to die." Dr. Su Shou was a healing goo master. Her method was to purposely let the poison vow activate, and when the goo master dies the poison vow would be removed, and the goo master would be reborn. This method is equivalent to forcefully dismantling the poison. Most healing goo masters cannot do it even if they think of it. I only managed to do it because of my special inheritance. Even so, there is a 1 in 3 chance of failure. Once you fail you will die. You need to think carefully. Dr. Su Shou warned. Bai Ningbing immediately decided to use this method. With Dr. Su Shou's help, he was lucky enough to get rid of the poison vow goo's restriction. Without the poison vow goo's restriction, Bai Ningbing secretly contacted Tai Clan, and Tai Ruanan found out the truth. The one in front of her was Fang Yuan and not Fang Zheng. At the same time she also understood what happened on Qingmao Mountain. To deal with Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing and Tai Ruanan started a secret collaboration. We had once set up a trap using iron cabinet goo and Qi Turn goo to set up the place, and a good show of self-detonation would happen there. But you did not come to rescue us. I could only bring my subordinates and rush to Sancha Mountain and make my next move. Tai Ruanan said. Back then Bai Ningbing was trapped by the 4 old-timers of Tai Clan for many days. On the surface, it was because Bai Ningbing killed a Tai Clan goo master in the inheritance so Tai Clan took revenge. But in truth, it was a plot against Fang Yuan. What happened next was that Fang Yuan fought 1 against 7, slaughtering the Tai Clan group and finally Tai Mu Bai appeared. Tai Ruanan received Tai Mu Bai's teachings, and while cultivating she patiently waited for Bai Ningbing's news. This was also one of the reasons why even though she hated Fang Yuan, she did not take the initiative to search for him. But afterwards, Fang Yuan shocked the world with a single brilliant feat, and after entering the 3 kings' inheritance, he firmly controlled the entire situation. Tai Mu Bai's death made Bai Ningbing choose to remain silent, and hide even deeper. He used Fang Yuan's trust to command the dog group. With the land spirit's death, he could no longer look down on the battlefield, and the pressure on the battlefield rose again. But at the same time, without the land spirit's surveillance, Bai Ningbing felt relaxed. He was still worried and probed Fang Yuan, purposely sending Yan Jun in. As he expected, Feng Tianyu was lured out, which proved that the land spirit was dead. Bai Ningbing was secretly happy, and once again sent Tai Ruanan and the 4 old-timers in. The reason why Tai Ruanan was the first to enter the hall was also because of this. Fang Yuan, I advise you to surrender obediently. Right now, our Tai Clan enslavement master Tai Bai Chi is controlling the dog group, and everyone is helpless. Outside the hall, the 4 old-timers are using iron cabinet goo and Qi Turn goo to seal the space, and no one can sneak in. Only surrender, that is your only way out. Tai Ruanan walked over, holding the 2nd aperture goo as she announced his fate. Chapter 402. There are countless heroes in this world. After a moment of silence, Fang Yuan raised his head and heaved a long sigh. High-speed update, Bai Ningbing. What a Bai Ningbing, I underestimated you and fell into your hands. You won beautifully, your plan was also very precise. I was careless and focused on the immortal goo, allowing you to have your way. It was my mistake. You flatter me. I was able to scheme against you this time because of the right timing, location and people. If I were you, refining the immortal goo while scheming against everyone, I would not have done as well as you. Bai Ningbing replied seriously, but at this point the winner takes all. I advise you not to struggle pointlessly. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, You did not kill me because you wanted to obtain the immortal goo and know its effect, as well as the recipe of the immortal goo in my mind. Now that the land spirit was dead, the blessed land was about to collapse. There were loopholes everywhere, and without the suppression of the heavenly force, goo masters could freely use their goo worms. That was to say, with just a thought from Fang Yuan, all the goo worms would self-detonate. Bai Ning Bing Tai Ruanan and the rest could not stop him in time. Tai Ruanan, Tai Mu Bai and the rest died in my hands. You can only redeem yourself by taking this immortal goo back, otherwise, you will lose your young master position. Fang Yuan smiled sinisterly. Tai Ruanan was expressionless, replying calmly, that's right. Immortal goo are unique and extremely important. If I take it back, it will be a great merit. I can even receive the nurturing and rewards of the clan's goo immortals. And the recipe of the immortal goo refinement, only you know it. If I can offer it up, I will immediately become Tai clan's young clan leader. In the future, when I ascend to the clan leader position, I will follow Lord Tai Mu Bai's example and promote justice and justice. After all these matters, I have already thought it through. To uphold justice, I cannot do it without strong personal strength and influence. That is the only way. Only then can I repay Lord Tai Mu Bai's kindness in nurturing me, and let him rest in peace in the afterlife. At this point, Tai Ruanan thought of the Tai clansman who had died in Fang Yuan's hands and her eyes turned red. There was hatred and anger, but also the excitement of revenge. She took a deep breath and stared at Fang Yuan. As for you, Guyue Fang Yuan, I won't kill you. You were able to refine an immortal goo with a mere mortal body. Such talent in goo refinement is truly impressive. As long as you surrender, I'll send you into the Tai clan's demon-subduing pagoda. In the future you will repent and start anew. Once you leave the tower, serve the Tai clan and contribute to the righteous path. This is the best way to make up for your sins. Demon-suppressing pagoda. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. You make it sound really nice. Yee, you want immortal goo? Sure, let's make a deal. Fang Yuan explained the details of the deal. He quietly listened to the movements outside the hall. He was stalling for time. The current situation seemed hopeless, but there was still a chance of victory. Fang Yuan was exhausted because of the goo refinement. He did not have enough primeval essence in his aperture, the rank 4 all-out effort goo was not refined, and many beast phantoms were consumed during the refinement. He could not use brute force. Fang Yuan was not in his best condition. Bai Ning Bing and Tai Ruanan came prepared, and there were also the 4 old-timers of Tai clan outside. There was also Tai Bai Chi who controlled the dog group. Spring-autumn cicada was a good method to turn the situation around, but there was a huge risk of death. Unless he had no other choice, Fang Yuan did not want to use it. The true chance to turn the situation around lies with the experts outside the hall. Just the dog group and the 4 old-timers cannot block them all the time. As long as they attack, the situation will change. Fate was truly fickle. Not long ago, Fang Yuan was still using all sorts of methods to block the experts, but now he could not wait for the experts to charge into the hall. Damn Tai clan, you are the mastermind. The old patriarch of the Tai clan, Tai Mu Bai, personally came. What attracted him here? We should have thought of it. Even if Tai clan is a super clan, don't think of monopolizing it. Everyone has a share of the immortal treasure. On the intense battlefield, everyone was in a frenzy. Looking at the direction of the bronze hall, many goo masters were spewing fire from anger. A purple light barrier covered the whole bronze hall. Tai clan's 4 old-timers each occupied 4 directions, guarding it tightly. Meanwhile, Tai Bai Chi was standing at the entrance of the hall, commanding the dog group from above. He was an old man with a head full of white hair, and a third eye on his forehead, shining brightly. He was a rank 5 enslavement path goo master, an elder of Tai clan, and was once Tai Mu Bai's capable subordinate. After receiving Tai Mu Bai's summon, he broke out of his closed-door cultivation and came to Sancha Mountain. Right now, Tai Bai Chi was smiling as he looked at the battlefield. Under his command, the dog group's battle strength was several times higher than before. Tai Bai Chi did not care about his losses and blocked all the experts. This old fool is really troublesome. Mo Wu Tian's black hair fluttered in the wind as he breathed roughly. In front of him, Dog Emperor Ba Huang was already bathed in blood, and was in a worse state than Mo Wu Tian. But soon the healing goo on its body activated, and under the milky white light, Ba Huang's injuries recovered rapidly. Mo Wu Tian was about to follow up with another attack, when a large group of green Hua dogs charged from the side. This again. Mo Wu Tian gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to kill these reinforcements first. Using this chance, Ba Huang regained its breath, and its injuries recovered greatly, becoming fierce again. Compared to the situation where Bai Ningbing could not take care of the Dog Emperor, Tai Baichi was more at ease. He controlled the entire battlefield, controlling the situation, fully displaying the strong side of the enslavement path. On the other side, Xiaomeng was also heavily taken care of by Tai Baichi. This won't do, the immortal treasure is going to be taken by Tai clan. Xiaomeng was anxious and hateful, but Dog Emperor Ba Ming was blocking in front of him, preventing him from entering the hall. "Bastard, you forced me!" Xiaomeng roared in anger, flying into the sky. A huge hole had already appeared in the sky, tens of mu in size. Outside the hole was the sky of the outside world, clouds were lingering and the sky was clear. Xiaomeng flew out of the hole, raising his hands. Rank 4, gather light goo. Large amounts of sunlight gathered in his palms. The light gathered into a huge ball, and compared to it, Xiaomeng was like an ant carrying a rice bowl. Rank 5, extreme light goo. The glory of the immemorial era gathered into the ball of light. Immediately, a qualitative change occurred, and the whole ball of light was dyed with the glory of the immemorial era. Rank 5, river under the sun goo. The ball of light exploded, turning into water of light. Each drop was like a fragment of the sun, extremely dazzling. Killer move, torrential light river. The river of light surged, waves surging, pouring into the blessed land from the hole. The light was resplendent, and the waves were like raging waves. The hill was illuminated in white, and countless people squinted their eyes, resisting this intense light. Not good. Tai Baichi tried to block it, but the river of light had already formed and was majestic. It could only weaken a portion. The majestic river of light was like a waterfall, crashing heavily on the purple light barrier. The light barrier only lasted for a moment before shattering. The 4 old-timers of Tai clan who were supporting the light barrier spurted out blood, and were extremely exhausted. The river of light broke through the light barrier, but was weakened by more than half. But it did not stop, crashing on the bronze hall. A huge hole was immediately created in the hall, and the waterfall of light poured down, facing Fang, Bai and Tai. Facing Bai Ningbing, Tai Ruanan's pupils shrunk. She subconsciously tried to dodge. Fang Yuan, who had been waiting for a good opportunity, quickly reacted, and activated his primeval essence. Warp Goo. He activated this rank 5 movement goo. This goo was his spoils of war from killing killer ghost Dr. Chojio. Swoosh. Fang Yuan disappeared on the spot with the immortal goo. The river of light crashed on the floor. A huge pit was formed with a diameter of 10 meters. Tai and Baichi dodged in time and stood at the edge of the pit, looking very calm. He escaped after all, It seems he used warp goo. I think this goo came from killer ghost doctor. Tai Ruanan analyzed calmly. Are we letting him escape like this? Bai Ningbing looked at Tai Ruanan. Did you forget the fixed star goo? Don't worry, even if he escapes to the ends of the world, Tai clan's 4 old-timers can capture him. Let him go out now and expend some of his primeval essence and energy. That will save us the trouble of having to fight. Tai Ruanan smiled, her tone had the demeanor of a great general. After going through so many hardships, she had truly matured a lot. An intense pain assaulted him and Fang Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling dizzy. A feeling of disgust almost made him fall down on the spot, as if his organs were in chaos. Warp goo was a space path goo. It could tear through space and move the goo master's body. It had a strong effect, but it also had a strong side effect. Goo masters who frequently used warp goo would have their muscles tangled, blood would flow in reverse, and bones would be dislocated. In terms of appearance, the goo master would become uglier and uglier, and no matter how proper their appearance was, they would become crooked. To use warp goo, one would need to use other goo worms to modify their body. But at this moment, Fang Yuan could not care so much. Second aperture goo, I'll leave it to you for now. I will return this debt to you 100-fold. Fang Yuan quickly assessed his surroundings, and found that he had been teleported outside the hall, but was still close to the bronze hall. Large numbers of dog beasts pounced at him, and he decisively chose to retreat. Although second aperture goo was taken by Tai Ruanan, the control was still in Fang Yuan's hands. He had refined second aperture goo single-handedly, and now with just a thought, this immortal goo would self-detonate. However, Fang Yuan would not do such a foolish thing unless he had no other choice. This battle has just begun. Bai Ningbing, Tai Ruanan, just you wait. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. To use second aperture goo, immortal essence was needed, or a vast amount of Yuan stones could be used instead. As for Fang Yuan, he was even more unable to store this immortal goo in his aperture. Spring-autumn cicada's pressure was already huge. If he stored another immortal goo, Fang Yuan's aperture would explode. If the immortal goo was not stored in the aperture, its aura would leak out and be sensed by everyone. If Fang Yuan snatched the immortal goo and ran out, he would immediately become everyone's target, facing the encirclement of 2 rank 5s, over 10 rank 4s and countless rank 3 and rank 2 goo masters. Tai Ruanan obtained the immortal goo, she will definitely become everyone's main target. Hehe, I'll let you fight while I watch from the sidelines and become the fisherman who benefits in the end. Fang Yuan decided to retreat and recover his battle strength before finding a chance to strike. However, things did not go according to his wishes. Many sharp-eyed goo masters discovered Fang Yuan's movements and shouted, "Who is it?" "It's Little Beast King, he seems to have come out from the Bronze Hall. Quick, 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 stop him. He must have obtained a portion of the immortal treasure." The voices attracted even more people's attention. The goo masters near Fang Yuan immediately turned around and attacked Fang Yuan. But the first to attack was a small group of heavy Tai dogs. Chapter 403. Damn it. Fang Yuan cursed, waving his hand and sending out a golden dragon. Unspecified currency website. Unspecified currency. The golden dragon whizzed past, crushing these heavy Tai hounds into meat paste and opening a path. "Little Beast King, where are you going? Hand over the immortal treasure." Ichong arrived in front of Fang Yuan, waves surging towards him. Bone wings goo. Fang Yuan flapped his wings, dodging the waves and flying towards the sky. "Little Beast King, you should stay." Ihua waved his hand, the firebird flew towards Fang Yuan. Golden aurora goo. Fang Yuan's body was covered in a layer of golden light. His speed rose rapidly and after getting rid of the firebird, he retreated. This huge commotion attracted Mo Wu Tian and Xiao Mang's attention. Xiao Mang sent out a giant hand of light, the size of an elephant, flying rapidly and grabbing at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan turned around and dodged. But at this time he heard a gentle voice calling out to him. This voice was like the whisper of a lover, or the longing call of a loved one. Those who did not know could not help but be captivated and distracted. Mo Wu Tian's tender emotion goo. Fang Yuan was shocked and quickly struggled free, but his movement was still sluggish as the giant hand of light grabbed at him again. Oh no! It was too late to dodge now. Fang Yuan could only use his goo worm to attack instead of defend. Bam! With a loud sound, the giant hand of light was destroyed, while Fang Yuan fell towards the ground like a broken kite, leaving a trail of blood behind him. The sound of wind whistling in his ears woke up the unconscious Fang Yuan. Realizing he was falling, he quickly activated his goo worm and shouted, "Tai Ruanan obtained the peerless immortal goo and is refining it." Mo Wu Tian and Xiao Mang's attention was immediately diverted. Immortal goo. The crowd was in an uproar, falling into an incomparable frenzy. Tai Bai Chi's pressure rose sharply. Fang Yuan obtained a breather and immediately activated Wu Gui's movement goo. Large patches of dark clouds rose, he hid in the dark clouds and continued to retreat. But at this moment, suddenly chains extended from the void. They were as nimble as snakes and as fast as lightning, binding Fang Yuan's limbs. Then the chains quickly wrapped around him tightly. It spread rapidly, binding Fang Yuan and dragging him into the void. In the next moment, Fang Yuan reappeared in the Bronze Hall. The 4 elders of the Tai family occupied the 4 cardinal directions, surrounding him. They squatted on the ground. He straightened his right palm and held his right wrist with his left hand, activating the goo worm together. A long black iron chain extended from each of their palms. Tai Clan's 4 elders killer move, limitless search and lock. At the same time, Central Continent Heaven Ladder Mountain. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain. The fight for the ownership of Hu Immortal Blessed Land had reached its final stage. Fangjing, you can do it. Victory is just around the corner. Master Tenshu's voice rang out. It echoed in Fangjing's heart. Compared to before, his voice was filled with extreme fatigue and weakness. Yes, only one opponent is left. Fangjing gritted his teeth, his whole body was covered in sweat. His body was on the verge of collapsing, but he showed a resolute will. The great Xiao Qixing was actually surpassed by an unknown nobody? Xiao Qixing's eyes were wide open as he watched Fangjing climb and surpass him. Sigh, to think the final outcome would be like this. Ing Xingji heaved a long sigh and suddenly let go, falling down from the mountain. He was the furthest from the peak, and after seeing Fang Jing's performance he knew he had no chance of winning, so he directly admitted defeat. Who immortal land spirit naturally would not sit and watch him fall to his death. She lightly snapped her fingers and teleported Ying Xingji to the outside world. Climb, continue to climb. Fang Jing's hands and feet were already torn, dripping with blood. The closer he got to the peak, the more intense the tremors his soul received. Fang Jing could not think of anything else, only the scene of the peak was left in his eyes. He had already squeezed out all his potential, he was extremely exhausted. This was exertion that surpassed the limits of his body. This kid. Feng Kim Hong could not help but be moved. Fang Jing was clearly exhausted, but there seemed to be an endless strength supporting him. Peek peek. Fang Jing gritted his teeth, there was only this one thought in his heart. He climbed up step by step, gradually surpassing Feng Kim Hong, officially taking the lead. Right now he was only 10 feet away from the peak. Even the adorable Hu immortal land spirit stood at the edge of the cliff, looking down fixedly at the birth of its new master. Outside the blessed land, the Gu immortals who had been paying attention had already started to sigh. Congratulations He Fengyang, your crane gate won slightly this time. If only I still had that rank 6 exquisite small shift Gu, or star shuttle Gu, fixed immortal travel Gu or self-movement Gu, the result of this battle would have been different. The Gu immortals had different attitudes, some congratulated calmly, some felt regret. I was lucky. He Fengyang spoke modestly but his voice could not conceal his joy. But right at this time a Gu immortal sneered. He Fengyang, I will have to disappoint you. This Hu immortal inheritance is destined to belong to my spirit affinity house. The moment he said that, a change occurred in the blessed land. Feng Kim Hong gave a delicate shout, a pair of dazzling wings grew from her shoulders. This pair of wings was extremely gorgeous. All kinds of radiance continuously flowed about, dazzling and resplendent. With a light flap, the golden phoenix radiance slowly rose up. What? This is the legendary immortal Gu, Dream Wings? Dream Wings was a very special immortal Gu. It did not exist in the real world, it could only be found in dreams. What activated it was not immortal essence, but the Gu master's spirit and soul. Feng Kim Hong only had a mortal body. Forcefully activating Dream Wings now would cause severe damage to her soul. At best she would lose her memories, at worst she would become demented. But the prideful her had never failed since she was born. She could not allow Fang Jing to become the sole victor in front of her. Even if I have to pay the heaviest price, I must obtain victory. Under Fang Jing's shocked gaze, not far away, Feng Kim Hong slowly flew up, easily surpassing him and regaining her lead. Dream Wings suddenly retracted. Feng Jin Huang climbed on the edge of the cliff, panting heavily. The dizziness that came from her soul was so strong that she almost fainted. She had reached her limit. Forcefully activating an immortal Gu, it was not easy for Feng Kim Hong to reach this step. I actually lost. Fang Jing stared with wide eyes, he was in a daze. Right now Feng Kim Hong was so close to the peak. In fact, her hands were already at the edge of the cliff, she was only a small step away. I want to win. At this moment, Feng Kim Hong used all her strength to raise her head, exerting her final bit of strength. Her eyes. They were bright like amber. Her face was peerlessly beautiful. Her snow-white and slender neck, under the pink light of the blessed land, had a jade-like halo. She was like a young phoenix, spreading its beautiful wings for the first time in the world. Splendid and glorious. At once, even the Gu immortals were dazed. She bit her lips, placing her arms on the edge of the cliff with difficulty. Then she used all her remaining strength to drag her heavy body up. Finally, she almost rolled up the mountain peak. She succeeded. The sole victor of this battle, the new owner of Hu immortal blessed land. Southern border, Sancha Mountain Bronze Hall. Fang Yuan's hands were tied by chains. Fang Yuan, we meet again. Tai Ruanan stood in front of Fang Yuan, laughing heartily. By Ning Bing's side, it is useless, Fang Yuan. I have already secretly planted a fixed star Gu in your left arm. With this Gu's location, limitless search and lock can break through space and capture you. There is no use even if you escape to the ends of the world. You have already lost this round, accept your fate. What? Fang Yuan looked down, only to see a Gu in his left arm. This Gu was an immemorial star fragment. It was like a diamond with 8 corners, sparkling and translucent. Right now, it was shining with starlight, shining on Fang Yuan's left arm, turning it into a translucent eerie blue color. By Ning Bing. Fang Yuan shouted furiously. He struggled crazily, causing the chains to collide and clatter. In his previous life, Tai Clan's 4 old-timers had used this killer move to capture Kong Ri Tian. To think that in this life this move would be used on Fang Yuan. Earlier, when Bai Ningbing was trapped by Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, Fang Yuan did not go to help because he was wary of this limitless search and lock. Once Fang Yuan was located by limitless search and lock, no matter where he escaped to, the chains would stretch out from the void to capture him. But without fixed star goo, limitless search and lock would be like a headless fly, nothing to worry about. This fixed star goo was personally given to me by Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, and I have trained it for a long time. Do you know when I planted it in you? It was when you instilled yellow gold primeval essence into me and washed my aperture, right? No one knows, right? Bai Ningbing's eyes were filled with a cold smile. This move was like taking drastic measures, completely shattering Fang Yuan's hopes of counterattacking. Fixed star goo, good Bai Ningbing, you are the best. Fang Yuan stared at Bai Ningbing, gritting his teeth. Tai Ruanan slowly persuaded, Fang Yuan, you have been hit by limitless search and lock. Right now, the goo worms in your body have been sealed, you cannot even use a trace of primeval essence. You have no hope left. Of course, you can still use your thoughts to make your goo worms self-detonate. But I advise you not to make such a choice. You are a smart person, you should know which choice is beneficial to you, right? Fang Yuan lowered his head, becoming silent. Earlier, he had activated his goo worms, but limitless search and lock was not an undeserved reputation. It was a killer move that combined space path and restriction path. Even the rank 5 teleportation goo was sealed and could not be used. Everything is over, Fang Yuan. Demon Suppression Tower will be your final resting place, you can spend the rest of your life there. Bai Ningbing sighed, seeing that his great enemy was finally captured. He had a complex feeling like joy and sorrow. Chapter 404. Fang Yuan slowly raised his head and looked at the sky through the hole in the bronze palace. A huge hole had formed in the sky of the blessed land, connecting to the outside world. From Fang Yuan's angle, he could see the southern border's sun. The sun was setting. It was almost dusk. 4:45 in the afternoon. At this hour, Feng Kim Hong should have just inherited Hu Immortal Blessed Land, right? Fang Yuan thought. In his previous life, he teamed up with demonic path Gu Immortals to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land and occupy Danghun Mountain. In the end, he paid a huge price to kill Feng Kim Hong and narrowly escaped death. After Feng Kim Hong's death, the Righteous Path mourned and wrote a biography of Feng Kim Hong. According to the biography, Feng Kim Hong had 3 fortuitous encounters in his life. His first fortuitous encounter was when he was 3 years old. He obtained the immortal Gu Dream Wings in his sleep. The second opportunity was the Hu Immortal Legacy. He had successfully reached the summit at 5:15 in the afternoon. Feng Kim Hong has the immortal Gu Dream Wings. Hu Immortal inheritance is definitely hers. If he didn't fall too far behind her, he would need to have a second aperture. What a pity, in the end you failed on the verge of success. He sighed in his heart, but his unfocused gaze gradually focused again. He still had a chance to turn the tables. He had not completely lost yet, because he still had the Spring-Autumn Cicada. Limitless Search Lock could seal rank 5 Gu, but it could not seal rank 6 Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan raised his eyes and took one last look at Bai Ningbing and the rest. There was nothing much to say. This time, if he succeeded, there was still hope. If he failed, then there was no point in talking about it. Why is he so calm? Bai Ningbing, Tai Ruanan and the rest felt that something was amiss. Bang! Fang Yuan blew himself up. In an instant, the spring and autumn cicada shone with green and orange light, and a mysterious aura spread out. All of Fang Yuan's Gu worms, all of his primeval essence, all of his flesh and soul. They all self-destructed. Every time he used the spring and autumn cicada, it was a huge gamble. Fang Yuan was in a desperate situation, and he was determined to bet everything he had. Everything from the explosion was poured into the spring-autumn cicada. The spring-autumn cicada turned into a speck of light, carrying the last bit of Fang Yuan's will, shattering the void and arriving at the most famous forbidden land of this world, the River of Time. The Gu Master World was surrounded by 5 regions: Southern Border, Northern Plains, Western Desert, Eastern Sea, and Central Continent. Another River of Time ran through the past, present, and future. Wuxia. Space and time are the foundation of the world. Hua hua hua. The waters of the River of Time surged, the tides rose and fell, the waves surging. Every single drop of the water of time was pale white, but there were billions of droplets of it. Every single time they collided, tangled, and spun, they would erupt with the most dazzling and resplendent flowing lights. In this desolate and colorful river, the spring and autumn cicada was like a wandering child that had returned home. It flapped its wings and carried Fang Yuan's consciousness against the current. For Fang Yuan. This was the third time he had used the spring and autumn cicada. The first time he entered the river of time, he had no experience at all. The second time he had no choice but to self-destruct. The time was too short. This time he was mentally prepared. He finally experienced the feeling of going against the current. This feeling was so mystical and wonderful. Countless lights and shadows. It was like a movie being played in reverse, appearing in his consciousness. It was like a breath of time. Or like it had roamed for countless years. The dangerous huge waves crashed over again and again. The spring and autumn cicada soon lost its vitality. The energy from its self-destruction was used up. It struggled for a while before diving into one of the water droplets and vanishing. Fang Yuan blinked. The scene in front of him had already changed. Wait, everything can be discussed. I can promise you I will tell you the correct path, but you have to guarantee my safety. I have a poison Vao Gu on me. A familiar begging voice could be heard. Fang Yuan followed the voice and looked down, seeing Wang Xiao who was below his feet. He stared blankly for a moment, and then his heart thumped wildly. His expression changed, revealing an unconcealable ecstasy. Ha, I succeeded again, I won the bet, I have been reborn again. Fang Yuan raised his arms and shouted, laughing towards the sky. Wang Xiao, Fang Yuan's sudden performance made him shocked and suspicious. What rebirth? What succeeded again? Could it be that this fellow was mentally unstable? But come to think of it, there are many crazy demonic Gu masters. Damn it, I actually met such a lunatic. Wang Xiao, who was being stepped on by Fang Yuan on the ground, thought of this as he begged even louder. Ha. Fang Yuan's laughter did not stop. This feeling of escaping from a hopeless situation and starting all over again was too amazing, too wonderful. He first checked his aperture. In the center of the aperture, the vital Gu, spring and autumn cicada, was weakened again. Its originally glossy and shiny appearance was now like a withered autumn leaf. Fang Yuan willed, and spring and autumn cicada gradually concealed itself, falling into a deep slumber, once again absorbing the power of time to recover. This way the internal threat of spring and autumn cicada is temporarily resolved. Fang Yuan's laughter became louder, his eyes shining with brilliance. He assessed his surroundings again. This was clearly still in the blessed land. Wang Xiao was being stepped on, and there was a corpse beside him. It was Yun clan's young clan leader Yun Luo Tian. He was killed by Ning Bing, and his corpse was transported here by the land spirit by expending immortal essence. Thinking of Ning Bing, Fang Yuan's laughter suddenly stopped, unable to continue. It was this guy who plotted for a long time and suddenly betrayed him, causing him to fail on the verge of success even though he successfully refined second aperture Gu, falling into a desperate situation. If not for spring and autumn cicada, if not for his good luck this time, Fang Yuan would have been completely screwed. Be it death or being imprisoned in the demon suppression tower, there would be no chance to turn things around. The demonic path was like this. It was like walking on a tightrope on a cliff. One careless move and the whole game would be lost. Falling to the bottom of the mountain valley, there was no way to turn things around. I was too careless, thinking of Feng Kim Hong and refining the immortal Gu, but neglected the true demon hiding beside me. This Ning Bing's acting was too realistic, plotting for many years, purposely acting to numb me before suddenly erupting. I am only a mortal after all, I am not an invincible god. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's mouth was filled with bitterness. Fang Yuan was improving. He was growing boldly and vigorously, and so was Ning Bing. This was the cruelty of reality and also the beauty of fate. In this world, everyone was a main character and everyone was also a supporting character. Everyone has their own advantages. Ning Bing has the northern dark eye soul physique, Tai Ruanan has the backing of Tai clan, Feng Kim Hong found an immortal Gu in his dream at 3 years old, while I struggled everywhere. After cultivating for hundreds of years, I refined spring and autumn cicada. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan suddenly became excited. He smiled brightly and recited, looking at the myriad mountains red. Layers of forests dyed red, a clear river, 100 barges vying for the current. Eagles soar in the sky, fishes swim in the shallow waters, all living creatures vie for freedom in the cold sky. Vast and sorrowful, I ask the boundless earth who will rise and fall. If heaven had feelings, it would also grow old. The great Tao is merciless and fair. Every existence has a chance to ascend. It depends on how one grasps it, how one fights for it. In this world, no one is born to be a supporting character. No one. They will be eternal main characters. All living beings compete, survival of the fittest. Precisely because of the competition between the heroes of the world, the clash of strength, the contest of trump cards. That is why history is so profound and exciting, and why the world is so rich and wonderful. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's chest relaxed. The bitterness, hatred, fear, joy, all turned into smoke and dispersed. His heart was clear. The determination of a demon caused his eyes to shine brightly. He started to think calmly. So I have been reborn to this point. According to the development of my previous life, I interrogated Wang Xiao about the correct path to Wu Mountain, but he did not tell me even in death. I had no choice but to kill him, and use beast strength placenta goo to devour his and Yun Luo Tian's aperture. Fang Yuan was silent. His expression was solemn as he recalled what was going to happen next. After that, I spent a lot of effort and said spring-autumn cicada to convince the land spirit. I also killed killer ghost Dr. Chou Jiao, Wu Xintong and Zhang Sansan. And from Zhang Sansan's body, I unexpectedly obtained a slavery goo. Just as I was about to continue killing, something unexpected happened, and I had to save the situation. I killed Longqing Tian, but because of the jade sky goo poison, I did not gain anything. After that, I refined goo, defended the hall, and Bai Ning Bing betrayed me. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning, recalling his previous life at lightning speed. His eyes squinted into a slit, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. The situation is critical. Standing at the height of rebirth, he could see the situation clearly. His negligence in his previous life became his vigilance in this life. Firstly, Bai Ning Bing already knew the general situation of the immortal goo refinement. She was secretly conspiring with Tai Ruanan, and Tai clan was already prepared. Maybe that Tai Bai Chi was already hiding in Sancha Mountain, waiting to appear at the crucial moment. The enemy is in the dark while I am out in the open. This is not good. Secondly, during the last few days of the goo refinement, Xiaomeng would arrive. There was also the unexpected Mo Wu Tian, who had reached rank 5 cultivation, and would also participate. In his previous life, Fang Yuan killed several demons, causing the demonic path to be without a leader. Once Mo Wu Tian arrived, with his rank 5 cultivation, he easily gathered the strength of the demonic path goo masters. It could be said that because of him, the speed at which the experts besieged the hall was greatly increased. The enemy was strong while he was weak. The situation was even worse. Finally, there was the most serious point. Fang Yuan raised his left arm. In his previous life he was kept in the dark, but in this life he already knew. Bai Ning Bing had secretly planted the fixed star goo in him in his left forearm. Once the 4 old-timers of Tai clan activated limitless search lock, he would have nowhere to hide. Even if he escaped to the ends of the world, he would be captured by the void chains. Now that I think about it, the reason why Tai clan did not act earlier was because I killed Tai Mu Bai. The situation had changed beyond their expectations. Secondly, they wanted to be the fishermen who reaped the benefits, coveting the fruits of victory. The 3 points showed their cautiousness. Although limitless search lock could seal rank 5 goo worms, it also had methods to restrain it. What if they captured me but did not find the Yanggu? Thus, they kept this as their final trump card. Fixed star goo was silently planted. Fang Yuan was like a turtle trapped in a jar. He could not escape no matter what. It was as good as being thrown into prison. Chapter 405. Fixed star goo is like a noose around my neck. Although I have methods to get rid of it, I need a lot of time to prepare. To get rid of fixed star goo, Bai Ning Bing would have to retrieve it personally. Or, I can chop off my left forearm. Fang Yuan had a strong impulse. Fixed star goo was hidden in Fang Yuan's left forearm. If Fang Yuan gave up on his left arm, the 4 old-timers of Tai clan would only be able to grab Fang Yuan's severed limb. But this way Fang Yuan would lose his left arm. In the future he would have to heal it and regrow it, creating something out of nothing. It would take a lot of effort. Not to mention the trouble in healing it. Once he cut off his left arm, it would be like alerting the enemy. Tai clan and Bai Ning Bing would immediately understand that Fang Yuan had sensed something and would most likely attack. This way Tai clan and Bai Ning Bing would be added to the battle formation. To Fang Yuan, this situation was no doubt worse than his previous life. I cannot alert the enemy. I was lucky to be reborn. Compared to my previous life, my only advantage is that I know the development of the situation. If I beat them at their own game, I can use Tai Clan and Bai Ning Bing for the time being. Once I cut off my arm, not only would Tai Bai and the rest be pushed to the opposite side, the situation would also change and deviate from my previous life's development. My advantage of rebirth would be lost. But if he did not cut off his arm, how could he get out of this desperate situation and launch a counterattack? Fang Yuan thought carefully. All sorts of people, events and factors flashed through his mind. Wang Xiao, Chou Jiu, Wu Shintong, Zhang San San, Long Qing Tian, Xiaomang, Tai Ruanan, Bai Ning Bing, Mo Wu Tian, Yanjun, Feng Tianyu, Enslavement Gu, Jade Sky Gu, Poison, Land Spirit, Bronze Hall, Immortal Essence, Fixed Star Gu, Second Aperture Gu, Undefeated 100 Battles Gu. Countless choices would give rise to countless possibilities. Countless possibilities would influence each other. Fang Yuan's mind moved rapidly. All sorts of inspiration collided like flint in the darkness. What could he do to protect himself and also protect the greatest benefits? He racked his brains. In just a short period of time, his ears were buzzing. Wait. Suddenly Fang Yuan's body shook. Perhaps, if I take a step back, I'll be able to see the world? Should I be more far-sighted? An unimaginable thought formed in his mind. No, the risk is even greater if I do that. He shook his head and muttered to himself as he rejected this idea. But this idea. However, it was like an old tree that had taken root and could not be shaken off. If I succeed in doing this, then my gains will be even greater. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly. But in the next moment he subconsciously shook his head. If there is a slight mistake in the calculation of this method, it will be useless. I will be consigned to eternal damnation, worse than falling into Tai Ruanan's hands. After all, the spring and autumn cicada has already been used once, and there is no possibility of it being reused in a short period of time. As he thought about it, Fang Yuan's gaze gradually deepened. Suddenly he chuckled and said, "Since when have I, a great demon overlord of my generation, been so timid and overcautious? As long as there was a glimmer of hope, one should be brave enough to take action. As long as there were monstrous benefits, you should disregard your own safety. Riches are sought in danger, what stable victory slowly accumulating? I want to reach heaven in one step. That's right, this is the plan. If I fail, I will die without a burial ground. If I succeed, I will be like a dragon rising to heaven. It will be even more beneficial to my future plans. Haha, life is a blur. It is just a huge gamble. Little Beast King, don't be rash. Let's talk about it. If you want the path to Wu Mountain, we can talk about it slowly." Wang Xiao, who was at his feet, begged for mercy. Fang Yuan laughed wildly at times, kept silent at times, frowned at times, and laughed heartily at times, scaring Wang Xiao, the lord of Wu Mountain, a great rank 5 Gu master, a formidable demon. In his heart he had already thought of Fang Yuan as a lunatic, a mentally unstable person. The demonic path was extreme. Without the support of a clan, cultivation was extremely difficult, and they often struggled on the line between life and death, giving them great mental pressure. Thus, it was not uncommon to have a mental disorder among demonic Gu masters. Especially when Fang Yuan talked to himself at times, and even recited poems at times, it deepened Wang Xiao's worry. Against normal people, Wang Xiao had many methods. But against a lunatic, even Gu immortals had no confidence. "You intend to tell me the path to Wu Mountain?" Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, looking down at Wang Xiao. "Of course, but you have to let me live." Wang Xiao saw that Fang Yuan finally had a reaction, and immediately shouted anxiously. Fang Yuan's gaze turned sharp, he stomped on the ground, and with a crack Wang Xiao's head was smashed into pieces. Wang Xiao was a formidable person, sinister and ruthless, cold and emotionless. If he wanted to tell him the path to Wu Mountain, he would have to use Zhang Sansan's rank 5 slavery Gu. But in Fang Yuan's new plan, Wang Xiao had already been abandoned. There was no need to talk to him, he could just kill him. The pitiful Wang Xiao, the great lord of Wu Mountain, died in Fang Yuan's hands again. After killing Wang Xiao, Fang Yuan took his Gu worm, and used Beast Strength Placenta Gu to devour his and Yun Luo Tian's apertures. This way, Beast Strength Placenta Gu's aptitude is already at 83%. In terms of immortal essence, the expenditure increased by a bit, reaching more than 2 portions. "Bague, are you trying to persuade me to stop?" Fang Yuan asked. "Land Spirit, how do you know what I am thinking?" "Of course I know." Fang Yuan snorted and released Spring-Autumn Cicada's aura. "Bague, sense it, what is this?" Land Spirit was shocked again. This is the aura of a rank 6 immortal goo. It seems to be Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada is the 7th mystical goo in the world. You are just immortal, how can you have such an immortal goo? In his previous life, Fang Yuan argued with the land spirit for a long time, and finally found that the land spirit could not be persuaded. He could only take a gamble and reveal his trump card, finally convincing the land spirit. Now, Fang Yuan immediately revealed Spring-Autumn Cicada's aura, going straight to the point. Ba Gue, I will not hide it from you, I am a future goo immortal, I have been reborn through Spring-Autumn Cicada. What? Land spirit was speechless, this news was too shocking, it could not accept it for the time being. Fang Yuan had an arrogant expression. I have returned to the past, I know everything. Ba Gue, I am your future master, I succeeded in refining second aperture goo in my previous life. Fang Yuan spoke frankly with assurance. In his previous life he could already convince the land spirit. And now, he had the foresight and the practical experience of refining the second aperture goo as proof. The land spirit was quickly convinced again. Young man, are you really my future master? From your words, it seems like you have really refined second aperture goo. Whether you are lying to me or not, I am very happy. Because this means that the success rate of second aperture goo has increased by 30%. Land spirit said joyfully. Enough nonsense, Ba Gue. I have been reborn. I know the situation now is full of danger. First, I want to kill someone. After a while, Long Qing Tian died in Fang Yuan's hands. In his previous life, it was this Long Qing Tian who found a weak area. Using Jade Sky Goo, he poisoned heaven and earth, forming a hole and causing great damage to the blessed land, at the same time causing great disturbance to Fang Yuan. Now, once Fang Yuan was reborn, he immediately made his move. Before Long Qing Tian entered that weak area, he used the power of heaven and earth to suppress him, killing him effortlessly. Young man, I believe you more and more now. You killed a danger while it was still in its infancy. The 3 kings modified the blessed land. My control over this domain is not high, but you could actually detect this danger in advance and also have the Spring-Autumn Cicada. You really came from the future. Land spirit sighed. Fang Yuan sighed. Land spirit was already old and weak, like an old man with 1 foot in the grave. It could not compare to the young land spirit. For example, the fixed star goo in his left forearm, it did not sense it at all. Fang Yuan did not waste time talking to the land spirit, he quickly took Long Qing Tian's goo worm and devoured his aperture. In his previous life, because of the Jade Sky Goo, Fang Yuan killed Long Qing Tian, but could not take his spoils of war. Now that he killed him in advance, Long Qing Tian could not use the Jade Sky Goo, thus Fang Yuan had no qualms. After plundering Long Qing Tian, Fang Yuan had a lot of gains. Other than the aperture, his biggest loot was the Jade Sky Goo. This goo was like a dark green bamboo trunk, palm-sized and hollow in the middle, it felt smooth like jade. Rank 5 Jade Sky Goo, it originated from the immemorial era, and was extremely rare now. Its poison was extremely strong, there was no way to counter it, if one was careless, they would die from the poison, turning into green light and dissipating. This goo had great use, Fang Yuan stored it carefully. Ba Gue, quickly transport me here. At the next moment, Fang Yuan appeared in front of the demonic goo master, the beast tamer master Zhang San. Before Zhang San could react, he was attacked by Fang Yuan and died a violent death. Fang Yuan killed people and snatched goo, it was a walk in the park. He also devoured the aperture, raising the beast placenta goo's aptitude. Zhang San was only a rank 4 goo master, but he had a rank 5 slavery goo. Fang Yuan's greatest motive for killing him was this goo. With another flash, Fang Yuan appeared in front of killer ghost Dr. Chojio. Little beast king. How did you? Chojio saw Fang Yuan and was shocked, his expression extremely shaken. Fang Yuan's expression was calm as he flew out the rank 5 slavery goo. The slavery goo exploded into a ball of yellow light, landing on Chojio's body. Chojio was shocked. Damn. Rank 5 slavery goo. You can kill me but not humiliate me, you are dreaming if you want to enslave me. He did not know that in his previous life he was still begging Fang Yuan to use the slavery goo. With the land spirit suppression, Chojio could not activate the goo and could only let the slavery goo be planted. But it was not so easy to control a rank 5 goo master, it was a contest of souls. Chojio resisted with all his might, but Fang Yuan's soul shook, they were in a deadlock, like a contest of strength. Chojio laughed coldly, his forehead full of sweat. Little beast king, you are too naive. To an enslavement path Gu master, the deeper the soul foundation, the better. Controlling wild beasts is not easy, not to mention controlling a human. Man is the spirit of all living beings. You want to cross ranks to control me? You are dreaming, hee hee, ah. Chojio suddenly let out a miserable scream. His complacent laughter was interrupted by Fang Yuan's slap. With this disturbance, he was distracted from the contest of souls, and the yellow light gradually fused into his body. As long as he fused completely, Chojio would become Fang Yuan's most loyal slave. Chapter 406. Chojio was overwhelmed with shock, quickly concentrating and using all his strength to activate his soul. He held his breath and meditated, holding on to this yellow shadow. This yellow shadow was supported by Fang Yuan's soul power. But he was young, his soul foundation could not compare to the 100-year-old monster Chojio. Enslaving Chojio was not an easy task. But how could Fang Yuan not expect this? He had his own methods. Slap slap slap, bam bam bam. Stop, you dare to hit me. If you kick my face again I will fight you. Fuck, you are still kicking, I will fight you to the death. Stop fighting, stop fighting. No don't. Fang Yuan beat Chojio until he rolled around. Chojio could not use Gu worms, but Fang Yuan could use strength path Gu worms. Comparing strength, Chojio was not Fang Yuan's match. Soon Chojio was beaten black and blue. He was distracted many times, causing the shadow to fuse into his body. Hold on, once it fuses completely I will become his slave, never to rise again. Chojio curled his body into a ball, letting Fang Yuan punch and kick him, an intense sense of danger causing his hair to stand. Just a trace of the yellow shadow shrouded his forehead, unable to fuse. Fang Yuan sneered, suddenly saying, "Sengye Nyo, don't you want revenge? Qinjiu abandoned you and is living well with Shang Yanfei." You, how did you know? Chojio's guard fell, and the shadow completely entered his body. Chojio's expression instantly changed, kneeling towards Fang Yuan. Subordinate greets master. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Success. This rank 5 slavery Gu, of course he had to enslave a rank 5 Gu master to fully utilize its value. Until now. Mo Wu Tian and Xiao Meng had yet to arrive. Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui, Ku Mo and Wu Lanshan were all killed by Fang Yuan. The remaining choices were Wu Mountain Lord Wang Xiao and Killer Ghost Dr. Chojio. But how could Mount Wu be compared to the Gate of Life and Death? The Gate of Life and Death was a forbidden land comparable to the River of Time. Enslaving Chojio was equivalent to grasping the clues to the Gate of Life and Death. Furthermore, Chojio was one of the 4 great doctors of Southern Border. His influence even covered the righteous path, definitely much higher than Mo Wu Tian. The only imperfection was, enslaving Chojio would place a certain burden on Fang Yuan's soul. It would greatly affect his immortal Gu refinement. Chojio, back then did you and Dr. Su Shou use the poison vow Gu, swearing to love each other forever? Never leaving? Fang Yuan looked at Killer Ghost Doctor and asked a question. There is indeed such a thing. But master, how did you know? Chojio, whose face was bruised and swollen, knelt on the ground and confessed. Since you have already used the poison vow Gu, do you know Dr. Su Shou? How can I escape the restriction of the poison vow? Fang Yuan squinted. Poison vow Gu is the replacement of mountain pledge Gu. Qinjiu does not have the ability to remove it. For that pretty boy Shang Yanfei, she took a huge risk and let the poison vow act up and kill herself. Without a host, the power of the poison vow would naturally disappear. Then she would use healing methods to revive herself and get rid of the poison vow. Chojio said this with a furious expression. He loved his senior sister dearly. But in the end she fell out with him because of a pretty boy. She even risked her life to get rid of the poison vow. Fang Yuan heard this and was even more furious than him. He could not help but raise his leg and kick Chojio. You scammer. He clearly remembered that in his previous life Chojio said this. We made a poison vow in front of the blessed land sea to protect each other and never leave each other. But who could have thought that senior sister had a change of heart, going against the poison vow we made, injuring me and defecting with that scoundrel? What poison vow? It was clearly the poison vow Gu. This Chojio's words avoided the important points and focused on the trivial ones. He did not elaborate on some parts and whitewashed himself. If he had said the poison vow Gu, Fang Yuan thought to himself, I might have been alerted that there was someone in Shang Clan City who could get rid of the poison vow Gu's restriction, and thus be on guard against Bai Ning Bing. But I should have thought of it. Chojio talked about Shang Yanfei's appearance, saying the latter was only slightly better looking than him. How could he say such shameless words so naturally? No wonder he would omit the gu word from the poison vow gu. Fang Yuan looked at Cho Jiao in disdain. Talking about love, he actually used the poison vow gu to restrict the other party. It could be seen that Cho Jiao's heart was filled with darkness and inferiority. It was not strange for such a person to speak hypocritically. Fang Yuan had always been suspicious about how Bai Ningbing got rid of the poison vow. Even in his previous life, Bai Ningbing did not give him an answer. Now that Fang Yuan knew, it was this Dr. Su Shou who helped Bai Ningbing get rid of the poison vow. Alright, let bygones be bygones. Cho Jiao, go to King Xian inheritance and bring me the undefeated 100 battles gu. Fang Yuan calmed his emotions and instructed. I will do my best. Cho Jiao respectfully replied. Cho Jiao was a healing gu master, not a refinement path master like Feng Tianyu. It was impossible for him to help Fang Yuan refine the second aperture gu, but it was easy for him to take the undefeated 100 battles gu. This was because the blessed land was declining, and not long after, gu worms could be moved at will. Cho Jiao only needed to charge and attack to obtain the second aperture gu. At this point, Fang Yuan's massacre came to an end. He returned to the hall and continued refining gu. Compared to his previous life, he had saved a lot of time since rebirth. Without the pressure from the spring-autumn cicada, he was much more relaxed. Originally, he only slept for an hour every day, refining gu crazily and squeezing out his potential. Now, he could sleep for at least 6 hours every day methodically and methodically. As the days passed, the blessed land became weaker and weaker. But his immortal essence consumption was not as severe as in his previous life. With his previous life's experience, Fang Yuan did not take many detours this time, and many steps were completed in one go, causing the land spirit to look at him in a different light. The abnormality of the three kings' inheritance attracted everyone's attention. As time passed, Che clan and Zhou clan came out in full force. Xiao Meng and Mo Wutian also appeared on Sancha Mountain. Finally, the 24th of October arrived. Master, I did not fail you. Cho Jiao knelt on the ground, holding a gu worm with both hands. He passed it to Fang Yuan. This gu looked ordinary, like a gray round stone. It was none other than the undefeated 100 battles gu. In his previous life, Fang Yuan's slave, Feng Tianyu, made it to the end and obtained King Xian inheritance, with hundreds of hairy men as his followers. In this life, Cho Jiao was not a refinement master and broke through by force. He barely obtained the undefeated 100 battles gu, and not a single hairy man followed him. However, hairy men were good at refining gu and not good at fighting. The defense line of hundreds of hairy men was the same with or without them. Fang Yuan did not mind. After keeping the undefeated 100 battles gu, Fang Yuan gave some instructions before sending Cho Jiao away. The whole process was done behind his back. Bai Ningbing did not know. When Fang Yuan returned to the bronze hall, Bai Ningbing had already arrived. Behind Bai Ningbing, there were close to 100,000 dog beasts. They were endless, some were entrenched on the ground, some were playing with each other, and some were running around. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Bai Ningbing, give all your gu worms to the land spirit. What? Bai Ningbing was shocked. Aren't these dogs under my command? The land spirit can also use gu worms and command them. They are naturally more confident than you. Fang Yuan explained. The land spirit Ba Gui appeared, saying in a worried tone, Young man, I need to use immortal essence to help you refine gu, and also have to command the dogs to defend. I am afraid I cannot do it. Fang Yuan chuckled, showing an extremely confident expression. No worries, are you worried about me? Among the enemies I also have chess pieces. There is enough Yuan stone here for you to control the dogs. Is that so? Ba Gui hesitated, but thinking of Fang Yuan's secret identity, he agreed in the end. As for you, Bai Ningbing, follow me. When I refine gu, I need someone trustworthy to guard me. Fang Yuan patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder, saying with a warm smile. Bai Ningbing snorted, her gaze was very obscure, and there was no fluctuation in her voice. Up to you, as long as you don't die. Whether the gu refinement succeeds or fails, it has nothing to do with me. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing entered the hall together. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged, while Bai Ningbing stood at the side, acting as his guardian. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, not moving for a long time. What are you waiting for? There is not much time left. Bai Ningbing endured for a while before breaking the silence. Ningbing, don't be impatient, some things cannot be rushed. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, not showing a trace of nervousness on his face. He was calm and collected. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, not speaking anymore. Her eyes squinted into a slit, thinking in her heart, what is this Fang Yuan planning? He took away my command. Is he suspicious of me? No, he arranged for me to stay in the hall. It shows he trusts me. I need to endure for a while longer. She thought of Tai Ruanan and gradually felt at ease. She is blocked outside the dog group formation. Without my secret support, she can only forcefully open a path. Damn it, he did not let me lead the dog group. Fortunately, we have a trump card. Tai Baichi has already secretly reached Sancha Mountain. After a while, Fang Yuan was calm, only resting and not doing anything. This time, even the land spirit could not help but transmit his voice, urging Fang Yuan to refine Gu. But Fang Yuan kept delaying, not showing any signs of doing anything. The land spirit was anxious, its tone containing anger. Fang Yuan used his rebirth identity to persuade it. And at this time, at the peak of Sancha Mountain, blue and red light pillars, thin and weak, still stood on the peak. As for the yellow light pillar representing King Quan inheritance, it had already disappeared. In his previous life, only the red light pillar was left. That was because Feng Tianyu obtained King Xian inheritance. But in this life, Chojio was not a refinement master. He did not have the ability to get to the final stage of King Xian inheritance. Thus only 2 light pillars were left. I wonder who took King Quan inheritance. There are still 2 inheritances left. We small fries have no chance. But it is strange, none of the rank 5 Gu masters who participated in the inheritance came out. What is going on? That's right, King Quan inheritance was inherited, but why haven't the others come out? They are being held back in the Blessed Land. This Blessed Land is close to destruction. Not long later, the door will open and we will be able to enter and exit at will. A loud and clear voice resounded. It's Lord Xiaomang. Someone immediately cheered, revealing the identity of the person who came. With little brother Mo Wu Tian helping us, these mere dogs are nothing to worry about. Chojio expressed a warm welcome towards Mo Wu Tian's arrival. Mo Wu Tian's frown deepened. He was used by Chojio right from the start. Never mind, I'll endure it for now and put in some effort to rush into the hall. The group of demons moved majestically, but they did not go straight to the hall, but instead went through many twists and turns. Sir Chojio, time waits for no man. Why don't we attack the root of the problem and kill our way in? Mo Wu Tian frowned, urging. Chojio chuckled. There is strength in numbers. There are still many people who have not joined us. If we absorb their strength, we will become even stronger. When the time comes, everyone will share less pressure and danger. Mo Wu Tian urged again, but Chojio chuckled and was very polite, but he did not relent. Mo Wu Tian was anxious and tried many times, but Chojio persisted. This old man is rotten. He doesn't know how precious time is. Mo Wu Tian controlled his anger and started to contact Hu Mei Er, Li Xian and the rest, egging them on, causing them to become more and more impatient. Chojio had no choice. He could not go against everyone's will, and could only lead the demons to the periphery of the fog. Mo Wu Tian observed for a while and suggested that they could split into 3 groups and so on and so forth. Chojio, however, said it was not appropriate. The fog was too thick, and they could not see the situation clearly. As a doctor, he had the heart of a parent, and could not bear for them to risk their lives like this. Mo Wu Tian stomped his feet in anger, and went to contact the others again, preaching about the beauty of the immortal treasure. The demon's emotions were surging and Chojio went with the flow, asking Mo Wu Tian to be in charge of this matter, and choose the people to lead the charge. But there was one condition: the Gu master had to be willing and could not be forced. The demons responded enthusiastically, and after Mo Wu Tian made arrangements, they moved out in 3 groups. Oh no, there are people attacking outside. While refining the Gu, the land spirit suddenly said, No worries, I expected this situation. Go and take charge of the battle outside. I will hold the fort for now, and wait for you to return. Fang Yuan said calmly. The land spirit split most of its attention, commanding the dog group, and repelling the demons like in his previous life, according to Fang Yuan's instructions. Mo Wu Tian was not resigned and organized a second attack, but it was still a huge loss, and they returned in low spirits. Chojio walked out at this time. Everyone knows my rules: for every person I save I must kill. At this moment I will save everyone first, and I hope everyone will fulfill their promise in the future. Saying so, he healed everyone. The demons shed tears of gratitude and Chojio's reputation rose sharply. More and more people distanced themselves from Mo Wu Tian, and gathered around Chojio. Choujio patted Mo Wu Tian's shoulder and said kindly, "Brother Wu Tian, let's wait and see. I advised you not to advance too rashly. Now that so many of us have died, I feel sad." His voice was very loud, causing Mo Wu Tian's eyes to twitch in anger. This old man is sinister. If I break through the encirclement, it will be because of him. If I fail, he'll push all the blame onto me. I underestimated the dog formation. I thought it was a dead formation, but to think there was a Gu master manipulating it from behind the scenes. Such reaction speed and methods, he definitely has deep attainments in the enslavement path. Damn it, damn it. Mo Wu Tian gritted his teeth but could do nothing. In his previous life he could force the demons to sell their lives for him. But now that he had a rank 5 Gu master like Choujio, he naturally could not be as unrestrained as he was in his previous life. Let's wait for a while, the righteous path will gather soon, we can discuss it again. After all, we only have one life. If we rush up and give the righteous path an advantage, that would not be good. Choujio arranged. Lord Ghost Doctor is right. Lord Ghost Doctor is steady, caring for the lives of us small fries. A doctor has the heart of a parent. Lord Ghost Doctor is after all an old senior of our demonic path. Mo Wu Tian gritted his teeth, wishing he could kill Choujio, that old fart. After delaying for a while, the righteous path Gu masters also gathered, led by Xiao Mang. They charged forward several times but returned in defeat. Xiao Mang was thinking about the unopened King Bao inheritance, and was anxious, using his killer move again. Extreme Light Gu. Self-will Gu. Bright Spear Gu. Killer move, Glory of my Spear. A magnificent light spear that was 6 feet long and 6 feet wide landed on the hill. An intense explosion occurred, the wind blew, and after the piercing white light dissipated, the fog that shrouded the hill also dissipated. In the bronze hall, the magnificent dog group was displayed in front of everyone's eyes. The righteous and demonic experts saw this, feeling both agitated and cold. The immortal treasure was right in front of them, but the dog group was so huge, how could they rush up? Only the righteous and demonic path could work together. The knowledgeable people all thought of this point. Xiao Mang looked towards the demonic path, and Mo Wu Tian also looked towards the righteous path. The trend of working together was obvious. It was just a matter of which side would compromise first. Time passed second by second. Choujio was unperturbed, sizing up the dog group. Xiao Mang's expression was solemn, and he closed his eyes to rest. He was the second clan leader of Xiao tribe, a famous figure of the righteous path. How could he lower his head to the demonic path first? If these words were to spread, it would be detrimental to his reputation. The second tremor is over, Bague, my hidden pawn has taken effect, they will not attack for a while. Let's continue refining Gu. Fang Yuan summoned the land spirit. While the righteous and demonic paths were in a deadlock, Fang Yuan started refining Gu again. At this moment, the green gas and yellow light finally fused successfully. The green gas turned into green grass growing in the air. The yellow light turned into flowers falling down and decorating it. Fang Yuan took out a dagger and cut his artery, spurting out his own blood essence. A large amount of blood essence poured over. The green gas and yellow light made a sizzling sound, and turned into a red cloud, like a raging blood sea. The blood water surged, but it only formed into a ball, floating in the air and did not spread. After another round of fusion and evolution, the ball of smoke finally formed into a field, with scarlet red rice growing on it. Fang Yuan saw this and let out a breath of turbid air. He had lost a lot of blood, his face was pale, and he quickly used a Gu worm to heal his wounds. Wild grass flourishes, blood chi like the sea. 300 years as spring, 500 years as autumn. He took out a lifespan Gu. This 300-year lifespan Gu was like a ginseng root, coiling like a snake, rough and ancient. Fang Yuan threw it into the blood-filled smoke, and the smoke burst out, boiling like boiling water. In his previous life, this change almost caused Fang Yuan to fail. But in this life, Fang Yuan had sufficient mental preparation, and controlled the situation well. The smoke gradually stabilized under Fang Yuan's manipulation. But at this time the land spirit suddenly warned, "Not good, the outer sect Gu masters are attacking together. We won't make it in time to refine Gu." She pointed at Fang Yuan shouting, "Fang Yuan, stop bluffing. Even if you saw through our plot, so what? The dog group outside the hall will not be able to stop the heroes. Not long later, Xiao Mang, Chou Jiu Mo Wu Tian Ihua Yi Chong and the other heroes will charge in. Can you protect the immortal Gu? You are insane, killing so many Gu masters, seizing their apertures and using them to refine Gu. These crimes cannot be tolerated by the heavens. Bai Ning Bing is the best witness. As long as this is announced, you will be hated by everyone. More importantly, your immortal Gu has not been refined yet. But he had killed many rank 5 Gu masters earlier, and obtained many movement Gu like Golden Aurora Gu. Right now he was activating them, going against the light river. Flying into the sky. He flew out of the bronze hall, causing countless exclamations and questions on the battlefield. What is that thing? It's shining with golden light, it looks like a huge bird. No, that is a person, a warrior that looks like he is made of gold. In Fang Yuan's vision, it was a vast expanse of whiteness. To activate so many movement Gu and defensive Gu, his primeval essence was being expended rapidly. Time waits for no man. Land spirit, help me. Divine travel Gu. Immortal Gu divine travel landed on his palm. Jade sky Gu. A ray of green light shot out from the aperture and landed on his other hand, turning into a jade bamboo in the sky. It was connected in the middle. What is he trying to do? He is flying towards the killer move. Tai Ruanan stared with wide eyes, bewildered. Little Beast King, are you trying to commit suicide? Yen Jun's mouth was wide open as he stared blankly into the sky. Not good, I understand him. Everything Fang Yuan does has deep meaning. No matter what. We cannot let him succeed, we need to stop him. Bai Ning Bing's tone was anxious. For some reason, the bad feeling in her heart was getting stronger. Tai Ruanan nodded. She agreed with Bai Ning Bing's words. 4 old-timers. She shouted. Understood. The 4 old-timers immediately split into 4 directions, half kneeling on the ground, holding their right wrists with their left hands and forming claws with their right hands. Facing each other. Killer move, limitless search lock. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan's left arm shone with an eerie blue light. Eerie blue light shone, and the fixed star Gu could be vaguely seen inside. This Gu was an immemorial star fragment. It was like a diamond with 8 corners, crystal clear. At the same time, the space around Fang Yuan shattered as 4 chains extended out like pythons. You only reacted now? If it's too late. Fang Yuan sneered. Divine Travel Gu suddenly flew up and plunged into his left forearm, swallowing the fixed star Gu in one gulp. The 4 old-timers coughed out blood. They had lost contact with the fixed star Gu. The 4 chains around Fang Yuan lost their target and flew randomly, not to mention they were destroyed by the torrential light river. After Divine Travel Gu ate the fixed star Gu, it entered the hollow jade sky Gu and quickly formed a cocoon. There is a strange person flying up while resisting my killer move? Xiao Mang was indescribably shocked. Others would not even have the time to dodge his killer move, but now there was a fool resisting it head-on. Who is he? What is he trying to do? Ihua Yi Chong and the rest raised their heads, dumbfounded. Wait a moment, I seem to have seen this scene somewhere before. Li Xian frowned. As astute as he was, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. How can this be? He seems to be refining Gu. Feng Tianyu looked up for a moment, and after seeing it clearly, he immediately fell into shock. He is actually refining Gu inside a killer move. He is really daring. Mo Wu Tian's eyes emitted a sharp purple light that was 2 inches long. That's right, Fang Yuan was refining Gu. This was Fang Yuan's plan. After he enslaved the killer ghost doctor, the refinement of second aperture Gu was destined to fail. Because at the final step, when fusing the divine travel Gu, Fang Yuan alone could not complete it. In his previous life, Fang Yuan relied on refinement master Feng Tianyu and the land spirits helped to barely succeed. In this life he did not have Feng Tianyu's help, so this step would definitely fail. However, after Fang Yuan was reborn, he did not wholeheartedly refine second aperture Gu. He deceived the land spirit and purposely stalled for time, to create such a special environment and convince the land spirit to refine this Gu. Like second aperture Gu, this Gu was also an immortal Gu. The recipe was recorded in The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 2, Section 3. The Legends of Renzu was the #1 classic of Gu. It blossomed with starlight, causing his left forearm to turn into a translucent eerie blue color. Jade sky, jade bamboo of the azure sky, as well as the stardust of the octagonal diamond of the blue sky, he had both. However, if Fang Yuan wanted to refine fixed immortal travel immortal goo, he still lacked one condition. That was what the land spirit said, the light of primordial glory. Did Fang Yuan have it? From start to finish, Fang Yuan did not have it. However, Fang Yuan did not have it, but Xiaomang did. Xiaomang had an extreme light goo. This goo was obtained from robbing tombs. It was only an incomplete goo. Every month, it could only be used 3 times to activate the light of glory. After 3 times, it would self-destruct. And the killer move, torrential light river, in a way, was the light of glory of the immemorial era. Divine travel goo, jade sky goo, fixed star goo, and the light of the immemorial era, all the conditions were met. When Fang Yuan was reborn and realized this, he resolutely gave up on the second aperture goo and switched to refining fixed immortal travel goo. But it was impossible to convince the land spirit directly. The land spirit's obsession was to refine second aperture goo. Then, by Ning Bing, Tai Ruanan and the righteous and demonic path experts would become Fang Yuan's targets. He meticulously planned and strategized, taking advantage of the situation to create this situation. When the land spirit realized that no matter what, it could not refine second aperture goo, it naturally chose to settle for the next best thing, to protect Fang Yuan and preserve this hope. The cocoon absorbed the sunlight and shook slightly. The aura of the immortal goo unavoidably leaked out. The experts were shocked. This aura, how is this possible? Tai Ruanan, by Ning Bing and the others' eyes almost popped out. He is refining goo, he is really refining an immortal goo? Who is he? Is this the rebirth of verdant great sun? Ihua Yichong and the others opened their mouths wide, their jaws almost dropped. Fixed immortal travel. Is he really refining fixed immortal travel goo? To think that I, Feng Tianyu, would be so lucky to see the scene of an immortal goo being refined. This refinement master's knees went soft, kneeling on the ground with tears streaming down his face. In the blessed land, the few remaining hairy men also knelt down. At this moment, they were madly worshipping this person who was refining the immortal goo. Unbelievable. The scene of the immemorial era was playing out in front of them. The unimaginable grandeur and beauty made countless goo masters tremble. Was it because of excitement, fear, or both? In an instant, Fang Yuan's figure became the focus of everyone's attention. No matter how dazzling the torrential light river was, everyone opened their eyes wide, staring at it without blinking. The aura of the immortal goo became denser, but at this crucial moment, a change occurred. He actually wants to borrow my strength to refine an immortal goo? Chapter 411. 9 days later. Slashed in the verdant valley, a small waterfall hung down, like a silvery silk. The water from the waterfall surged into the ancient pond. The ancient pond was as deep as jade, the water surface rippled slightly. In the water all kinds of carps swam. On the white rock beside the water, Feng Kim Hong sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. Her beautiful face was reflected in the water, causing this ancient pond to suddenly have many moving and beautiful colors. The carps in the water, the clear pond, the silver waterfall, the green valley all became the background objects. However, Feng Kim Huang's beautiful brows furrowed deeper. Although she tried her best to calm her heart, but every time she persisted for less than 30 breaths of time, an image flashed in the deepest part of her heart. A psychedelic pink crystal mountain peak, a naked man, using his dark eyes, looked down at her. And she laid on the edge of the cliff, looking up, looking at this man from head to toe. That bloody hole, bleeding left arm, firm muscles, broad chest, as well as the huge thing between his legs. It was as if it was engraved in the bottom of her heart. The memory was so deep that this proud daughter of heaven could not forget it even if she wanted to. Especially after that, this man actually stretched out his right leg and stepped on her face. The feeling of being stepped on, Feng Kim Hong wanted to forget so much, but this feeling was so clear. Even now she could clearly remember that feeling. Forget him, forget it. Calm. Feng Kim Huang's breathing became more hurried. Her breathing became heavier, her full chest kept moving up and down, and the amplitude became more and more obvious. In her heart, shame, anger, humiliation, hatred mixed together, forming a volcano. How dare he do this? He actually dared to do this to me. Ah. Feng Kim Hong could not hold back anymore, suddenly opened her pair of phoenix eyes, stood up, raised her head and roared. Boom! The volcano in her heart erupted, and fury filled her chest, almost burning her whole body. You despicable, shameless ****, how dare you step on my face? I'm going to tear you to pieces, roared Feng Kim Hong. His eyes were blazing with fire as he waved his fists and palms randomly. Boom, 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 the deafening rumble sounded like the explosion of thunder, and it did not last for a long time. Feng Kim Hong's eyes were spitting fire. The beautiful flames evaporated the ancient pond and roasted the green mountain. His fists and palms struck randomly, and the frenzied attacks caused the surrounding sand and stones to fly everywhere, and the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. In just a few short breaths, Feng Kim Hong had completely destroyed the valley. Even if there were 10 Fang Yuans attacking at the same time, he wouldn't be able to withstand such terrifying battle prowess. It was impossible to reach such a level. Ah! You damn bastard! I'm going to cut off your flesh piece by piece. I'll crush every single one of your bones into pieces. I'll make you wail in pain for 7 days and 7 nights. I swear I will make you taste endless pain. I will make you wish you were dead. I will make you regret everything you did to me. In the end, I will burn you to ashes and scatter your ashes with the wind. Feng Kim Hong continued to roar. The anger in her chest made her lose her rationality. Hundreds of li away on a tall mountain, there was a grass hut. Through the window of the grass hut, a pair of beautiful eyes quietly looked at Feng Kim Hong, filled with worry. Sigh, my little Feng heir. The owner of the beautiful eyes wore a pure white silk dress and a green ribbon. She was dignified and elegant. Her appearance was 70 to 80% similar to Feng Kim Hong. She was Feng Kim Hong's mother, Fairy by Qing, a rank 6 Gu immortal. Stop looking, in just a few minutes you have already seen it 7 or 8 times. The jade-tied tea I specially brewed for you is getting cold, sit down and drink it. Feng Jioga sat at the side and said helplessly. Drink, 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 just drink your tea. Is Feng Kim Hong your daughter? As a father, don't you have any worries? Bai Qing turned around, her brows tightly furrowed as she spoke in a resentful tone. Sigh, our Feng heir has been very competitive since she was young. Her talent is outstanding in all aspects. There is no competition in the sect that she can't win. Now she has suddenly fallen, whose immortal inheritance is the first failure in her life, and also the most important failure. As a father, you still have the mood to drink tea here? More importantly, forget about the failure. Feng heir even suffered such a huge loss. She was actually stepped on by someone. Think about it, Feng heir has such an arrogant temperament, she has never placed any man of the same age in her eyes. But now, she was actually defeated by someone stepping on her face. Moreover, this is the first time she has seen the body of a man of the same age. This. The more Fairy Bai Qing spoke, the more anxious she became, her eyes gradually turned red. When Feng Jioga saw this, he could not sit still anymore. He quickly got up and rushed to Fairy Bai Qing's side. Hugging her in his arms, he consoled her. Don't cry, my good Qing heir. Don't you still have me? Actually, in my opinion, this matter is not without benefits. What benefits? Bai Qing cast a puzzled gaze. Sigh, Feng heir is our darling. I have always been proud of her, but also worried for her. She is too competitive. She wants to be first in everything. Yes, her talent is higher than mine. She also has comprehension and talent. But no matter how high her talent is, can it be higher than all the heroes in the world? No matter how good her talent is, how can it compare to desolate Guiyuan? Feng Jioga earnestly explained. The great desolate Guiyuan, Renzu's daughter, also failed countless times. Feng heir can always experience success and victory, but can never taste the taste of failure. This is her flaw in life, it is also her weakness. O Qing heir, you are a rank 6 Gu immortal, I am a rank 7 Gu immortal. But even rank 9 immortal venerables and demon venerables can only live long, they cannot live forever. We are protecting Feng heir now, but one day we will leave her. At that time she can only rely on herself to live. Only by letting her taste failure can she become more mature. A bird leaves its nest and flies alone, it needs to experience setbacks before it can train its wings and soar into the sky. When Feng heir leaves us in the future, we will be at ease. Feng heir is my flesh and blood, I want nothing more than to protect her in the blessed land for the rest of her life. Fairy Bai Qing leaned on Feng Jioga's chest, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Chapter 412. Facing Lei Tan's interrogation, Fengyang smiled but did not answer. Supreme Third Elder smiled instead. This old man understands Elder Fengyang's meaning. If we do not choose to protect this Fang Yuan, whose immortal blessed land will still be fought over by the 10 sections. But if we admit that Fang Yuan is one of Crane Gate's men, we can directly eliminate the other 9 competitors, and only our Crane Gate will fight for this blessed land. Lei Tan's expression changed slightly, his gaze flickered, and he did not continue to interrogate. At this time Fengyang stood up from his seat. He first cupped his fists towards the Third Supreme Elder who spoke for him. Third Supreme Elder is wise. Back then, it happened so suddenly, no one could have expected that a mortal would use fixed immortal travel immortal goo to teleport to the peak of Danghun Mountain, and directly snatch Hu immortal inheritance in front of everyone's eyes. Next he continued, this Hu immortal inheritance is on Tianti Mountain. I'm sure everyone here knows that Tianti Mountain is the ladder to the Celestial Court. Even though it has been destroyed and abandoned for many years, it still represents the dignity of the Celestial Court. To some extent, attacking the inheritance of the Immortal Fox was the same as attacking the Stairway Mountain. Attacking Tianti Mountain is attacking the Celestial Court. Thus, even though there are many blessed lands on Tianti Mountain, no one has ever dared to attack them. This time, Hu Immortal Blessed Land is also waiting for the time to open, so the 10 of us work together to help Hu Immortal Land Spirit expand the entrance. This cannot be considered an attack. Even if we really attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The Blessed Land has a land spirit. Without at least 3 rank 6 Gu Immortals working together, we might not even be able to enter. And the center of the Blessed Land is protected by Danghun Mountain. Without 5 to 6 Gu Immortals working together, who would dare to boast about being able to reach the peak? Lei Tan, can you? Lei Tan snorted. He wanted to refute but kept his mouth shut in the end. In the Blessed Land, the land spirit could freely mobilize all resources, and its battle strength could match Gu Immortals. Most importantly, the land spirit could suppress all rank 5 to rank 1 Gu worms. If a Gu Immortal wanted to attack a blessed land, their strongest weapon was Immortal Gu. Because blessed lands could not restrict Immortal Gu. But Immortal Gu were hard to find, many Gu Immortals did not even have one. Even if there was one, it might not be an offensive Gu. This was a classic case of weak offense and strong defense. If one wanted to forcefully attack a blessed land, they would often need several Gu Immortals to work together and create an advantage in numbers, before engaging in a battle of immortal essence consumption. The Blessed Land's immortal energy was completely depleted. The next step was to attack. But in fact, unless there were special circumstances, very few Gu Immortals would attack Blessed Lands. Because it was not worth it. Not only was celestial essence rare and hard to accumulate, but it was also because the Blessed Land had self-destructed. Once the defending side couldn't think it through. If he destroyed the Blessed Land, the winds of assimilation would blow. Attacking Fang Zhen would not be able to obtain any spoils of war. When Gu Immortals attacked Blessed Lands in the end, they would not gain anything and instead suffer disastrous losses. Unless there was a deep hatred, no one would be willing to make such a losing deal. Fengyang noticed that Lei Tan didn't say anything. He continued, that Fang Yuan ascended the mountain peak and obtained the inheritance, immediately ordering the land spirit to close the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng looked almost identical. The other 9 sex Gu Immortals reacted. Among Immortal Gu, most need Immortal Essence to activate. This fixed Immortal Travel Gu is no exception. This Fang Yuan has fixed Immortal Travel and the land spirit who Immortal can activate the Blessed Land's Immortal Essence. He can escape anytime. We need to be extremely careful when dealing with him. Also, he is only immortal but he can possess an Immortal Gu. His background is not simple. Fengyang nodded. Junior has also expected this. Earlier, I lied about Fang Yuan being our sect's disciple. It was to probe the other 9 sections. Now it seems that he is not backed by the 9 sects of Central Continent. Junior guesses that Fang Yuan comes from Southern Border. There is a high chance that he is backed by a super clan in Southern Border. But be it Wu Clan, Shang Clan, Tai Clan, Yi Clan or others, they are all far away in Southern Border, unable to reach him. If he really enters Central Continent, his battle strength will be suppressed. Our Crane Gate is one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. We have a high chance of winning against them. Once he said this, the elders nodded and discussed softly. Indeed. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Central Continent is our Crane Gate's territory. They really attack Humph. Even if our battle strength is not suppressed, our Crane Gate is stronger than any of the super clans of the 4 regions. Third Elder's frown eased slightly. Right now, I still have some doubts. Fixed Immortal Travel Gu requires the user to have a deep memory of the terrain. He, Fang Yuan, is only immortal, and seems to be far away in southern border. How could he know the scenery of Hu Immortal Blessed Land? And how could he control the time so precisely? Could it be Hu Immortal once made arrangements in southern border? Or is it the doing of the demonic path Gu Immortals on Tianti Mountain? He Fengyang bowed. Junior does not know about this. This matter is really strange. It was only a clue to a Blood Sea true inheritance. Back then, our sect members betrayed us and fled to southern border. Several years ago, Junior sent Master Tenshiro to southern border. He cleaned up the sect and took back the true inheritance. But Master Tenshiro failed, and instead, Fang Yuan seized the true inheritance and obtained Blood Skull Gu. This person is ruthless and ruthless. He actually slaughtered his own clansmen and used Blood Skull Gu to raise his aptitude. Master Tenshiro was not resigned to his failure, so he brought it back to Fangzhen. He planned to retrieve it later. He Fengyang naturally would never have thought that a nameless, insignificant character would one day appear on stage in such a way that left him dumbfounded and tongue-tied. Moreover, he destroyed his grand plan and caused such huge trouble for him. This feeling was very strange. It was like a person walking on the road, and an ant suddenly jumped onto the person's nose, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Where did this ant come from? Extremely daring. A person could crush it with just 2 fingers. But the situation was special. He could not do anything to this person. He could only let this ant strut around for the time being. Why is it this Blood Sea inheritance again? Hearing He Fengyang's explanation, many elders frowned, feeling vexed. Blood Sea inheritance originated from the demonic path overlord Blood Sea ancestor. He killed people like flies, leaving behind a bad reputation for thousands of years. With the ability of a rank 7 Gu master, he actually set up hundreds of thousands of inheritance secret areas in Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains, Western Desert and Eastern Sea. He laughed strangely before his death. Blood Path is not alone, leaving behind a legacy of venom for all eternity. And now, it was as he said, who knew how many mortals had benefited from this. Blood Sea inheritance was already publicly recognized as the most widespread and most numerous inheritance in the world. There was no other. Countless Righteous Path members had headaches because of this. That Shue was just a butcher. Didn't he obtain Blood Sea inheritance and become a famous demonic cultivator in Central Continent? Back then, Myriad Dragon Doc Song Zi Xing obtained one of Blood Sea's true inheritances and betrayed the sect. Even our 10 great sects were humiliated because of this. Now he is already a rank 7 Gu Immortal, and is called Blood Dragon. Myriad Dragon Doc sent 8 Gu Immortals to kill this traitor and wash away their humiliation, 5 rank 6 and 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals. In the end he killed 4, crippled 3 and forced 1 to retreat. It is said that Blood Sea has 9 true inheritances. They are Blood Skull Gu, Blood Handprint Gu, Blood Chi Gu, Blood Sweat Gu, Meridian Blood Gu, Blood Shadow Gu, Blood Battle Gu, as well as the ancient desolate beast Violent Blood Dragon Bat, and the rank 6 Immortal Gu Blood Deity. It can be said that he has great success in Blood Path. This means that 4 Blood Sea true inheritances have already appeared in the world. 1 Blood Skull Gu is in Fang Yuan's hands. 1 Blood Handprint Gu is in Southern Border's Shang clan leader's hands. And 1 Violent Blood Dragon Bat is in Song Zi Xing's hands. It is said that Shang clan leader has already obtained the 2nd Blood Sea true inheritance. That is a rumor, it has not been verified, there is no proof. The elders whispered to each other, discussing in low voices. Alright, let's not talk about the Blood Sea true inheritance. After searching for so many years, it is like searching for a needle in a haystack. All kinds of rumors are increasing day by day. My ears are getting calluses from hearing them. First Supreme Elder waved his hand, immediately stopping the discussions. He turned his gaze towards He Fengyang. Elder Fengyang, since this matter was started by you, you will be responsible for it till the end. Seize the blessed land and make a contribution. The sect will not be stingy with your rewards. Junior understands. He Fengyang accepted the order with a smile. Seeing He Fengyang land in such a good position, Lei Tan wanted to stop him, but since First Supreme Elder had spoken, he could only feel resentment in his heart. But next, First Supreme Elder said, since you are in charge, then Elder Fengyang, hand over my own Wei Gu. Feng Jioga has sent a letter asking for an immortal Gu. You are the person in charge of this matter, settle it for me. Lei Tan was immediately overjoyed. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but think of an important question. Land Spirit, how long is it until the next earthly calamity? Master, even if you did not ask, I would have reported it to you. Currently, the blessed land has already experienced 5 earthly calamities. There is only 1 year and 3 months left until the 6th. Hu Immortal's tone was anxious and grave. What? Only 1 year and 3 months left. Fang Yuan could not sit still anymore. He stood up from the bed. His expression was gloomy. All living beings were balanced, heaven was fair. There were strong and weak, there were blessings and calamities. Blessed lands had calamities and tribulations, an earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. Not mentioning the heavenly tribulation, just the earthly calamity alone. Once an earthly calamity occurred, its power was vast, it would often cause heaven and earth to shatter. Once the blessed land could not resist it, it would be destroyed. Fang Yuan had a blessed land in his previous life. He could not be clearer about the severity of the situation. To a blessed land, every earthly calamity was a severe test. Each earthly calamity was stronger than the last. Hu Immortal died in the 5th earthly calamity, while Fang Yuan would face the even stronger 6th earthly calamity. It is only 1 year and 3 months away from the earthly calamity. There is only 1 year and 3 months left. Why was it not mentioned in biography of Feng Kim Hong? That's right, Feng Kim Hong is a disciple of Spirit Affinity House. His parents are Gu Immortals. With their help, it is not difficult to resist the earthly calamity. But to me the situation is extremely bad. The 6th earthly calamity came too quickly. Even though Fang Yuan had rich experience, he did not have the time to make sufficient preparations. Besides this, he still had to be on guard against external enemies. I snatched Hu Immortal blessed land in front of everyone's eyes. Even though the 10 sects did not make a move, they are definitely watching from the outside. I understand now, these 10 sects Gu Immortals are holding back because they know the earthly calamity is approaching. They want to make use of this earthly calamity? With the arrival of the earthly calamity, the land spirit naturally had to go all out. Could not take care of its master. Fang Yuan was currently at rank 4 upper stage, he could be easily targeted. Once Fang Yuan died, the blessed land would be ownerless. The land spirit would have to choose a new master. If the earthly calamity created a huge loophole, outside Gu masters could freely enter and exit this place. If the 10 sects made trouble at that time, it would be one disaster after another, making the situation even more dangerous. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered for a while because his soul was injured, his head was aching from thinking about it. He stopped his chaotic thoughts and let out a breath of turbid air, finally deciding, let's look at the situation first. He would do his best to make preparations to resist the earthly calamity. If he failed, he could only abandon Hu Immortal blessed land and make it self-destruct, not leaving any resources for the righteous path, before using fixed immortal travel Gu to retreat. Although the blessed land was good, how could it compare to his own safety? After making up his mind, Fang Yuan instructed the land spirit to bring him out to take a look. He urgently needed to understand this blessed land. Yes. The land spirit lowered its head and replied obediently before hesitantly adding, Master, do you not like to wear clothes? In fact, wearing a nice set of clothes will make you look very energetic, and you will feel inexplicably happy. Fang Yuan could not wear the clothes in Danghun Palace. But thankfully he had a spare set of clothes in his Tusita flower. After changing into a black robe, Fang Yuan followed the land spirit and walked up the stairs, arriving at the mountain peak. The wind on Danghun Mountain was very strong. But the land spirit waved its hand, and it immediately turned into a pleasant breeze. Master, this blessed land has an area of 6 million square kilometers. Time flows 5 times faster than usual. 6 million square kilometers of land is a grassland. The grass is mainly blue degree grass, horseshoe grass, 6 divine grass. There are also 7 treasure flowers, milk tea flowers and so on. The land spirit introduced as it drew an image, floating in the air for Fang Yuan to see. In the image, there was a typical grassland, colorful like a carpet of flowers, as if it was right in front of him. Blue poisonous blue degree grass, horseshoe-shaped horseshoe grass, 6 long and thin leaves, 6 divine grass with a jade-like luster. There were also colorful 7 treasure flowers, cup-shaped milk tea flowers that contained milk tea-like juice. These 7 were the main ones, but other than them, there were many other weeds and wildflowers. Fang Yuan looked at it and nodded his head. Do not look down on these flowers, they were all cultivation resources. These 7 main flowers could be used as goo refinement materials. Some of the flowers had goo worms living in them. 6 million square kilometers of grassland, it was equivalent to the area of 4 Hong Kongs on Earth. How many goo worms were there? These wild goo worms were very easy to capture. As long as Fang Yuan gave the order, the land spirit could capture them intact and offer them to Fang Yuan. Chapter 4:14. Fang Yuan heard this and asked, "Then how many goo are there in this blessed land now?" Hu immortal land spirit slightly raised its head. Right now there are over 860,000 rank 1 goo involving 52 types. Over 130,000 rank 2 goo 48 types. 5,000 rank 3 goo 12 types. Over 60 rank 4 goo 8 types. And 1 rank 5 goo fox skin goo. Back then, after Hu immortal died, her obsession did not dissipate and combined with the heavenly power of this land, forming this mystical existence known as the land spirit. In a sense, it was a continuation of life. Thus, the land spirit was the representative of this blessed land, and knew everything in the blessed land clearly. Now that Fang Yuan was the owner of the blessed land, everything in the blessed land belonged to Fang Yuan. Over 860,000 rank 1 goo, and 130,000 rank 2 goo, these two added up to nearly 1 million goo worms. Fang Yuan could not help but think of his time on Qingmao Mountain, when he schemed and fought for 2 or 3 rank 1 and 2 goo worms. Blessed lands were created by goo immortals after all, it was the foundation of immortals. Just this Hu immortal blessed land was enough to support a super clan. 5 or 6 small-sized clans like Guyue village would not be a problem here. As for the number of goo worms in the blessed land at rank 3, their numbers decreased sharply. There were less than 100 rank 4 goo, and only 1 rank 5 goo fox skin goo. This kind of situation was also natural. Just like goo masters. Rank 1 and 2 goo masters were very common. Rank 3 goo masters were rare, rank 4 goo masters were even rarer. As for rank 5 goo masters, there were only 1 or 2 in a million people. This was a pyramid distribution, the higher it was, the fewer goo worms there were. Only an extremely small number of goo worms occupied the top. This blessed land is still young, if it is managed properly in the future, the number of goo worms will continue to increase. Over 10 million rank 1 and 2 goo. It is not a difficult matter. But whether they are raised well or not depends on the type and number of rank 4 and 5 goo. Fang Yuan calculated. When mortals raised goo they usually only had 5 or 6 goo. When goo immortals raised goo they would raise millions or even tens of millions. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. Right now, these goo in Hu immortal blessed land could only be considered passable. Firstly, there were only about 1 million of them. Secondly, they were not specialized in species. Fang Yuan listened to the land spirit's introduction. They were all ordinary goods. If it was the liquor worm or breath concealment goo, the value would be huge. Even that rank 5 fox skin goo was an extremely ordinary defensive goo. They were effective in defending against wind and water path goo worms, but they could not deal with complex battle situations, they were of little value. Fang Yuan wasn't even interested in looking at it. What truly moved him were the resources of the universe. In Hu immortal blessed land, time flowed 5 times faster than the outside world. In other words, 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to 5 days in here. This meant that Fang Yuan's cultivation speed in the paradise was 5 times faster than the outside world. 3 months in the outside world. That was 1 year and 3 months in the blessed land. With this, Fang Yuan would be able to cultivate quickly and surpass even more goo masters, gaining more opportunities. Of course, there were also major drawbacks to this. Fang Yuan's lifespan was only about 100 years. Thus, the speed at which he aged increased by 5 times. The land spirit continued to introduce. Right now, there are thousands of fox groups living in the blessed land. There are red foxes, golden foxes, cloud foxes, wind foxes, autumn water foxes, flowing light foxes, and so on. Among them there are 3 largest myriad fox groups. They each have about 800,000 foxes. The total number of foxes is about 4,700,000. Fang Yuan listened quietly, nodding slightly. 3 myriad fox groups meant there were 3 myriad beast kings. In Hu immortal blessed land, the beast groups had not developed to the stage of having beast emperors. The beast groups had a simple structure. From bottom to top, there were 100 beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, myriad beast kings and beast emperors. For example, Ba Huang and Ing Ming in Three Kings Blessed Land were two beast emperors with battle strength comparable to rank 5 Gu masters. They could temporarily block Mo Wu Tian and Xiao Mang's advance. There are many fox groups, but they are all ordinary foxes. There are no mutated beasts. Fang Yuan evaluated inwardly. The value of ordinary wild beasts naturally could not compare to mutated beasts. This was like wild boar and thunder boar, green bull and Kunlun bull, wild dog and lion mastiff. Above mutated beasts there were desolate beasts. Among the desolate beasts, there were ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts. Song Zixing's violent blood dragon bat was an ancient desolate beast. It was one of the 9 true inheritances left behind by Blood Sea ancestor. Immemorial desolate beasts were recorded in the legends of Rinzhu, for example, the 9-tailed fox. To nurture a 9-tailed fox in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, that is definitely a fantasy. Even ancient desolate beasts cannot do it. But for ordinary desolate beasts like hurricane fox or phoenix wing fox, it would be a great fortune to nurture 1 or 2. Fang Yuan considered inwardly. Since he had obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, his rebirth plan could be said to have reached a whole new level. He naturally had to make adjustments and modifications. At this time, Jia clan's internal strife was already in full swing. He could not make it in time. The Battle of Yitian Mountain was too far away. Fang Yuan was prepared to make good use of this Hu Immortal Blessed Land and cultivate the Gu Immortal Realm. This meant that he not only had to resist the successive earthly calamities, he also had to manage them. Currently the Gu groups were barely satisfactory. Although the fox groups were ordinary, they had the potential to develop. Actually, there are a lot of fox groups in the Blessed Land. At least 3 times as many as now. But during the second earthly calamity, there was a meteor fire rain. The eastern part of the Blessed Land was burnt to a pulp. That time, hundreds of thousands of foxes were burned to death. Even now, the black flames are not extinguished. The fourth earthly calamity was a flood that drowned most of the grassland in the northern part of the Blessed Land, killing a large number of fox groups. Now only this many are left. The land spirit pouted when she spoke of the earthly calamity. Her eyes showed fear and panic. At the same time she waved her small hand. Smoke surged in the air, showing the eastern and northern parts of the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan saw, the eastern part of the Blessed Land was in a mess. Smoke and dust were everywhere. Many meteorite craters were densely packed, and black flames were burning around the craters. The flames burned quietly without making any sound, but it showed the terrifying intent within. And in the northern part, there was a vast expanse of white water. Dark clouds lingered, drizzling rain fell, the sound of water surged. It was dark and gloomy. Grass and flowers could be seen on the surface of the water, as well as floating fox corpses. This is the black flame meteor as well as the dark cloud white sea. Seeing such a tragic scene, Fang Yuan's heart sank. The earthly calamity was extremely powerful, and there were countless types. It was impossible to defend against. Every 10 years, it would cause a destructive threat to the Blessed Land. Hu Immortal had defended it 5 times and even lost her life. And the wounds left by the previous earthly calamities were still there, and had not been completely healed. This situation was extremely bad news for Fang Yuan. Hu Immortal Blessed Land had 6 million mu of land, but with the northern and eastern parts gone, she immediately lost 2 million mu of land. Such a loss was too severe. I need to get rid of these 2 big problems. To suppress the black flames and the flood, I have spent a lot of immortal essence. Fang Yuan muttered softly. But immediately after, Hu Immortal Land Spirit told him an even worse piece of news. Master, the biggest problem is here. Look, this is left behind by the 5th earthly calamity. She waved her hand and the scene changed. Fang Yuan saw that on a burnt black grassland, a figure formed from blue lightning was sitting cross-legged on the ground. It was not tall and had an enchanting body, but was formed purely from lightning, shining with blue light, emitting an extremely terrifying might. Human-shaped lightning, this is the earthly calamity, blue charm shadow. Fang Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. This human-shaped lightning was also one of the earthly calamities, and had extremely strong battle strength, comparable to a rank 6 Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan saw this and immediately understood, the culprit that killed Hu Immortal was probably this blue charm shadow. The original Hu Immortal was an enslavement path Gu master, and could control fox groups. Enslavement path Gu masters were both strong and weak, and were easily countered by beheading the leader. Although there were many fox groups, they could not block the blue charm shadow. Eventually, Hu Immortal was killed by the shadow and lost her life. Damn it, why is there such a lightning demon in this blessed land? Fang Yuan's expression turned extremely ugly. He still had ways to deal with the previous problems. However, this humanoid lightning was already beyond the scope of his current abilities. Master, you need to be careful when you go out. This human-shaped lightning will roam around the blessed land. It only dares not get close to Danghun Mountain. The land spirit's adorable face was bathed in the blue lightning, and her voice was slightly trembling. Although this shadow is an earthly calamity, it is also one of the living beings. Since it is a living being, it has a soul, and once it gets close to Danghun Mountain, its soul will be turned to ashes. Fang Yuan had already calmed down. Maybe I can use Danghun Mountain to get rid of this shadow? But how can I lure it? Fang Yuan's mind moved, and he felt his ears buzzing again. He shook his head and did not think too much. What other bad news do you have? Tell me all of them. He smiled bitterly and asked the land spirit. The situation was much worse than he had imagined. Hu Immortal blessed land was already on the brink of destruction, be it internal or external threats, they were all very serious. To Feng Kim Hong, she had Gu Immortal parents and Spirit Affinity House's help, she naturally did not need to worry about these things. But Fang Yuan was alone. Of course, being alone had its own benefits. Biography of Feng Kim Hong recorded that even if Feng Kim Hong obtained a blessed land, she had to contribute a large amount of resources to the sect. The land spirit shook her head, the worst situation had already been reported. The rest were all good news. Firstly, in the southern part of the blessed land, there was a Rockman tribe. Rockmen were a type of variant humans, they lived underground and ate ores as food. This news was an unexpected surprise to Fang Yuan. Secondly, the Gu Immortal blessed land had abundant immortal essence. The land spirit brought Fang Yuan back to Danghun Palace. In the deepest part of the palace, there was a huge golden bowl filled with green immortal essence. Other than the green liquid at the bottom of the bowl, most of the immortal essence had automatically condensed into lumps. At first glance they looked like grapes. This was the unique attribute of a rank 6 Gu Immortal, green grape immortal essence. Each green grape immortal essence bead had more immortal essence than the Three Kings' blessed land. But these Gutstones were almost used up by Hu Immortal. After Hu Immortal died, the Gutstones on Danghun Mountain. They had been slowly growing for the last 8 years. Thus, there were only over 100 Gutstones, and by now Fang Yuan had used them all. According to Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit's description, to produce one Gutstone, close to 10,000 foxes had to be sacrificed. The stronger the beast kings that died, the more Gutstones would be produced. Fang Yuan did not use this method. When the blessed land was strong, it was natural for Hu Immortal to do this. But now the blessed land was extremely weak. The fox groups were also greatly weakened. Slaughtering the fox groups was not a wise long-term plan. After his soul injuries healed, Fang Yuan did not relax, he started to think about his future plans. Obtaining Hu Immortal blessed land was no doubt a huge help to his plans. But it also had a huge impact. Now, with Danghun Mountain in my hands, my soul foundation will continue to strengthen. In my previous life, I also had the experience of controlling blood bat groups, I should make use of this huge advantage. Next, I will definitely walk the enslavement path. But enslavement path has its drawbacks, it is easy to be killed. So I cannot relax in my strength path cultivation. This way, Fang Yuan would have to cross both strength and enslavement paths, and construct and feed 2 sets of goo worms. If it was before, Fang Yuan would not be able to afford it. But now he had Hu Immortal blessed land. There was no problem. The most perfect result would be to refine the second aperture goo. After obtaining the second aperture, 1 set of enslavement path and 1 set of strength path would be clearly separated. They would both be in their own aperture and would not interfere with each other. At the same time, in terms of primeval essence, it is enough to control 2 sets of goo worms. At that time, Fang Yuan could wave his hand, and the beast group and insect army would engulf the land like a huge wave. In the blink of an eye, blood would flow like a river and life would be lost. If some blind guy thought he was infallible and barged in, he would be beheaded. Then, Fang Yuan's strength path cultivation would let them understand how cruel reality was, and why flowers were so red. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan took out the second aperture goo from his aperture. This goo was shaped like a peanut shell, golden in color, and the markings on its surface were like scarlet blood veins. This was the placenta form of the second aperture goo, formed by fusing a fake goo with a lifespan goo, and could live for 40 years. To truly refine the second aperture goo, I definitely have enough immortal essence, and 2/3 watch goo are also easy to get, but I still need divine travel goo. Fang Yuan pondered. Immortal goo were unique, and in the world only one immortal goo could exist at any time. Divine travel goo had turned into fixed immortal travel goo and no longer existed. This allowed a new divine travel goo to appear in the world. Moreover, divine travel goo had an extraordinary advantage: it was easy to obtain. It was not like other immortal goo which were hard to capture. The legends of Rinzhu clearly recorded that as long as one drank 4 top-quality wines in the world, they could condense divine travel goo in their bodies. Other than the brewing of wild beasts and natural breeding, because of the flourishing of human winemaking techniques, the number of top-quality wines was much higher than in ancient times. Although it was troublesome to find 4 top-quality wines, as long as he spent some time, he would definitely succeed. To Fang Yuan, with his blessed land and little who immortal land spirits help, there was great hope in refining the second aperture goo. But the crux of the problem was this. Precisely because divine travel goo was easy to obtain, others could easily take advantage of it. But these goo worms were mostly rank 1 rock skin goo and rank 2 monolith goo. There was only one rank 3 goo worm, a stone aperture goo. Fang Yuan had once used it on Qingmao Mountain. Back then, spring-autumn cicada was suppressing his aperture, and he had no choice but to use it. Rockmen were good at digging and lived deep underground. Their food was soil. Sometimes, when they dug underground, they would find underground goo worms. What did you say? You want to reduce the offerings? Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed into a thin line as he slowly stood up and walked down the stairs, arriving in front of these Rockman tribe leaders. The Rockmen were tall, kneeling on the ground, their shoulders were even taller than Fang Yuan's head. Esteemed immortal, our Rockman tribe has already handed over so many offerings for the past 30 years. These years, heaven and earth have been shaking, the north has been flooded, and the east has been on fire. Our lives have been getting harder. Harvesting these things is getting harder and harder. Immortal, please be merciful and forgive us for our incompetence. Please reduce our offerings a little, the oldest of the stone golems begged. Yes, immortal, please reduce the offerings. These years, our tribe's population has been declining. Immortal, please sympathize with us. We will never forget your great kindness. The other Rockman tribe leaders echoed. Reduce offerings? Hee, that's possible. In fact, I can even waive these offerings. Fang Yuan's smile was very gentle and kind. The Rockmen's faces were filled with joy. But I have a condition. Then Fang Yuan changed the topic. I need you to dig a canal for me. The water from the north can flow along the canal to the east where the fire is spreading. What? Hearing this, the Rockmen were shocked. Soon they came to their senses and shouted loudly. Esteemed immortal, you can't do this. Digging a canal is a huge project. We Rockmen need sleep. If we don't sleep enough, we will die. Also, there are monstrous flames and vast water. You want us to dig a canal? Isn't that asking us to die? Instantly the crowd was enraged. Many young Rockmen were kneeling at the side, but when they heard the commotion, they impulsively stood up and stared at Fang Yuan with fierce gazes. Master. The Earth Spirit Fox Immortal next to Fang Yuan saw this scene and could not help but worry. The stone man's personality was stubborn, possessing a barbaric aura. He cared even more about dignity and would never stoop to compromise. When they were impulsive, they even dared to attack demon supremacies and immortal supremacies, no matter who they were. To be able to train these Rockmen like this, who immortal had put in a lot of effort and gave the Rockmen many benefits. Master. These stone men were all unreasonable. Asking them to worship these things is already the limit. Little who immortal transmitted secretly and anxiously reminded Fang Yuan. Limit? Fang Yuan sneered and grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. He laughed sinisterly. You rockmen are really daring. You actually dare to bargain with me? The place you live is mine. The soil you eat is mine. The spirit spring beside your tribe is also mine. You live here, you are my slaves. I want to dig a canal. This is not a request. It's not an exchange, it's an order. When the stone men heard this, they all stood up with anger on their faces. Immortal, you don't know what's good for you, you dare to look down on us rockmen. Back then, we rockmen migrated here because we believed the words of the previous female immortal. But the environment here is getting worse and worse. It's getting worse and worse. Who wants to stay here? You want us to dig a canal? It's the same as sending us to our deaths. Do you think we rockmen are fools? We rockmen are raised by nature. We're not willing to be your slaves. Let's go. Migrate. I've had enough of this broken place. The rockmen tribe leaders roared and turned hostile on the spot. The attendants they brought along, the young rockmen, all swarmed up. They rubbed their fists and glared fiercely at Fang Yuan. You want to leave? Ah. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed loudly. It was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Then he stopped laughing and glanced coldly at these rockmen, saying with a cold tone, "What do you think this place is? You come as you please and leave as you please? The previous rules don't count. From today onwards, I'm the supreme ruler here. My words are providence. You have to abide by it even if you don't." Many young rockmen clenched their fists and roared at the sky. Immortal, you're challenging the bottom line of my tribe. Immortal, although you're powerful, we're not afraid of you. We rockmen never yield to power. We're natural warriors. We're brave and fearless. Only love can make us dig out our hearts and liver. Only gentleness can make us bend our backs. Fang Yuan pushed his palm and a golden dragon appeared. The golden dragon roared furiously, blasting the loudest stone golem into smithereens. He killed the granite tribe leader. The old tribe leader is dead. We have to avenge him. Even an immortal will be buried in the fury of my tribe. The death of the granite tribe leader was like a fuse, completely igniting the rockmen's fury. The rockmen attacked Fang Yuan one after another, each step creating a deep pit on the ground with a loud rumbling sound. Dozens of rockmen attacked together, but they had the might of a magnificent army. Countless rays of light rose from their bodies. There were also goo worms residing in the rockman's body. At this moment they activated according to their wills. But in the next moment, these radiances suddenly disappeared. Little Hu Immortal took action and imprisoned all the goo worms. Fang Yuan sneered and started the massacre. The rockmen were not afraid of death, but their strength was not as good as Fang Yuan. After a while they were all smashed into pieces, dying a tragic death here. But these crushed stones were like magnets, condensing and forming new small rockmen. Kill. Resist power, avenge father. We were born in heaven and earth, die in heaven and earth, we've never feared anything. The small rockmen charged over and were slaughtered by Fang Yuan again. But these crushed stones condensed into even smaller rockmen. These rockmen were few in number, but after they formed, they immediately charged at Fang Yuan, shouting the slogan of avenging grandfather and father. This was the reproduction method of rockmen. Rockmen were only male. After the old rockman died, the scattered soul and stone would condense and form a new rockman, inheriting part of the old rockman's memories as well as some important experiences. Thus, Yen Yong first inherited the tribe leader position and took control of Whitestone tribe. A month later he took control of the other tribes and became the leader of the 8 Rockmen tribes. Another half a month later he successfully led the Rockmen to chase away the Fox Horde, and successfully protected their homeland. But this is not enough. As long as the Immortals do not die we will not have a future. The Fox Horde will regroup and attack our homeland again. We can only attack that Immortal Mountain and kill the Immortals, only then will we be able to live a peaceful life. Yen Yong immediately suggested attacking Dang Hun Mountain. But a few rockmen were hesitant. We have just suffered from the chaos of war, we want to sleep now. Our rockmen numbers are greatly reduced, we don't have the strength to attack that demon's nest. We have a large number of offsprings, they were born in the war, we need to raise them well. Let them grow up. Yen Yong could only use Whitestone tribe leader. My tribesmen, do you think I will bring you to your deaths? Attacking the Immortal Mountain was not my idea. It was a secret that Whitestone tribe leader told me before he died. He said that this Immortal Mountain is the legendary Dang Hun Mountain. There are gut stones on Danghun Mountain. If we rockmen obtain these gut stones, we will be able to increase our strength and strengthen our tribe. Whitestone tribe leader was the oldest and most experienced rockman among all the rockmen. Most of the rockmen thought of him as the sage of the tribe. His last words, along with Yen Yong's high prestige, finally incited all the rockmen to form an expedition army and attack Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan specially arranged some fox horde around Danghun Mountain to form a weak defensive line. Yen Yong encouraged the surrounding rockmen. Look, the Immortals' demon fox army is almost gone. We are already on our way to victory. The rockmen won along the way, singing their victory songs as they charged up Danghun Mountain with high morale. On Danghun Mountain, Fang Yuan brought a group of foxes and started a decisive battle with the rockmen. Fang Yuan displayed his terrifying strength, killing many rockmen, causing them to tremble in fear. But at this time, Yen Yong stood out and pointed out that Fang Yuan was injured. He was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and started a decisive battle with Fang Yuan. The fox horde was exterminated. Fang Yuan was indeed no match. He was beaten away by Yen Yong again. Wait until I have accumulated enough immortal essence from the water and fire, I will return. At that time it will be your doomsday. Before retreating, Fang Yuan shouted with a sinister expression. The rockmen were bulky and moved slowly. They were also not familiar with the terrain of Danghun Mountain. They could only let Fang Yuan escape. After beating away the immortals, the rockmen admired and worshipped Yen Yong. They cheered for their victory. My tribesmen, now is not the time to cheer. Furthermore, these two places are so vast, who knows where the immortal will run to. The stone men were all talking at once, discussing spiritedly. Yen Yong interrupted everyone's discussion. He shouted, "So, I thought of a solution. We need to use earth to fill up the water swamp and the fire pit. This way, that immortal will not be able to recover his immortal essence." My God! That's a crazy idea. Immediately, a stone man exclaimed. My great tribe leader, the water swamp is so vast, it makes people feel discouraged. And the fire pit has a fatal heat. How can we use earth to fill it up? That's impossible. An old stone man retorted. Yen Yong looked deeply at this old rockman, remembering it in his heart. This rockman dared to rebuke him. It proved that his admiration for him was not enough. In the future, I will give him the heaviest work and tire him to death. At this time, another old rockman spoke. We cannot be rash. I thought of a solution. Maybe we can dig a large canal to divert the water into the fire pit. The power of water and fire will cancel each other out. This will save us a lot of trouble. Yen Yong's killing intent became even more intense. This old rockman was very intelligent. He was more threatening than the previous rockman who rebuked him. He immediately decided to give this old rockman the task of guarding the fire pit. Let the demon fox army kill him and get rid of this threat as soon as possible. Yen Yong calmly praised this old rockman, shouting, "This is my idea. We need to dig a large canal as soon as possible, to divert the water and quell the fire, not letting immortals have a place to accumulate immortal essence." Actually, before White Rock tribe leader died, he also taught me. He said that the flood in the north, the fire in the east were all caused by that evil male immortal, that they were the source of his power. Just like how we rockmen eat the earth. So White Rock tribe leader already predicted this. White Rock tribe leader is indeed the sage of us rockmen. White Rock tribe leader is already 998 years old, of course he knows a lot. The rockmen nodded, praising White Rock tribe leader, at the same time expressing regret for his death. Rockmen slept most of the time. They did not interact much with each other. This sense of distance, mystery, made the dead White Rock tribe leader's intelligence even more unfathomable. According to the saying on Earth, if the old chief of the White Stone tribe were to hear this from the underworld, he would probably jump out of his coffin in anger. But unfortunately he was completely killed by Fang Yuan. Even his soul was not spared. It was placed on Danghun Mountain by Fang Yuan and shattered. His essence fell on the mountain, forming a gut stone. It was unknown which stone man had smashed this gall stone into pieces. Or maybe it was Fang Yuan's people. The east had already turned into scorched earth, not even a blade of grass could be seen. But the balance of water and fire was like a scar on a bleeding wound. As long as time passed, the east and north would gradually regain their vitality. Under Fang Yuan's secret instructions, Yen Yong brought over 100 rockmen back to their home in the south. "Master, what do we do with these clouds?" Little Hu Immortal looked at the thick sea of clouds in the sky, feeling troubled. Even though it had rained several times, there was still water vapor floating in the sky, condensing into clouds. These clouds blocked the sunlight, shrouding a large area of the east in darkness. It was very annoying. One had to know that there was no strong sunlight or strong winds in the blessed land. These clouds would severely affect the ecology of most of the east. No need to care about it. Fang Yuan took a look at the sea of clouds before retracting his gaze. He had already expected the appearance of the sea of clouds, it was just a minor detail. The most important thing now was the sixth earthly calamity. Chapter 421. Several months later. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the fox groups had gathered into an army formation, tightly surrounding Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan stood at the peak of the mountain with his hands behind his back, looking at the sky with a solemn expression. Time passed. Today was the day of the sixth earthly calamity's descent. Even though Fang Yuan was a Gu immortal in the 500 years of his previous life, he could not remain calm facing the earthly calamity. Each earthly calamity would get stronger and stronger. It was a severe test of life and death for the blessed land and Gu immortals. By the time Fang Yuan took control of the blessed land, there was only 1 year and 3 months left. This time was too short. He could only prepare as much as he could. Digging the canal to balance the water and fire was one, nurturing the fox groups to reproduce was the second, keeping fixed immortal travel Gu and preparing to retreat at any time was the third. As for the sea of clouds in the sky and the blue charm lightning shadow in the west, he was powerless even if he wanted to. The wind gradually stopped. Far away in the sky, the sea of clouds rumbled, a lump of light was brewing. "It's here." Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he muttered softly. Amidst the sea of clouds, the ball of light suddenly exploded, forming a magnificent white round door that faced the vast blessed land. The door of light shined with a dazzling light. A huge monster with a yellowish-brown body appeared. It looked like a huge rock. It slowly descended from the door of light. Looking at this, a desolate beast calamity? Fang Yuan squinted, staring at it without blinking. The boulders continued to descend without a sound. Fang Yuan could not help but lick his dry lips, his heart sinking. There were countless types of earthly calamities, among which there were desolate beasts. In the blessed land, one or many desolate beasts would appear and attack the center of the blessed land together, wreaking havoc in the blessed land and wreaking havoc. If they were not exterminated in time, no matter how vast the blessed land was, it would be destroyed by them. Damn it. It is actually a desolate beast. I hope this desolate beast has no immortal Gu. Fang Yuan could not help but curse in his heart. If a desolate beast had an immortal Gu, its battle strength would surpass ordinary Gu immortals. This mysterious desolate beast landed on the ground with an agility that did not match its size. From afar it looked like a boulder that was slightly flat. However, when Fang Yuan looked at it closely, he discovered that the boulder was actually a yellowish-brown carapace that emitted a metallic luster. The carapace was covered with thick mud. Just as Fang Yuan was guessing. What exactly was it? A pair of huge pincers that looked like 2 steel pincers extended from the square carapace. Then 18 slender pincers appeared. They came out from both sides and landed on the ground. Then they easily lifted its heavy body up and away from the ground. Mud crab. Upon seeing this scene, Fang Yuan blurted out. He recognized the desolate beast's true appearance. It was a huge crab with a body as big as a mountain. When it propped itself up, its height could reach a quarter of Danghun Mountain. Its first pair of pincers were even more terrifying than steel pincers. With a light pinch it could break a mountain rock. Dragon scissors. Its other 18 chelicerae, although thinner and more slender than the first pair of chelicerae. But in reality they were even thicker than 100-year-old trees. On its body there were a large number of parasites. Most were water and earth path Gu worms. Sometimes there was even an entire group of Gu worms. Fortunately, Hu Immortal Blessed Land has abundant immortal essence. I have abundant immortal essence. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, rejoicing internally. Even if he used that set of strength goo, its destructive power was not enough to break the shell of the mud crab. More importantly, the mud crab had not used its immortal goo yet. Fang Yuan did not know if it had one or not. The unknown was a strong deterrence, causing Fang Yuan to not dare to act rashly. Thus the mud crab attacked again. Just as it was teleported for the third time, Little Hu Immortal's expression suddenly changed. Before Fang Yuan could react, she grabbed Fang Yuan's arm and disappeared on the spot. At the next moment, a fierce thunderbolt struck the place where they were originally standing. Rumble. With a loud explosion, mountain rocks flew everywhere. The lightning paused for a moment before turning back. It turned into a human-shaped lightning, letting out a mournful cry. The culprit was the blue charm lightning shadow. Chapter 422. It hugged its head and howled in pain. The blue lightning was also disorderly and only stabilized after a long time. Evidently, the shadow had suffered soul damage when it entered Danghun Mountain. In Danghun Palace, the smoke shadow reflected this scene. Fang Yuan watched with a livid expression. If not for the land spirit's timely teleportation, he would have died. Little Hu Immortal patted her chest, her face pale with lingering fear. When it rains, it pours. The blue charm shadow had also joined the battle, making the situation even worse. The blue charm shadow's failure in sneak attack made it angry, and it charged at Danghun Mountain. Every time it slammed into the walls, Danghun Palace shook. It hit the surface of the mountain, causing soil to fly and creating huge black pits. Fang Yuan's heart bled as he watched. This was Danghun Mountain. In the entire world there was only one such place. Fortunately, the blue charm shadow stopped attacking after dozens of times. Its soul was severely injured, and its lightning was very disorderly. It did not dare to attack again. In this period of time, the land spirit teleported the swamp crab twice. In total, it had used up 5 green grape immortal essence beads. And the fox army, which had originally been large in numbers, had already been wiped out. What made Little Hu Immortal discouraged was that this desolate beast only had small scratches on its body, and its steps were as steady as before. It was like a diamond bone that could not be chewed through. Whether it was the blue charm shadow or the swamp crab, they all had the same goal: to destroy the central area, exhaust the immortal essence and kill the land spirit. Their ultimate goal was to destroy the entire blessed land. They were on the same side and did not fight amongst themselves. Instead they cooperated. When Fang Yuan and the land spirit were having a headache over this swamp crab, the blue charm shadow gave up on Danghun Mountain and targeted this land. It did not dare to attack Danghun Mountain. It started to attack the sky and earth. The earth was destroyed and deep pits appeared. The sky shattered, showing the damage of the mirror. Fang Yuan felt a deep sense of helplessness. Not good, master. A hole has appeared in the blessed land. Little Hu Immortal's tone was anxious. The blue charm shadow's attack shattered the sky and earth, creating a hole in the blessed land. Cut off all the blessed lands around the loophole. Fang Yuan's body was as cold as ice, his tone indifferent. Ah! Little Fox Immortal's eyes widened as she exclaimed. Do this. It was the same as completely abandoning him, and he could never recover. If a hole appeared in a blessed land, it could be filled with immortal essence. If it wasn't mended in time, the hole would expand and form a channel. Once the tunnel was formed, those goo immortals outside the blessed land would definitely swarm in with ill intentions. At that time, the situation would be even more out of control. Tian-Ti Mountain had demonic path goo immortals. Righteous path goo immortals did not dare to attack because they had huge businesses. However, there was no lack of deranged people in the demonic Dao who worked alone. Love adventure. In any case, Fang Yuan had done this many times in his previous life. Under Fang Yuan's orders, Little Hu Immortal gave up hundreds of acres of blessed land. The blue charm shadow continued to destroy and create loopholes. The land spirit continued to discard it. The swamp crabs kept attacking Danghun Mountain. The land spirit had no choice but to teleport continuously. The consumption of green grape immortal essence had already reached 13 beads. Sob, 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 the blessed land has become smaller. I have also lost a lot of immortal essence. Little Hu Immortal's tears flowed down as she sobbed. Stop crying. Fang Yuan shouted coldly. His expression was ashen. There is no point in delaying like this. The closer it got to Danghun Mountain, the stronger the soul-shaking power. Little Hu Immortal had to move the swamp crab out again and again. At this point, it depended on the strength of both sides. If the wild beast's soul was strong and pushed down Danghun Mountain, it would be Fang Yuan's defeat. On the other hand, if Danghun Mountain did not fall, it would be the earthly calamity's failure. Bang bang bang. The pillars in Danghun Palace kept collapsing and the beams broke. Smoke and dust rose, accompanied by Little Hu Immortal's sobs. Fang Yuan's expression was cold as he stood silently. Power, I need more power. He clenched his fists and shouted indignantly in his heart. Why was it that even though it kept growing, it was still so weak in the face of heaven and earth and fate? Then continued to grow, become stronger, stronger and stronger. In this silent shout, the swamp crab's movements gradually slowed. Finally, it collapsed halfway up Danghun Mountain, no longer breathing. This is Fang Yuan. He gave up the blessed land on his own accord, completely abandoning it. It seems he is worried that the loophole will form a passage and allow outside Gu masters to enter. Fengyang was slightly shocked but soon sneered, I'll let you cut it, let's see how far you can cut it. Every piece of blessed land you give up is the same as cutting your own flesh. However, after a while, Fengyang's expression changed completely. He is still cutting the blessed land? It is probably several thousand mu. He has some courage, no wonder he could take the risk to snatch the inheritance. After a while, Fengyang's expression turned ugly. Thinking of the sect's orders, he said, Our sect is not interested in the fox groups or Gu worms in Hu Immortal blessed land. But the guts Gu on Danghun Mountain have some value. Our sect will send more disciples here, bring them to Danghun Mountain. Stop. Before Fang Jing finished speaking, Fang Yuan interrupted, I still don't believe your Crane Gate's sincerity. This is what I want, prepare it for me first and give it to me as soon as possible. I don't have Yuan stone, but I have the corpse of the desolate beast swamp crab that can be used for the transaction as Yuan stone. The details are in the letter. Go back and take a good look. The moment he said that, a tiny lightning bolt flew over, landing in Fang Jing's hand. It was that electric paper crane goo. This electric paper crane goo had already been refined by Fang Yuan for his own use. The contents were the goo worms that Fang Yuan wanted, all kinds of materials as well as the swamp crab's blood, meat, bones, carapace and so on. Fang Jing raised his head, and was about to speak when the scene in front of him changed. He was transported out again. Check it, is there anything wrong? After Fang Jing left, Fang Yuan did not relax and instructed the land spirit. Blessed lands could not imprison immortal Gu. Fang Yuan did not meet Fang Jing personally, because he was worried that there was an immortal Gu hidden on him. Crane Gate was a huge clan, they would not lack immortal Gu. Although Fang Jing's aperture could not hold an immortal Gu, and could easily leak the immortal Gu's aura. But the Gu Master world was full of strange things. There were many methods to hide the immortal Gu's aura. Fang Yuan had to be on guard against this. The land spirit checked it several times, and after confirming there was no problem, Fang Yuan relaxed. I passed the earthly calamity. Is this considered a blessing in disguise? Fang Yuan squinted, considering his situation. The situation in front of him. It was much more advantageous than what he had expected. In order to swallow Hu Immortal blessed land, Crane Gate actually covered for their enemy Fang Yuan. Such boldness, as expected of one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Everything was based on benefits, enemies, friends, everything was built on this foundation. In other words, this was the so-called big picture view. Under the restrictions of the system, under the requirement of the big picture view, even if Fang Jing hated him, so what? Wasn't he still obediently negotiating with him? Once they realize that they cannot control me, They will lose everything if they attack forcefully, so Crane Gate will come to negotiate and trade. Even if they find out, they won't say anything about the righteous and demonic factions colluding. Because Crane Gate has already admitted that I am their disciple. This is a meticulous plan. But this is what I need. Even if this disciple's identity is fake, it is enough to intimidate other forces. Looking at Jian Yisheng and Feng Zhouge's letters, I will know how precious this identity is. Fang Yuan thought. He did not mind this identity. In essence, he was still a demonic path cultivator, he was still a human, he could still do things freely, nobody could restrict him. But at the same time he could trade for other resources he needed. Come, I still want to go to Langya Blessed Land and snatch connecting Heaven Goo. Now that I have Crane Gate to trade, I do not need to do so. But Crane Gate will not let me go after I snatch Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Negotiating now is because they are afraid of me, there is no choice. I cannot be careless and give them a chance. Fang Yuan warned himself. As for his brother Fangjing, he was secondary. Killing him would at most raise his aptitude by using Blood Skull Goo. But the disadvantage was that he would become enemies with Crane Gate and put himself in a dangerous situation. Fang Yuan ordered the land spirit. In the next moment, the two teleported to Danghun Mountain. Heavens, so many gut stones. This place is a mess, there was indeed a huge battle. Maybe that male immortal is already dead. Our Rockman tribe will usher in a glorious tomorrow. Our descendants will be endless, tribe leader Yen Yong, we can build the largest Rockman tribe in the world. The stone men cheered and shouted, venting the excitement and happiness they felt at this moment. Danghun Mountain was filled with gut stones. Within 5 steps there would definitely be one. The Rockmen enthusiastically crushed the gut stones, strengthening their souls. Many small Rockmen were already born and they were also beating the gut stones. The new souls quickly grew stronger, allowing them to control more stones as their bodies. There were originally only a few hundred Rockmen left, but in just a day their population expanded by 10 times. The larger the population, the faster the growth. On the second morning, their population broke 10,000. On the third evening they had 300,000 tribesmen. All the gut stones on Danghun Mountain were also harvested. On the fourth day, Danghun Mountain started to show its might, the Rockmen could only reluctantly leave, majestically returning to their homes. In his previous life, Fang Yuan roamed the 5 regions for 500 years before finally choosing to settle in Central Continent and become a Gu Immortal. He had a good understanding of Western Desert's situation. Compared to Western Desert, Northern Plains is a huge grassland. The large tribes graze, migrate, fight and reproduce on the grassland, their mobility is very high. Some small and medium-sized tribes have even more chaotic management. I can take advantage of this situation. Western Desert was different from Northern Plains. In Western Desert, humans relied on oases to live, many of them gathered together all year round. As long as the oases were not lost, no one would be so bored as to travel long distances in the vast desert where danger lurked everywhere, to search for another oasis. But in northern plains, tribes had to migrate from time to time in search of fertile and fresh grassland. The climate there was constantly changing from time to time. There would be strong weather changes that could destroy their homes overnight, forcing the tribes to migrate again. This way, tribes would move all over the place, conflicts were unavoidable. Thus, Northern Plains had the most Gu masters, and was also the most proficient in fighting among the 5 regions. If Fang Yuan chose Western Desert and kidnapped hostages to threaten Gu immortals, it would definitely cause a huge and lasting commotion in the peaceful Western Desert. But if he chose Northern Plains, even if he killed the rank 5 Gu master Tai by Yunxing, the commotion would only last for a while. After a few months, people would forget about him. After careful consideration, Fang Yuan felt that the chaotic Northern Plains was more suitable for him to act in. Western Desert Sun Shui was already a Gu immortal, while Northern Plains Tai by Yunxing was only rank 5 peak stage. After deciding on a direction, Fang Yuan racked his brains, searching for all kinds of useful information from his memories to weave his plan for Northern Plains. Plans could not keep up with changes. Since rebirth, his plans had been constantly changing. The first time on Qingmao Mountain was when he obtained a great aptitude. It was a huge breakthrough and thus changed. The second time on Sancha Mountain was when Fang Yuan soared to the sky in one step. His original plan became even more unrecognizable. Although there were still benefits in the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan could no longer stay in southern border. As for Central Continent, it was even more impossible. He was a mortal, famous in the Righteous Path's 10 great sects. He was targeted by the entire Crane Gate and many demonic path Gu immortals on Tianti Mountain. As long as he did not become a Gu immortal, he would have to hide in the Blessed Land, unable to come out. He had originally planned to live well in Hu immortal Blessed Land. There were sufficient resources in the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan wanted to imitate Feng Jioga and cultivate hard-to-reach Gu immortal realm as soon as possible, and get rid of Spring-Autumn Cicada, his biggest internal threat. Fang Yuan was a risk-taker. He liked to use small means to win big, and often struggled on the line between life and death, but this did not mean he rejected a peaceful and stable life. If he did not use a safe and stable cultivation method, instead he liked to jump around and cause trouble everywhere, taking risks and trying things recklessly. That was a problem for his brain. Loneliness, solitude, boredom, these had never been an obstacle to Fang Yuan's cultivation. If his temperament was so shallow that he could not endure these, how could he successfully walk down this path? However, the world changed. Things did not go according to one's wishes. That was the nature of life. Fang Yuan wanted to cultivate hard, and the Blessed Land's development was fast and good. Chapter 441. Even though it was daytime, the poison grassland was gloomy. Thick dark clouds blocked the light of the sun. Behind the low mound, a humpback wolf was quietly lurking. The hump wolf was huge, comparable to a warhorse. Its entire body was covered in black and long wolf fur, and on its back were two thin humps. A pair of wolf eyes shone with a faint light in the darkness. It laid on the mound, motionless like a stone statue. Even its breathing was extremely slow. At first glance, it looked like a piece of black metal. Suddenly, the hump wolf's long and slender ears trembled. Under its gaze, a gray rabbit came out of a cave at the foot of the mound, and started to look for food. Even though there were lush weeds around the cave, the gray rabbit did not care, and rushed out to look for grass in the distance. Rabbits do not eat the grass around their burrows. If they did, the cave they lived in would be exposed. When the hump wolf saw the gray rabbit leave, its eyelids drooped even more, covering a large part of its eyes, leaving only a slit. The gray rabbit ate the grass while its ears perked up. Once there was any movement, it would agilely raise its head and look around, extremely alert. The hump wolf was very patient. The gray rabbit was happily eating, but it did not move as if it was dead. The gray rabbit continued to eat, immersed in the delicious food. When it was full, it started to walk back. At this moment, the hump wolf suddenly moved. It jumped out from the mound and attacked the gray rabbit. The gray rabbit's path back was blocked by the hump wolf. In its shock, it could only turn and run. Its speed was extremely fast. When it ran, it was as if it had turned into a gray bolt of lightning moving through the grass. It actually surpassed the hump wolf's speed, and quickly created a distance between them. But after running for a while, it slowed down. The gray rabbit's explosive power was strong, but its endurance was not as good as the hump wolf's. The two of them chased each other on the poison grassland, life and death at the speed of light. The most common scene in the grassland, the game of death between the predator and the prey. The hump wolf gradually got closer. Seeing that the gray rabbit had already landed in front of it, the hump wolf leapt out and pounced. But at this moment, the rabbit suddenly sped up, its entire body scurrying to the side. He immediately dodged the fatal attack and pulled away from the hump wolf. This gray rabbit was very cunning. The exhaustion just now was just a disguise, and it still had some energy left. The hump wolf missed its target and continued its pursuit. Soon, the distance between the two gradually shortened. The hump wolf pounced again, but it still missed. After 3 or 4 times, the rabbit was exhausted and was finally killed by the hump wolf. The hump wolf panted heavily and lay on the ground for a long time before slowly standing up. In this cruel competition, the predators didn't have unlimited glory. Instead, there were many hardships and hardships. Hump wolf didn't enjoy the gray rabbit that it had painstakingly caught. Instead, it held it in its mouth and returned to its lair. In the den, there was a female hump wolf and a few newborn wolf pups that needed to be fed. At that time, when the hump wolf rushed back to its lair, it only saw bloodstains and cold corpses. Ow! It threw down the gray rabbit's corpse and roared angrily. The fur on its neck stood up, and its eyes turned red with hatred. A large group of poison-beard wolves surrounded it from all directions. On a hill far away, Fang Yuan crossed his arms, looking down at the battlefield from a high vantage point. A male wolf, came after all. He smiled lightly, feeling that his luck had turned for the better. Hump wolf was an outstanding mount in northern plains. Although Fang Yuan had Changshan Yin's rank 4 wolf sprint goo, it expended a lot of primeval essence. It was much faster and more convenient to ride the hump wolf. When Fang Yuan accidentally found this wolf den, he killed all the weak female wolves and their pups, and obtained a rank 2 wolf enslavement goo. He was not in a hurry to leave, but hid the poison-beard wolf and waited for the male wolf to return. The battle between the hump wolf and the poison-beard wolf group had reached its climax the moment it started. The hump wolf's body was huge, and its anger made it even more ferocious when it fought. It waved its claws, and ordinary poison-beard wolves were not its match. But under Fang Yuan's command, the poison-beard wolves were extremely crafty. They did not fight head-on, but cooperated with each other, advancing and retreating, wearing down the hump wolf's battle strength. After an hour, the hump wolf was gasping for breath. It was no longer as valiant as before. Beside it, there were over 60 poison-beard wolf corpses. These were its glorious battle achievements. Of course, if Fang Yuan wanted to kill it, with Fang Yuan's enslavement path attainment, he would only need to pay the price of 30 poison-beard wolves. But Fang Yuan wanted to capture it alive, thus he could not help but feel his hands and feet being tied in battle. The time is about right. Fang Yuan looked at the hump wolf's trembling limbs in the wind as he slowly walked down the hill, getting closer carefully. Right now, most of his goo worms had been moved to Hu Immortal Blessed Land through moving perspective cup goo. When he was 200 steps away from the hump wolf, Fang Yuan flicked his finger, activating the rank 2 wolf enslavement goo. Wolf enslavement goo exploded, turning into a light smoke that covered the hump wolf. The hump wolf quickly retreated, but the light smoke followed it closely. The hump wolf howled, charging towards Fang Yuan. But it met with the obstruction of the poison-beard wolves. After a few breaths of time, the light smoke completely fused into its body. The hump wolf laid on the ground weakly, its body was covered in bleeding wounds, its bloodshot eyes no longer looked at Fang Yuan with hatred, but showed a sense of submission. 100-man soul is indeed useful. If I did not use guts goo, I would need to expend some effort to enslave this hump wolf. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly before activating the wolf smoke goo in his aperture. Wolf smoke goo flew out, turning into thick smoke that enveloped the hump wolf and most of the injured poison-beard wolves. After a while, the smoke dispersed, the hump wolf's wounds were completely healed, it even grew new fur. The injured poison-beard wolves also recovered their vitality. However, even though they were uninjured, their battle strength was not at their peak. What affected the beast group's battle strength was not just their injuries, but also their hunger. The wolf group had to display their greatest battle strength, they could not be too hungry or they would become weak. On the horizontal side, luck changes. The gambling den's business was very good, and even Fang Yuan was moved. With my many years of experience, I might be able to make a small fortune. This thought made Fang Yuan laugh. He then thought of Ma Hongyun. This extremely lucky lad was cheated by someone who gave him the lowest quality rock to gamble. But in the end he actually got a rank 5 goo through pure luck. Fang Yuan still had matters to attend to, and was not in a hurry to enter the gambling den. He walked past the entrance of the gambling den, and entered the central area of the market. This place was much quieter and the human traffic was much less, almost all he could see were goo masters. Even if there were mortals, they were the goo master's followers, following beside the goo master with their heads lowered and holding things in their hands. There were also some young masters and young ladies who had yet to awaken their apertures. Although there were no guards, but between mortals and goo masters, there was naturally a clear division between them. The formless threshold formed by the difference in strength, separating the two different lives. Fang Yuan walked leisurely and everywhere he went, goo masters looked at him with reverent gazes. Those who walked in front of Fang Yuan all stopped and gave way. Behind him, some whispers could be heard. Why is there a rank 4 expert? This person looks unfamiliar, he doesn't seem to be from any of the large tribes. Be careful, Every time the market opens there will be many demonic goo masters coming in to sell their loot. Rank 4 and Rank 3 were on different levels. Rank 3 was the cornerstone, and the elders of the large tribes were all at this level. Rank 4 was the expert among goo masters, and most of the tribe leaders were Rank 4, thus they could move unhindered in the mortal world. The aura of Rank 4 initial stage made his every movement attract everyone's gazes. Some were reverence, some were curiosity, and some were wariness. This place specialized in goo master businesses. There was a goo refinement workshop that specialized in refining goo for goo masters, and also sold and purchased recipes. Fang Yuan lacked wolf enslavement goo's recipe, and after a few trips he successfully bought a recipe from Rank 1 to Rank 3. Rank 4 recipes were always guarded by the large tribes, and were rarely seen in the market. Next, Fang Yuan went to a restaurant. But he did not find any top-quality wine. He came to the largest shop. "Esteemed expert, your presence is our shop's honor, please come in." The shopkeeper was a Rank 3 old goo master, and he personally came out to welcome him. "I need large amounts of wolf enslavement goo." Fang Yuan went straight to the point. "Alright, please go upstairs and discuss." The old man led Fang Yuan to a private room on the 3rd floor. To Fang Yuan's surprise, this shop actually had a Rank 4 wolf enslavement goo, priced at 70,000 yuan stone. Fang Yuan immediately bought it. After some haggling, Fang Yuan bought 5 Rank 3 wolf enslavement goo, and 38 Rank 2 wolf enslavement goo. The shopkeeper rubbed his hands in joy, knowing he had met a big customer. "Esteemed customer, what else do you need? Please let me know." "What defensive goo do you have here?" Fang Yuan asked. The old man reported a list of goo worm names, and Fang Yuan shook his head slightly. There was a Rank 4 goo, but it did not fit his enslavement path. The rest were all ordinary goo worms. Next, Fang Yuan asked about flying goo. Flying goo were rare because flying techniques were hard to achieve. Under normal circumstances, only outstanding disciples of large tribes would be nurtured from a young age. But this way they would have the resources of the tribe and would never lack flying goo. As for other goo masters, they would rarely try flying. The shopkeeper said proudly, "Customer, you came to the right place.